Going to the bathroom.
And I'm starting.
That
That was the first words
What?
of this whole podcast. You're going to the bathroom. That's a pleasant start. Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a special treat tonight.
Oh, yeah. Real special.
All right. This is your host, Speck, Rejk, and your co-host, Scott. And
Scott Rot.
I had this idea for a podcast because there's these two books. I'm actually reading them for the second time. I really love these books. And in my head, I thought this would be entertaining
Black Inches?
to read. No, not Family Feud. To read out loud. Now, it's not going to be
Did you say Family Feud on the air?
No. Now, it's not going to be a professional reading. It's not going to be like I'm like William Shatner reading a Star Trek novel or something, or Leonard Nimoy. It's going to be just me, and it's going to be a casual reading. That means a casual reading means that I just made that term up. So you can copyright that. It means that Scott here can interrupt me. We can go on tangents while I'm reading. I might stop. You will hear chewing. Pretty sure you will hear chewing at some point because it's like literally like a 300-page book or something. So
wait, you're gonna read?
That's the plan. What do you think we're gonna talk?
God forbid.
No, you can interrupt. You can interject.
Okay, I'll interject.
You can interject. You can interject all over me. You're free to interject all over this whole
all
podcast.
Over your face?
Please don't do that.
I'll interject all over.
Please, not in the eyes. Wait, what are we talking about again?
I don't know.
Okay. So, no. Now the thing is, like, I decided, even though when I'm reading in my head, I say the cuss words, because there's cuss words in the book, I'm not comfortable saying it on a podcast. It sounds funny when I'm saying it. So I don't know, maybe Scott wants to read I don't know. I think I'll just say frickin' or something when they say something like that. I don't know. I'm not comfortable saying it. So call me a nerd. I am a nerd. I don't know. I have to get mad to start.
You're a frickin' nerd.
I have to get mad to start cussing. And I do cuss. I'm not comfortable. I don't know. When I was a kid, well, let's not go there. All right. So that's it. That's all. All right. So that's the intro.
Okay.
What are they talking about?
I don't know.
Did you see the? All right.
Yeah,
So now there's two books in this series. I'm starting with the second one, not because for any reason, just because literally it was the closest one to my hand. I was going to start with the first one, but this one is definitely entertaining. So I don't remember. They're both good.
I can eat eggs on the train.
Huh? What do you mean?
Dr. Seuss.
Oh. So I picked the second one. I know it's entertaining. I love this book, and I love both of them. But this is the second one. So if you get confused, I don't even know if I will probably
called Hustler Magazine.
We'll probably get through two sentences. I don't even know if the audio is how well it's recording. I definitely tested this one time when we were outside and it worked. So when we were outside, I remember when we were in the. Oh, you're already falling asleep. When we were at the storage place, I recorded and it seemed like it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. See, aren't we off to a great start, folks? Isn't this exciting?
Yes.
You're going to get to hear me, Specky, read a book. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, that'll put you to sleep.
And I didn't even check if there might be like 10 other guys who've already done this. So this is my audiobook. So you can buy it at your local Walden Books. Coming soon. at Brentano's. I'm gonna do a signing of my audiobook of somebody else's book.
Yeah,
All right. By the way, it's not important. All right. So okay. So that was 4 minutes of completely valuable information. Now I'm starting the book.
Dear diary.
Love and Death.
What? What did you say?
The book is called Love and Death, and this is how I talk when I read. All right. And Scott has told me that we're not supposed to be loud, but
No, we can't, because my neighbors suck.
Yet I don't know what is maybe there should be a volume level here. I don't know how loud I'm going to be. I'm not going to be loud when I don't read loudly. I don't know. We need like a
stanza. Just read it.
All right, the book is.
Yes.
It's so dark here. I need to bring
It's
the
so
light.
dark
next
in
time.
here?
It's dark. All right. It's hard to read.
It's as light as it's going to get, actually.
All right.
Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, did you notice? What's different about me?
Your eyes.
Close. I'm literally pointing at it.
Your eyes.
You're right. The glasses.
Yeah, your glasses.
Remember they were green?
No. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, these are new glasses because I lost them. I felt terrible. I went to the airport and they were gone. I dropped off my parents and they fell out of my pocket or something. And I had those for 10 years, and I was really upset about it. Not that anybody cares about that, but I care. I thought I don't know. I felt really bad about losing my glasses. I felt because it was I could just see the glasses crushed, like something that meant. There he goes. It's over. It's over. The glasses story got him. You see him nodding. See, my point is not that Scott's not going to fall asleep. I know he's going to fall asleep during this. But I'm hoping, because sometimes what happens is that you keep going. I stay after he sleeps, he falls asleep, and then he wakes up, and then he's rejuvenated. So that's what I'm hoping for. I know he's going to fall
Did you
asleep.
just call me a Jew?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, did you ever notice the movie Jaws and Jews? Sounds familiar. I mean, sounds similar.
Read your book.
All right. It's too dark to read. All right, so this is a reading of all right, I have to take off my glasses for
Okay,
this.
Grandpa.
Love and death. Are we ever gonna get started?
You
I
sound like
can't-
Marge Simpson on bath salts.
Love. Nah, you know what I'm trying to sound like that guy in Spaceballs. You ever remember the priest or whatever?
Chewbacca?
No, the priest guy.
Princess Leia?
Yeah. I was coming over and there was a billboard that said happiness or something? Or happiest place on earth. And it was Chewbacca. It was for Disney, but they didn't say it. It just said happiest. And it was like Chewbacca standing in. And the font was like this Mexican tattoo font. And I was like, what are they doing here? It literally said HAP, and then there was Chewbacca standing there, and it was, I think they spelled it right. I'm hoping it's PIST. But the font, it was just like those like old English Mexican tattoo letters. What's happening here? That's not the right font. That's not the happiest place on earth, my friends. So, how do you like this book so far?
That's great.
It's a page turner, let me tell you. All right, the book is called Love and Death. Now, like I said, you feel free to interrupt me at any time. Don't hold back. Let it go. Get in there. Dig it out. Dig deep. Dig deep. Seriously, don't if I'm on a roll, just stop me anywhere mid-sentence if you have to.
Okay.
Now we have a third host here, but he's not here because he's scared of catching AIDS or something. I don't know. He's supposed to be here. I'm looking at you, Rejk. All right. The book is called Love and Death. Now this is a clever title because it's talking about Courtney Love and death. Okay. So this is by Max Wallace.
And Ian?
Ian?
Uh-huh.
What's the last name?
HALPERIN?
Good. How'd you know that?
Have
you read this? No, wait, this was your book!
What?
I bought this from you, didn't I?
No.
Didn't I buy this from you?
Uh-uh.
Did I buy another one from you?
You haven't bought any books.
I've definitely bought books because I know I have a Joker.
You didn't buy
I have
that
a Joker.
one because I can show you on my phone.
No, I found out about this book from you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I think I bought, maybe not this copy, but you have this book, don't you?
No.
I didn't. I found out about this book from you, dude. I don't know.
I just guessed the name, that's all.
How did you know the name? Think about it. It's not subconscious. How do you know? How would you know HALPERIN from where? How did you know that?
I was just thinking Rob Halford from Judas Priest.
Seriously, honestly, how
I
did
just said HALPERIN. I don't know.
Nobody just says HALPERIN.
Some things just come to me, you know?
How did you know the name? Have you read the book?
No.
How did you know the name? Honestly, I'm just asking a serious question.
Book.
No, it's a serious question.
You'll find all the answers in the book.
Well, you're more mysterious than the book. I'm more curious about you than Kurt Cobain's death. I'm how did you know the name of the guy? Did you see it? You didn't
No,
see it.
I
It's like
can't
I can barely
see it.
see it. I know. How did you see it? How did you know?
My table looks like Lemmy's
come on.
table from Motorhead. There's too much crap on there.
You've seen his like his room, right?
Yeah, it's lovely.
You saw the documentary.
No, well, sort of. I only saw like 1 minute.
It's a good documentary. You've seen Lemmy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, his room is actually messier than this.
I know.
It's like filled with stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Ron Jeremy's room.
He's on somebody else's episode of Hoarders.
Who, Ron Jeremy?
Yeah, he's on his friend's Hoarders, and he's like talking about his friend. It's like this woman, and have you seen it?
No.
It's on YouTube. You can search it. It's like he goes to his friend's house. It's this woman, and he's like, "Wow, this place is a mess."
What, she goes to his house?
You can literally watch it on YouTube right now.
I said, does she go to his house?
No, he acts like all like high and mighty. He's like, this place is awful. This place, I wouldn't step foot. Like, but it is like worse than it because like you literally could not walk in. It's like it's like filled, and I mean my room is kind of like that, but I just like have a pathway. I don't know. Some people enjoy living. My bathroom has its towels. See, you have your kind of contradictions because you have like a clean bathroom. You're ultra clean about stuff, but then like it's always a mess too. See, my bathroom looks like my...
Dude, my place is organized chaos is what it is.
Something like that. I mean, I have my towels, like, I enjoy having my towels on the little counter. I don't like hanging.
So far, this book is fascinating.
We've got a long
Read
way
on,
to go.
player.
There's no rush. I was in almost a killer accident last night, and I've got a new lease on life, and I'm just living it up.
Yeah, at my house.
I'm living every moment to its fullest, folks.
Oh, then why are you here?
This is it. This doesn't get better than this. It's like I
Really?
might die tonight, and
Welcome to purgatory.
Okay, folks. A new and explosive investigation. I guess I'm going to get more normal as I read. I can't keep going. I don't know.
Read the book.
I haven't read out loud since like 6th grade. A new and explosive investigation into the murder of Kurt Cobain. I don't know how. I've like 100 different voices I can do. I don't know. All right.
Just pick one from your
If
head.
you could just tell me how you knew, I could just get started. I have to know how you knew his name.
Let me go to the bathroom first.
All right, forget it.
What? You're not going to read the book
All right.
then?
Hertfordshire Library Service.
Oh, boy.
This is from a library. Withdrawn for sale. Does anybody out there live in Hertfordshire or know how to pronounce that word correctly?
Yes.
How? How do you pronounce Hertfordshire? You know what's crazy about this?
Yes.
On the back of one of my CDs, I think I wrote Hertfordshire for no reason. It was made in Hertfordshire. Or something like that.
Are you drinking absinthe or something?
Should I talk about the girl I've been in love with for 50 years? 15 years. Oh, what's going on? We getting complaints? What is it? I can't. I took off my glasses. No. Seriously, please don't mess up. Please.
I'm not.
Please. That's all I ask for you. Anything but him.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it, honestly. Because I've gone 13 minutes and I have to start all this whole up.
No, you don't.
Basically, it's a friend of his that I can't stand. He ruins my
he
day.
loves
He makes me impotent. Let me just put it that way. My scrotum crawls back from whence it came when I can't deal with him. I don't know how he deals with him. I wish his other friend was here. All right. So here's another page. Pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Okay. See, that's loud. That was loud.
No, that's a yawn.
All right. A major investigation into the death. This is not how I read it in my head. I don't know why. I can't read it like. Okay. A major investigation into the death of a rock icon, including exclusive access to the case tapes of Courtney Love's former PI and a host.
Tom.
Stop, dude. Okay. Are you reading? How do you know? Are you psychic?
No.
It's not even on this page. His name isn't even on this page.
Then what's his name?
And a host of compelling new evidence. It doesn't say his name. All right. We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
This book, all right. In memory of Kristen Pfaff.
Yes.
Some people might say Pfaff, but they're idiots. I say faff because it's cooler.
People are idiots anyways.
You say faff, right? Kristen Faff. I mean, faff. There's no way to say faff. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Introduction. We need Daryl here. He's really, please call him.
I'm not gonna. Well, dude, it's what?
Yeah,
like,
it's 10 p.m. All right.
Yeah.
But there's a long way to go. We got this and another same length.
Well, here, I'm gonna find out what the dude's name is.
Who? It's gonna be in here. Just give it a second.
Well, no.
You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying. You could. Okay. Introduction. Within days of the release of our first book, Who Killed Kurt Cobain, in April 1998, the letters, calls, and emails began to pour in. Now, this doesn't even sound like me because my voice is hoarse because I spent it all in the intro. All right. Most of them demanded to know the same thing. Why hadn't we answered the question posed by the book's title? The seeds of our initial investigation had been planted in 1994, shortly after Cobain's death. It's hard to read with family. I'm not saying turn it off. I'm saying it's like it's. I don't usually read.
I'll put on some Burzum. But no, check out Heather though.
Okay. All right. The seeds of our initial investigation had been planted in... Please bear with all the different accent changes. I got 100 different accents. I don't know which one I'm going to use. Like, it's all over the place, all right? I don't have one, all right? I could be...
Are you doing New York now?
I could do a bunch of them.
I'm walking here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read the book.
When Ian Halperin was on a West Coast tour with this band, State of Emergency.
All right, Fonzie.
Former member of the band had moved to Seattle. That's my black host voice. In 1993, and had formed relationships with a number of people in Cobain's circle, including one of Kurt's drug dealers,
Dylan Carlson,
and his best friend Dylan Carlson.
Is that what it says?
Dun, dun, dun.
Is that what it says?
Yes, it's one of the suspects.
I just said Dylan Carlson.
Yes, you're reading the book before me.
How am I reading the book? Do you see?
I don't know. I don't know. That I know, and I know Tom. I'm not going to say last name. Let you mull it over. But I don't know how you got Ian Halperin. That's a good one. That's
Tom Baker. But
that's a
not
rare.
Tom Baker.
All right. So how do you guys want me to do different voices, or you just want me to do one voice? I don't know. All right.
How about this? Speak mine. Can you do that?
Okay.
That's hilarious.
All right.
I actually understand what you just said.
When Ian arrived in Seattle, his old bandmate introduced him to a number of Seattle scenesters, including friends of Kurt, each of whom related
Dylan Carlson.
Doubts about the official story. Even then, so soon after the apparent suicide, there was a feeling in Seattle that Kurt's death may not have come at his own hand.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ian, who had met Kurt in 1990 before a Nirvana gig in Montreal,
Yeah.
didn't give much thought. Can't be insulting to our French people. Oh, by the way, this is dedicated to all the soldiers in Russia, I think. Oh, I don't know. They're fighting for our freedom in Russia.
Could you please just read the book?
Wow, you get mad over Russia? That was your turning point.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. All I know is there's something going. The Russians attacked Ukraine. That's all I know.
Well,
I don't know anything else about it.
I'm gonna take a dump.
All right. All right. Ian, who had met Kurt in 1990 before a Nirvana gig in Montreal, didn't give much thought to the claims until he heard that a private detective hired by Courtney Love was saying that Kurt had been murdered and that Courtney may have been involved. When he returned to Canada, Ian contacted his old writing partner Max Wallace, who was then station manager of North America's oldest alternative radio station, CKCU.
What?
CKCU-FM. And had and we're sponsored by CKCU, by the way, CKCU-FM. And had, you know what cucking is, right?
What a dick.
Do you know what cucking is? CUCK? Forget it. and had solid. I don't want to corrupt your innocent mind.
Good.
And had solid connections in alternative music circles. A decade earlier, we had shared a Rolling Stone magazine award
My virgin ears are already in pain.
for investigative journalism. We decided to embark on our own minor investigation into the circumstances of Cobain's death.
I'm doing Chewbacca.
and
Chewbacca
came out with a somewhat skeptical treatment in the June 1995 issue of First Turn Page. First Turn Page, kids.
Come on, Page Turner.
Canadian Disc Magazine.
Ooh.
On the strength of the article, we were commissioned to produce a video documentary about the murder theory, and a few months later, we traveled to Seattle and California to investigate the case. But while we were conducting our own probe, the murder theory was taking on an unstoppable momentum of its own. Courtney Love's private detective, Tom Grant,
whatever,
had gone public with his
now you're
allegations
just making up the last name.
of murder in numerous national and international media forums, including a major U.S. network television show. Before long, our documentary had turned into a hastily assembled book, published on the 4th anniversary of Kurt's death. Instead of taking a stand on Grant's charges, our book examined the facts on both sides, and in the end, simply called on police to reopen the investigation. Some reviewers mocked the conspiracy theory at the core of our book, but most praised its objectivity. The New Yorker issued us an, I do not know this word, the first word I don't know in this book, imprimatur
Oh, yeah, sure.
of credibility when it labeled the book a judicious presentation of explosive material.
That sounds tasty.
Some readers, however, seem to believe we had been a little too judicious. Among the myriad, is it myriad or
Well, where
myriad?
can I pick up a copy of this entertaining piece?
It's just, I'm reading bad. See, I'm more into her. She's kind of, I like her body. Uh-oh.
This black guy. Oh, yeah,
No.
see?
Oh, yeah. See, I like that. That gets me hot and bothered.
I'm the black guy?
No, her. She's hot. I want a picture of her. Oh. See if I can catch one real quick.
Are you gonna read the book, or are you gonna...
Hold on, I got business to tend to here. That's the one you like. She looks like Wonder Woman.
What are you talking about?
Heather.
Oh, Heather.
Yeah, I'm all into
Heather
it. I like
Leather.
the name Heather. Oh, yeah. Ashley, come on down.
Okay, there, serial killer. Can you go back to...
All right, now this is weird because my vision. I used to be able to read with glasses, but now I can't. Is it myriad or myriad?
Myriad.
Myriad?
Sure.
Among the myriad of letters we received following the book's release were a number. Call in. Tell us your. Should I say myriad or myriad, just in case it comes up again?
Miriam.
I'm falling in love with Ashley. Hold on, folks. There's a buxom babe on family food. If you know what I'm saying. What are they doing? All right. Where were we now? Sorry, got sidetracked. There's no sorry. This whole thing is going to be sidetracked. Among the myriad of letters we received following the book's release were a number from forensic and law enforcement specialists who told us that we had missed the boat. The details we reported clearly demonstrated that Kurt Cobain had been murdered. But by then, the case was over for us. Max wrote 2 more books on unrelated subjects, appeared as a guest columnist for the Sunday New York Times, and produced 2 documentary films. Ian wrote 3 books, was hired as a correspondent for Court TV, and embarked on an acting career that landed him a role as Howard Hughes' friend in Martin Scorsese's upcoming film, The Aviator. So if you watch The Aviator, you can see what Ian Halperin looks like.
I'm sorry. You still here?
If you want to see what Ian Halperin looks like, you watch the movie The Aviator.
Okay.
He's Howard Hughes' friend.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, another high-profile case was making its way back into the headlines. A month after the publication of Who Killed Kurt Cobain, former LAPD detective Mark Furman published Murder in Greenwich.
Murder.
I'm saying Greenwich because everybody would make fun of me if I say Greenwich, but why do they spell it like that, I don't know. Exploring the 1975 murder of 15-year-old Martha Moxley, Furman had pointed to Kennedy cousin Michael Skakel, or Skakel, as the likely killer. What a great name for a killer. And when the case was reopened after 27 years, Murder in Greenwich was credited. On June 7, 2002, Skakel was convicted of the crime. For Furman, a crucial piece of new evidence had surfaced 2 decades after Martha Moxley's death. Nearly a decade after Kurt Cobain's demise, we came into some damning new evidence of our own. And that's just the introduction, folks. All right.
Well?
Hello. I'm done. Book's done. Finished.
Okay.
All right.
Keep reading, player.
Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
It is a typically rainy day in Montesano, Washington, when we arrive for
Montesino.
There's an A there. You could have had me with Montesano or Montesano, but there's no E.
It's pronounced.
That's irrelevant. When we arrive for our interview with Kurt's paternal grandfather, Leland Cobain.
Yeah.
Leland Cobain will also be joining us later this evening.
Sure.
In June 2003. He lives above us, actually. Leland and his late wife, Iris. See, even Leland is getting some. Leland and his... why did I say late? She's dead. Just say dead. What is late? She's not late to anything. She's dead. Leland and his dead wife, Iris, were said to have been closer to Kurt than even his own parents. And there were reports that shortly before Kurt's death, he had made plans to go on a fishing trip with his grandfather. Although we had contacted him while we were researching our first book, Leland, like most of Kurt's immediate family, was reluctant to be interviewed. Now, more than 9 years after the death, we had heard that he was finally ready to talk about his famous grandson. Just imagine, you're going to get this audiobook, and there's going to be great audio of Family Feud and dermatology commercials in the background. Isn't that wonderful, folks? This will be available on tape, audio tape only. Most biographical accounts of Kurt's early years describe his family living in a trailer park, conjuring up images of a trailer trash upbringing. Indeed, the small Montesano Seno lot where Leland resides and where Kurt had lived on and off during his youth is officially given this designation in the town directory, and perhaps it once served this purpose. Okay, I need to interject here. I actually visited Aberdeen, where Kurt lived, and it's actually very... I'm saying how I visited Aberdeen. Have you ever been there?
No.
Because you haven't lived like I have, Scott. You haven't taken advantage of life. No, not. All I did was just, I went over there, and it's very weird looking. It's not desolate at all. It's filled with, I'm not sure what year this was when I went there, but it's filled with weird exotic plants. The whole city, it's like a town or whatever, but it's very clean. It's not like homeless people, or it's very suburban, very beautiful. And you can see where Kurt Cobain got all his like inspiration for all his like plants and stuff in his artwork and album covers, because the place is filled with, it's like an alien world. It's filled with exotic plants. And the one place I visited the bridge, and there's memorials there, and it's very peaceful. And when I visited, and the one cool place there, which was in the news recently, there's a store there which is all like collectibles, like Star Wars collectibles, and it's got like Han Solo in carbonite on the ground, and it's like all Star Wars right when you get into town. And yeah, it's just, that's the main thing I remember. It was very nice. It's not desolate at all. It's like, just imagine a beautiful suburb with filled with vegetation and beautiful, like, weird exotic plants, like alien looking plants. Okay, back to the book. But when we arrive, we are surprised to find that the dwellings aren't trailers at all, but rather small prefab bungalow-style units with well-groomed lawns and beautiful trees. See? Boats and golf carts are parked in many of the driveways, suggesting a more affluent community. See? Kurt was rich! Suggesting a more affluent community than what we had been led to expect by the condescending biographies and press accounts. Really just like pumping up the legend. Leland greets us warmly at the door of his slightly cramped two-bedroom house. He and Iris had moved in more than 30 years earlier when Kurt was just a young child, and Leland continued living here alone after Iris's death in 1997. Just a stone's throw away is the house where Kurt himself had lived briefly with his father after his parents' divorce. When the going got rough, however, it was his grandparents' house where he sought refuge. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to describe the house as a shrine to Kurt, but from the moment we walked in the door, his presence could be seen and felt everywhere. The first sight that catches one's eye is a framed gold record presented to Nirvana in 1993. Underneath it is a kitschy black velvet portrait of Kurt, given to Leland a few years ago by a fan. The rest of the walls and bookshelves are crammed with photos of Kurt and the other grandchildren, sandwiched in between plaques and trophies commemorating Leland's achievements as a champion golfer and dartsman. More Kurt-related memorabilia is crammed in the basement. Yeah, sounds like your apartment. Including hundreds of photos and letters sent to Leland and Iris by Nirvana fans from all over the world. Probably a few from the Ukraine, too. I'm very proud of him, says Leland. You seem like you have a lot of, like, strong feelings about the Ukraine situation. Am I sensing this correctly?
Your spidey senses are at work, yes.
Well, please, I think this is time for a break and let us know what tell me on your thoughts on the Ukraine. I have no feelings about it whatsoever. I'm just entertained by it. Do you have any? Are you on the Ukraine side?
Yeah, of course.
Oh. Mm-hmm. What's going on over there? What's happening?
Oh no.
Oh, it's Boris Yeltsin calling.
Guess who?
Don't.
Okay, read the book.
All right. I'm very proud of him, says Leland, tearing up slightly as he pauses in front of a photo of a cherubic 3-year-old Kurt. He was a good kid. I miss him. He takes us on a tour of the house, pointing out the many artifacts associated with his grandson, and telling stories about the boy who had spent a lot of time within these walls. Leland is a spry 79-year-old who wears hearing aids in both ears to remedy a deafness acquired fighting at Guadalcanal as a young Marine during the Second World War, and then exacerbated, I like to exacerbate by rolling asphalt for a living years later. After his discharge from the Marines, Leland acquired a serious alcohol problem, which he admitted made him a different person. By most accounts, his problem started after his father, a local county sheriff, was killed when his gun went off accidentally. However, you hear that? Hear that, Scotty boy?
What?
Leland's grandfather, so Kurt's great-grandfather, killed himself accidentally with a gun, and he was a sheriff. Hey, big boy. Let's try that again.
Right.
Kurt's great-grandfather killed himself accidentally with the gun when he was a sheriff. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just wanted you to hear that. Thought it was interesting. However, his heaviest drinking reportedly started after his third son, a severely retarded boy named Michael, died in an institution at the age of 6. So having fun yet, kids?
Well,
Leland, though, soon conquered his personal demon. You can just tell him, like, he can't talk right now. Just
go.
don't
go.
talk to him. Thank you.
I'll be,
I appreciate
I'll
it.
be sleeping in 5 seconds.
All right. Leland, though, soon conquered his personal demons. Ooh, it's getting supernatural. He's conquering supernatural demons. Found religion. Oh, and gave up alcohol completely. I became a changed man, he recalls. By the time Kurt was born in 1967, he had become a respected citizen of Montesino, a regular churchgoer, and by most accounts, a pretty good father and grandfather, frequently babysitting for Kurt and his younger sister, Kim, but it was Iris. What if Kim's a suspect? Dun, dun, dun. But it was Iris, not Leland, with whom Kurt most closely bonded. They were so much alike, Leland recalls, pointing to a photo of a strikingly beautiful brunette taken just after the two were married. Kurt loved his grandmother so much. I think she was the only member of the family who he could confide in. I think he was closer to Iris than he was to his own mother. He got his artistic side from Iris, that's for sure. Leland takes out a box of drawings Kurt did as a child. One of them, signed Kurt Cobain, age 6, depicts Donald Duck and shows undeniable artistic talent for one so young. When I saw that one, I said to Kurt, I says, "You traced that, you didn't draw it." And he got mad. And he said to me, "I did you draw it?" After Kurt left Aberdeen for good in 1987, he kept in touch with his grandparents, only sporadically. Leland takes out a Christmas card they received a year after Kurt moved away. "Dear long-lost grandparents," that's supposed to be Kurt. I haven't figured out a voice for him yet. "I miss you very much." Which, I guess he shouldn't sound like John Travolta. Which is no excuse for my not visiting. We put out a single just recently and it has sold out already. I'm happier than I ever have been. It would be nice to hear from you as well. Merry Christmas. Love, Kurt. Leland hadn't read our first book, and we had yet to tell him the subject of this new one. After a tour of the house and an hour's worth of anecdotes, can I just say anecdotes and leave the C out, about Kurt and his family while sitting around the dining room table, we were at last prepared to broach the topic we thought would be most difficult to bring up. 2 of Leland's brothers had killed themselves years earlier, fueling the most common of all the cliches about Kurt's own fate, that he had somehow inherited the suicide gene. It is obviously a sensitive subject, and Leland's voice chokes when he talks about the family tragedies. Finally, we asked him how he and Iris felt when they learned their own grandson had killed himself. His response is not at all what we expected. "Kurt didn't commit suicide," he declares matter-of-factly. "He was murdered. I'm sure of it." In the days and weeks following Kurt Cobain's 1994 death, journalists and biographers descended on his hometown of Aberdeen, Washington, seeking clues to help make sense of the suicide of the town's most famous descendant, a town Kurt had constantly scorned in his music, his interviews, and his journals. I don't think he scorns it that much. So glaring was its sense of hopelessness that many came away feeling his eventual fate was hardly surprising, was perhaps even inevitable. The suicide rate in Aberdeen is twice the national average, and the unemployment rate staggering since the near collapse of the logging industry years before. Drugs and other symptoms of despair were all pervading. "It's as if the town were being held accountable for Cobain's ruin, which is not entirely unfathomable," wrote Mikal Gilmore, who visited Aberdeen a week after Kurt's death. "When you are confronted with the tragic loss of a suicide, you can't help sorting backward through the dead person's life. looking for those crucial episodes of disillusion that would lead him to such an awful finish. Look far enough into Kurt Cobain's life, and you inevitably end up back in Aberdeen, the homeland that he fled. Now we had come to Aberdeen 9 years later, seeking a different set of clues. 3 hours after our interview with Leland, we stumble upon an unexpectedly rich source of Cobain lore, a few miles down the highway. 2 women, in their early 20s, a stringy-haired boy of 17 and a baby. They are loitering outside the bus station when we stop to ask for directions, and we quickly strike up a conversation about Aberdeen's most famous song. This part's pretty boring, so bear with me.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
Good.
This part's boring. Whatever. You guys want me to read it? What do you say?
Yes.
Alright. They are too young to have really known Kurt, but we asked them whether they ever listened to his music. Nobody around here listens to that stuff anymore, comes the reply from the boy who could pass for a teenage Kurt, minus the distinctive blazing blue eyes. Today, he says, hip-hop and death metal rule in Aberdeen. They make us an offer we can't pass up. You want to see his house? And then proceed to cram themselves in the car. The baby, wedged between the skateboard and his mother, squirms contentedly in anticipation. I told you this part was bad, in anticipation of whatever adventure lays ahead. Later, we'll bring you to meet one of Kurt's old friends if you want. Wait, that's the chick. Later, we'll bring you to meet one of Kurt's old friends if you want, says Autumn, the 23-year-old mother of the baby. She tells us she has 2 more at home, and then ventures, "You're not narcs, are you?" That didn't wake Scott up? Oh, cool. As we cruise through the streets of this grim town, passing churches and bars, and not much else, calls forth the description of Kurt's Aberdeen friend, Dale Crover. Hey, you better wake up. You might be into this. Dale Crover. Dale Crover. Who once said, this is another suspect, Dale Crover. Who once said, "There's nothing to do here but smoke." Wait, how does Dale Crover talk? You know, I've never heard him talk. How does he talk? Scott.
Yeah.
How does Dale Crover talk? You do Dale Crover. How does he talk? Does he have a gruff voice? Okay.
No, not really.
Well, does he talk slow?
He just talks like a normal dude.
Oh, thanks. That's helpful information. Okay. Here's Dale Crover, who once said, "There's nothing to do here but smoke dope and worship Satan." Is that true? We ask our impromptu tour guides. "Pretty much," says the guy. "Oh yeah, and also skateboarding. There's always that." The carload of us arrive at a small, impeccably manicured house in 101 East 1st Street in a section of town the locals call the Flats. Kurt's family moved here shortly after his birth from their rented house in nearby Hoquiam. His father, Don, worked as a mechanic at the local Chevron station to support the family, while his mother, Wendy, took care of Kurt, born February 20, 1967. And his sister, Kim, born 3 years later. Wendy had scrimped and saved Don's earnings to buy the house, a badge of respectability heralding arrival into the middle class and a decided step up from her own working-class roots. She was determined that her children would make something of themselves and eventually escape the dead end that Aberdeen represented for most of the kids who grew up there. And yet Don's father, Leland, never really approved of Wendy or what he called her social climbing ways. I think she thought she was better than our family," he recalls. "She was always criticizing Don because he wasn't enough of a muckety-muck. She wanted him to be making more money, and she was never satisfied. Come on, rock." Aberdeen does not celebrate its status as the cradle of the musical movement called grunge. Indeed, the first thing you notice when you drive through the town looking for indications that a superstar grew up here is that there are none. Even in the museum devoted to preserving local history, there's plenty in the museum about the fact that Aberdeen once boasted more than 50 brothels. That sounds like a nice town. 50 brothels servicing the loggers and sailors until a wave of morality shut them down in the 1950s. But it's almost as if the locals are embarrassed to claim Cobain as one of their own. We asked the museum's curator, Dan Sears, is the fact that there is not a single mention of Cobain in the Aberdeen History Museum due to the continuous scorn Kurt heaped on the town? A town whose population he once described as highly bigoted, redneck, snooze chewing. What's snooze? Well, like tobacco? It's chewing tobacco? Thanks. Deer shooting, bundle of stick, paraphrasing, bundle of stick killing logger types. Not at all, Sears replied. It's because my predecessor said he didn't want a bunch of long-haired hippies coming in all the time. He notes that we are the third set of visitors that day asking about Cobain. Just a few minutes earlier, he had fielded a query from a 40-year-old man and his son who had come 1,000 miles to visit Kurt's hometown. Sears does recommend one Kurt-related attraction in Aberdeen that we might want to visit. Getting a little uncomfortable here. Oh. All right. 46 minutes in. All right. Can we watch something else? Can you put on something else, please? Scott.
Yeah.
Can you please put on something else? My brain is turning into mush. Seriously. Yeah. Just anything. Duck documentary. Just anything, please. Right, I can't take it anymore. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just put it on a killer, I don't know, documentary or something. I need to sit something.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, what does I want, man?
Huh?
I'm just calling you. Just tell them like you can't talk right now. You're in the middle of an operation.
Yeah. Man.
All right, folks.
Are you still on page 1?
I'm on page 21 now. All right. All right. So, some years earlier, a local truck driver turned sculptor named Randy Hubbard had constructed a 600-pound, life-size concrete statue of Cobain in the garage of her husband's muffler shop. I think we all have a little Kurt Cobain in us, explains Hubbard, who knew Kurt when their families lived a block away from each other in Aberdeen. He was a precious little kid when I knew him. As Kurt said, I gotta wear some pants. It's too cold in here. I bring pants, extra pants, because I know he turns up the air conditioning. And I'm a hot weather guy. He wants the weather to be cold. What? Don't put it in a courtroom drama. All right, hold on. We gotta put. All right. Bundling up. We're going to Seattle. We're bundling up. We're in Aberdeen town, village. All right, I gotta work. It's nice and warm outside. All right. I told you this is the boring part, so bear with me. All right. The rest of the book is action-packed, I'm telling you. All right. He was a precious little kid when I knew him. As Kurt said, the townspeople of Aberdeen didn't like change or culture. I wanted to put something in the entrance to the town to show the world that some of us loved Kurt. Initially, Aberdeen City Council had approved her offer to erect the statue in a park at the east entrance of town. But when the angry letters and phone calls from local residents started to pour in, and the town councilors quickly backpedaled. The local Chamber of Commerce president summed up the general feeling. There are lots of people who deserve to be honored. There's a difference between being famous and being infamous. Today the statue sits in the middle of her husband's muffler shop, tucked in among auto parts and greasy rags. Just as well, Kurt would never have approved. He didn't want to have anything to do with Aberdeen or its residents, and his bandmate Chris Novoselic made clear when he publicly threatened to smash the statue to pieces if it was ever unveiled. All right, great. How am I supposed to do a Kurt Novoselic impression? Dude, can you do a Chris Novoselic impression?
What?
A Novoselic impression. How does he sound?
Drunk? Oh, he's always strict. Yeah, I gotta make a phone call. I'll do it in my room.
All right. Great. Please make it quick.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. If anybody puts up a statue of Kurt, I'll kick it down, Novoselic said in 1994. He would not have wanted it. That's not what Kurt was about. A few years later, Hubbard constructed the first sculpture, a statue of a firefighter to be erected at Ground Zero after September 11. But if the town has failed to brag about its most famous native son, it seems that everybody here has some Cobain connection, and they are quite willing to talk about it, as we discovered when the desk clerk of our hotel told us that she attended kindergarten with Kurt. He was a quiet guy, recalls Bobby Fowler. Kids used to tease him because he was from a poor family. He didn't have the popular stuff other kids had. He struggled because of his mom. That was well known. She didn't treat him good. They didn't have a lot of money, Kurt's family. This didn't quite mesh with the description Kurt gave his official biographer, Michael Ozerod, in 1993. I was an extremely happy child, he recalled. I was constantly screaming and singing. I didn't know when to quit. This is supposed to be Kurt. I don't know how I'd eventually get beaten up by kids because I was so excited about wanting to play. I took play very seriously. I was just really happy. From an early age, Kurt had an imaginary friend named Bada, who he introduced to his family and made them set an extra place at the table. I didn't write this, folks. I'm just reading it. When 5-year-old Kurt was fingered... What? Wow, that's not... I didn't want to write that. When 5-year-old Kurt was fingered by Aberdeen police as the prime suspect in the torture of a neighbor's cat, Bada was blamed. But other than a brief period on Ritalin to control his hyperactivity, a condition that was to diminish naturally when his parents restricted his sugar intake, by most accounts, he was a typical little boy. The story goes that the clue to explain what brought this happy childhood to an abrupt halt can be found on a wall inside this house on East 1st Street. I to tell you put on something else, this is what you put it on? Jesus Christ. Hold on. Awful. Awful. There we go. Let's see what else we can find. Alright, bear with me as I'm flipping channels to put something on. I haven't watched TV in like a year. And now I can see why. I'm debating whether I should get TV for my new store. I remember there was nothing on but horse races that I watched. But I do miss it a little, just to have something to put on besides a movie. Sort of guide thing on this. Huh. Alright, this will bear with me, folks. Oh. This is what's on TV nowadays, huh? I'm not missing anything. Pay for this stuff? No wonder he just watches the Family Feud. Alright, I'm going to Netflix. Jesus Christ. Is there no television for any of us? Great, I'm back here. This is...
someplace that it was too graphical to ton. It was really, really good. And I remember this one here is like close to, it's like 12 to 18.
This guy should be reading the book.
There's one that's 112. So
When I was a kid, I used to think of how incredible it would be to have 100 channels, not knowing it'd be complete garbage with nothing to watch. Oh, something called Hitler.
yeah, I don't know if they're known yet. What players did it happen? I've got to keep going on this. Thank you so much.
The first cable channel I saw was Nickelodeon
I've been working so hard.
in a friend's house. Yes, back then I actually had friends. Returned. Yeah, it was the first cable channel I saw was Channel 4. It was You Can't Do That on Television. The show was so grimy. Like I mean, if you think about it, that was an artistic decision. They decided to do that. They didn't have to make it grimy. There's nothing on. It's HBO. It's like a hotel here. They got HBO. Taking a break right now from the book. See, he was supposed to. I knew he would fall asleep, but hopefully he'll come around and wake up and dream dates. Oh, wait, he has the Playboy channel? What the heck? Hold on. Might have to put a stop to this book. Oh, he doesn't have. Why are you telling me? Oh, what a tease. Going to Netflix out of anger. Jesus Christ. And it's not even cable, so you can't even. It's not even satellite, so you can't even get like a distorted view every 2 seconds. What the heck? I need a drink. Some cognac. Alright, here we go. The Ripper. All killer documentaries are. I don't know. Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. So now you're going to be hearing a documentary under my documentary. The story goes that the clue to explain what brought this happy childhood to an abrupt halt can be found on a wall inside this house on East 1st Street, where our newfound friends have taken us on the first stop of our Cobain tour of Aberdeen. Here, a young Kurt had allegedly scrawled the words on his bedroom wall. I hate Mom, I hate Dad, it really makes me feel so sad. He was good back then. He was writing songs with them. What happened? I was watching Netflix. Lord. Alright. After his parents' relationship started to deteriorate and he heard them fighting almost constantly, the story, like many told by his mother in later years, may be apocryphal. What happened to the killer documentary? Shrek? You guys want to watch Shrek? The Dark... We can't watch that. It's going to be... No, I don't want to watch this. No. Stop. No, I don't want to watch this thing. Get me back. Alright. Scott's talking about me right now. Don't send him a picture of my accident. Can I put it on where it's not a copyright thing? I don't want this whole thing to be taken down because of copyright. And I don't want to watch Family Feud all night. 1 second of that is too much. Ooh, the dirt. No. Just... Alright, you got a job to do.
Alright, talk. I'll see you later. What?
You gotta put it on something where, find something to put it on, and then There's
got it.
There's nothing on TV, but it has to be something where it's not copyright, so it has to be like a documentary.
All
thing.
right, all right.
All right.
I got something right here.
Oh yeah, you got videos too. There you go. All right. See, now you're making noise. I'm being polite. You're being obnoxious.
Wait, are you still on the air?
Yes, I'm yes, I'm reading. I'm constantly reading. It's a reading.
I was doing an impression of a monkey having an orgasm.
All right, thank you. Thank you for
How
that.
did you get on this?
Huh?
Oh, okay. I see. You ready?
Put on. You have like 1,000 movies in here. Put something on.
All right, it's on.
What? All right, that's your job. You've been assigned your job.
Just buy my stuff and get out of here.
Apocryphal. Well, you can show me stuff while I'm reading.
All right, I will. Hold on.
Like I said, you can interrupt me. This is not, again, we're at the 1 hour mark. This is not a professional reading. This is just a casual reading. But I'm reading all the words, except for the cuss words.
Wait, what the hell is this?
Oh.
Where's the movie?
You know, I always used to confuse Vic Tayback and Telly Savalas. I thought they were the same guy.
Wait a minute, dude. What's going on here?
I don't know, there's fly flying on.
Where's the other movie? Do you see another disc?
Are you kidding me right now?
I wish I was. Where'd the movie go?
I literally just came in here, dude. What are you asking me?
This is weird, dude. Okay,
Well, we got another mystery equal to the one I'm reading.
this makes no sense at all. Hey, can you push pause?
On what?
Why can't I find the movie?
Listen, I've got to get through this book.
All right,
I'm busy
right.
here.
Here. Whoops. Okay, I don't know where the other movie is now. Damn it.
And you say they complain about noise. I wonder how could they possibly complain about noise from this place? Wow, I've never seen this.
Snow Honeys.
Sounds intriguing.
What's in here?
I like the box.
Oh, you know me too.
What?
It's on TGA.
Sounds good. We won't get into copyright problems with those. All right.
Well, if I can find the disc.
I actually had stuff to transfer, but like I wasn't even thinking about that. I forgot my CD. All right. Now, that's not disturbing at all.
Is that? I'll turn.
Just a little bit.
No.
I just want to make the volume a little bit lower.
Alright, there you go.
It's the most obnoxious sound effect.
Alright. Are you gonna? Alright, read it.
All right. It's the boring part. You're sleeping through the good part. I mean, that's boring. Divorce. Of course, his parents' divorce had an effect on Kurt, says his grandmother. What kid isn't affected with their parents split up? But I think the real impact, which I guess you can blame on the divorce, didn't come until a little later. Like almost everybody we talked to in Aberdeen, Leland paints a troubling picture of Kurt's relationship with his mother. She didn't really have much use for him until he became famous. She didn't want anything to do with him. Maybe she couldn't handle him or something. Although he wasn't really that much trouble. Apparently, this is what a champion dartsman sounds like. When Don finally moved out of the house shortly... Like, why is it breathing so loud? Oh, we got a troublemaker out of our hands.
And a miss.
All right. When Don finally moved out of the house shortly after Kurt's 9th birthday... Boy, the effects in this movie.
I don't know.
There's nothing happening. Nobody was shot, yet there was a gunshot. All right.
I don't remember much of this.
Wendy invited her new boyfriend to move in. A man Kurt would later describe as a mean, huge wife-beater. Taking on what he perceived to be the father role, the boyfriend would frequently smack Kurt.
Are you the boyfriend?
For the smallest transgression. I could be. His mother's failure to protect him caused the boy to withdraw into his own little world. Wendy later admitted that the man was
I got
nuts.
this for sale.
A paranoid schizophrenic. All my voices sound like New Yorkers. See, I've seen that before. I don't like Perrier.
Man, you are a New Yorker.
I've used
angry.
10 voices.
Angry.
Then they're all from New York. It's because
Angry.
you said to New York, so now I'm like subconsciously channeling New Yorkers. If you had said like Chinese, okay, how about we do all the voices like Chinese?
Oh.
Chinese. Okay.
I wish I could do
No, I
that.
can't. I literally, my whole neighborhood is Chinese now in the new store. All right. If Leland has harsh words for his daughter-in-law's treatment of Kurt, he doesn't spare his own son some of the blame. At first, he recalls Kurt was extremely happy. Oh, this is so boring.
Terrible.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no, tell me about this.
This is bad too. Okay, kids. I'm speeding through. I'm speed reading through this. This is boring. I hate all this father-son stuff. All right. With Don, they used to go fishing and they were together all the time. They did all kinds of father and son things. Kurt was thriving. I don't think I'm the only one who noticed that he was ecstatic to get away from his mother, and I think that Kurt was about the happiest he'd ever been. That soon changed when Dawn met and married a woman who had 2 children of her own. Kurt's new stepmother did everything she could to win his affection, but she wasn't the problem.
Oh, okay.
It's like the noisiest possible movie. Like it's
All
like
right.
THX noise.
All right, there you go.
It's fine. I'm just kidding. It's
No,
fine.
no,
I really
no,
don't
no,
mind.
no.
One thing I noticed early on after Donnie married the.
What?
Every time I talk, there's a gunshot. One thing I noticed early on after Donnie married this woman was the way he treated Kurt different than her kids. Says Leland, they could get away with just about anything, but if Kurt did something wrong, his father would give him a hard time. Donnie never did want the divorce from Wendy. I think he was afraid that the new one was going to leave him, so he bent over backwards to please her. She had a boy and a girl, and there could have been an apple sitting on a table, and one of her kids could pick up the apple and take a bite out of it and put it back on the table. But if Kurt did that, Donnie would hit him in the head or something. I told Donnie, "You're gonna lose that." Gotta stop
You're gonna lose that girl.
Gonna lose that kid. Gonna lose that kid. I said, "God damn it. You've got to," I'm not cussing kids. It's kid friendly. You've got to treat him.
That's how you got yourself into trouble.
The
You're
same.
too kid friendly.
The same as
Oh,
a shebang. As you do hers, but he denied it. And he said, "Bull, I don't treat him any bull." Oh, I'm sorry. He was calling him Bull like from Night Court.
Yes, Bull.
Bull, I don't treat him any different. You like that show?
Yes.
Not a bad show. I like that. I know Kurt resented that, and I think that's when a lot of his problems really began. Okay, back to speed reading. When Kurt was young, the kids in Aberdeen and Montesano usually fell into 3 categories: the jocks, the rockers, and the
metal
misfits. Close. Kurt fell somewhere between the later 2. Today, explain our young companions, there are still 3. Only the qualifications are now different. You're either a screecher, pothead, a tweaker, crystal meth addict, or a junkie.
Yeah, you could be a dick.
A heroin or crack.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
That's
These guys, I don't know, they were South Central Aberdeen. Now they wrote, "we realize." Now I think they misspelled it here. This is a misspelling. Realize is spelled with a Z.
No, realize is spelled with a pen.
S? See, they wrote it with an S here. Kids, look it up. This is your word of the day.
No, it's...
You look it up online.
Yeah, it's R-E...
It's with a Z.
Hold on. It's with a Z, yes.
They spell it with an S here. I think
Well,
we have to
I'm
call
glad
them.
you realize that.
This is the first mistake. It's actually like the second. Okay,
You
Donnie Collier.
realize that.
I'm proofreading for this for them.
Oh, boy.
Donnie Collier is definitely a screecher. When the first thing he asks us is whether we have any of that good Canadian weed. Oh, you know what? I should do a voice like a... Who did I just do?
Chelsea Handler?
No. Good Canadian weed. Our new friends have brought us to meet Collier at his little house in North Aberdeen because he was supposedly real tight with Kurt. It soon became apparent that it wasn't so much Collier who was friends with Kurt, but rather his uncle, Dale Crover, a member of a local band called the Melvins.
Wait, what?
The guy, they're hanging out with 3 kids, and then one of them says he knows Kurt, but he doesn't know Kurt. But his uncle is actually Dale Crover. And
Who's uncle?
The writers of this book... Okay, this is good for the audience, too. The writers of this book are visiting Aberdeen.
You need to clarify.
They run into 3 kids. They give them a ride. They start talking to them, and they talk about Kurt Cobain. And then one of the kids says he knows Kurt Cobain, but they don't really believe him. But it turns out the kid's uncle is Dale Crover, a member of a local band called the Melvins, and later Nirvana's first drummer. And he was actually good in a Paper Cut song. No, it was a Paper Cut.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. That's like the best. And they left it off the album, Bleach. That's why I hate.
No, they did.
No, that one song. Yeah, they did. No. What was it? Pen Cap Shoe. I love that song.
Oh, thank God.
They left it off the album. Idiots. That's one of his best riffs ever.
I'm going to be in a band called the Amazing Teds.
I gotta cut that part out later. All right. Kurt had developed a love for pop music at an early age through listening to his favorite bands, the Beatles, the Mamas and the Papas, and the Monkees.
There you go.
On his Aunt Mary's old hi-fi.
Yep.
Despite or because of his constant drum banging, none of his relatives had ever thought young Kurt had much musical affinity.
And he didn't.
Everybody just assumed he was going to be an artist after one of his drawings made it into the school paper when he was 6. But as he became increasingly alienated from his father's new family, music, not art, became his refuge. Don was into rock and roll in a big way, and he had joined the Columbia Music House. Get 12 records for only a cent. When the records began to arrive, Kurt discovered a heavier sound than the bubblegum pop he had always loved. It soon brought him into contact with a new circle of friends, a group of heavy metal potheads.
Yes, all right.
Much older than himself, who would come over to listen to and exchange records by the likes of Kiss, Aerosmith, and Black Sabbath. After they turned me on to that music, Kurt later recalled, I started turning into this little stoner kid. I can't do a Kurt voice. I don't know. That's pretty good. By the time he got his first guitar from Uncle Chuck, Chuck Dukowski, on his 14th birthday, Kurt had already decided he was going to be a rock star.
Chuck man.
When he began, so his first guitar ever was from his Uncle Chuck.
Yes.
When he began taking guitar lessons, he only wanted to play. He liked
AC/DC.
I'll tell him to write that in there. They missed that.
Yeah.
I'll call him up. We'll recall all the books.
Stairway to Hell by AC/DC.
He only wanted to play Led Zeppelin. Come on, baby, that's my Led Zeppelin impression. I was trying to do what's it? Whole Lot of Love. Come on now. How does it go? It's been so long since I've listened to them.
I don't know.
Do a Whole Lot of Love. The first part.
A Whole Lot of Love?
No, the first part. Not the chorus. I'm not going to do it on the chorus. Not the hard part.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The first part, the verse part, where you first start singing. What does he say? You've listened to it a million times. Hey, baby.
Cool?
Hey. No, that's the end of it.
No.
The beginning of
cool.
No, that's it.
Baby, I'm not fool.
I was just about to say it. No, he said, no, baby, I'm what? I keep going in the wrong.
I don't know.
Hey, baby. Hey, it starts with hey, baby. Hey, baby.
Way down inside.
You're singing the end of it. I'm singing
that's the beginning.
Hey, baby, want you something? Get out the lyrics. Somebody give me the lyrics of Whole Lot of Love. It's not like we have this worldwide
hold on.
connection.
We have a caller. James.
Hey, baby. That's all I know. Recalls War Mason,
Kentucky.
the guitarist in Wendy's Brothers Chuck's band, who remembers the little blonde kid watching when we jammed. Mason still runs ads all over Aberdeen inviting locals to study with the man who taught Kurt Cobain to play guitar. That's an impressive. That's an impressive thing to write on your ad.
That's pretty good.
Even if you didn't teach him, even if you just gave it to him, like that's impressive. Like I can't play, but I gave him his guitar. Okay. Chuck paid Mason $125 for an old Gibson Explorer.
Good old Chuck.
And gave it to Kurt as a present. The first lesson, I asked Kurt if he could play anything, and he said yes, recalls Mason.
AC/DC.
He played... No, there's no AC/DC in this.
Yeah, well, then the hook is wrong.
I asked Kurt if he could play anything, and said yes, recalls Mason. He played Louie Louie on one string. Kurt later admitted that a lot of his songs were based on Louie Louie. I hate that song.
Louie Louie.
You like it? I hate that.
That's okay.
I hate it.
It's kind of annoying.
It's very annoying.
It's as annoying as the person reading this book.
And every cover of it is annoying. That's how annoying it is. I don't know why people cover it. Which has a 1-4-5 chord progression. When asked him his goal, he said he wanted to master Stairway to Heaven. His favorite band at the time was ELO.
What? ELO?
Not AC/DC, my friend.
Oh, the book's
Years
on.
later, Kurt was furious when he read an interview with Mason in Rolling Stone revealing Kurt's early love for Led Zeppelin and other mainstream bands. He was also peed off that I said he was a nice kid, recalls Mason. Although bands like the Sex Pistols and the Ramones had already pioneered a musical revolution that would one day change his life, punk rock still had not permeated the Aberdeen scene.
I got something. Keep reading, player.
You know, it would be really annoying for all our listeners if I kept pronouncing Aberdeen. I should do
Well,
it.
you keep saying Montesota.
Yeah, it's a stupid name. I don't know. There's an A in it. There's no. It's not Montesino. All right.
Here you go.
It's not Montecito. It's not El Monte.
Now I can play this.
It's not
because
Del Monte.
of the there's no bass in this.
All right.
Bass.
Oh, hello, Hottie on the TV.
Now start reading.
All right. It's just literally physically hurting my knee. I can't. My words going to come out of my mouth when he's, by the age of 15, unable to get along with Don's wife. Yeah, you're going to be sound effects. Your sound. Your music and sound. Don't play anything copyright problems.
This isn't.
Yeah, don't play any. Hey, mama, won't you sing that? I don't get to remember the second part of that. All I got is hey, mama. By the age of 15, ooh, rape scene coming up. Holy moly! Woo!
Oh, man, that's hot.
Whoa!
And
Ooh,
that's how we get it on.
that's some nice denim.
Yeah.
This movie's off the chain. All right. Okay.
Okay. You know who that chick is, right?
Who? The one in the hay?
That chick.
No, I don't. She looks like
Take a guess.
she looks like the chick in that movie that starts moaning with that comedian.
It's a big movie.
I don't know her. I don't know this chick.
You don't know who that is.
I'm sorry, sir.
She's in one of the biggest films in the 80s.
Never seen her.
That's
All right.
Linda Hamilton.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is.
Get out of here.
No, I live here. You get out of here.
Okay.
That is Linda Hamilton.
It's not Linda Hamilton. It might be named Linda Hamilton, but that's not the Linda Hamilton. All right. By the age
From
of able to
Montesano.
get along with Don's wife and his stepsiblings, Kurt was shuttling back and forth between his parents' houses. But his parents' patience with his increasingly rebellious behavior grew thin, especially after Kurt was arrested for spray painting homosexual sex rules on the side of a local bank. I guess they didn't want rules there.
It's not. It's homo.
That's what I said.
No, you said sexual.
Homosexual.
In the other books, it was homo. Homo. Sex.
You're saying some people say he wrote homosex rules?
Homo sex rules. This book is
Homo
full of lies.
Wow. On the side of a local sperm bank. Just kidding. An act more reflective of his penchant for peeing off the locals.
No,
That's a bad word too. I want to. That's not Linda Hamilton.
Yes,
Get out
it
of your
is.
cranium. All right. The locals then of his sexual
Look at
organ.
that.
The guy wearing a wife beater.
Yeah, sexy boy. No, the chick, dum-dum.
Yeah, right. She was way behind her. You didn't even see her.
Oh, please. Put on your glasses there, old timer.
All right. He didn't have much use for the sermons.
I got a fart.
Well, now take this. Might be the first on an audiobook. All right. When Wendy sent him to stay with, let me get through this.
What?
Just don't. You don't have to listen. Let me just get through this.
All right.
Wendy sent him to stay with a long series of relatives, including his grandparents, who brought him to church with them every Sunday.
Love.
He didn't have much use for the sermons recalled. Is that what they're singing? Is that what she's singing?
I have no idea what she's saying.
He didn't have much use for the sermons, recalls Leland, but he loved the music. And for a time, Kurt even joined. This is actually a tape of Kurt Cobain singing his first songs, recalls Leland. But he loved the music, and for a time, Kurt even joined the choir. And this is the tape we're playing for you now,
Yes.
where he may have honed his soon-to-be distinct vocal abilities. And then, at the age of 16, Kurt Cobain discovered punk. courtesy of a friend named... You know this one. You know this one.
Well, don't tell me.
You know this one.
Buzz.
Wrong. Give you another chance. You're close. You're close. You're in the same city. Same area.
Same city.
Of course, because they're all from there, but...
Chris Novoselic.
Wrong. Number 2. Come on, you can get this. Where did he discover punk from? Come on.
Cream magazine.
Cream magazine? No. Let me give you one hint. You get one hint. You follow him on Instagram.
Matt Lukin?
Yes, you got it. By George, you got it. Good boy. Courtesy of a friend named Matt Lukin.
Folks, if you want to see what I look like, look at Matt Lukin on Instagram. We look like brothers.
Whom Kurt had met in the most unlikely of places. They were both on the same Little League baseball team that Kurt had joined to please his father, or so he later claimed, lest anybody accuse him of being a jock. Matt was the bassist for a local band mockingly named after a mentally handicapped Thriftway employee called Melvin.
Speck. Melvin.
Who liked to climb on roofs. The year before, Kurt had been in the same high school art class as Melvin's leader, Buzz Osborne, when it had still been a Jimi Hendrix The Who cover band. But in the interval, the band had been turned on to the angry, rebellious sounds of punk. Just the right music to say F off to all those they had grown to detest. The local rednecks, the jocks, the stoners, and most of all, their parents.
Yes.
Lukin and Osborne began to lend Kurt their precious cachet of punk and new wave tapes, along with their most prized possession, a Sex Pistols photo book.
Oh no.
Before long, he joined the other Klingons. What happened? What's going on? The movie end? That was the end of the movie?
That was the end of the film.
How long was this movie? It was like 5 minutes?
It's like
a
20 minutes? I think it's 20 minutes.
What is this? It's not even doing anything. What are you doing? Get to work.
No, it's over.
We'll put something else on. We can't stare at a blue screen all night. You got the audio, now let's get the visual. Get going, kid.
You want the visual?
I want the visual. Not visual.
Okay.
What kind of movie? What are we watching? It was like 3 minutes. What is that?
That's what she
It
said.
was a good scene, though. It was good hot chick. A good sex scene. I don't know, but that was a weird ending. I didn't even see credits. You're wrong. Something's wrong. There was no credits.
Oh.
Yeah, something's up.
Oh, what? Was only the
You
hammer?
switched the input.
I'm selling this. This is
Can
a terrible
I
movie.
move this table? I can't see.
No, you can't.
Well, can I move the couch? I can't leave.
No.
I'm like reaching all over. I was in a harrowing accident last
Here.
night. Okay. From now on, now we're doing Seinfeld voice for the. Wait a minute.
Hey, Jerry! I can't do it.
That's like Seinfeld when he was 13.
Jeez.
Now you messed me up. I lost my Seinfeld voice.
Oh, there you go.
That's what I was looking for. Kurt wrote in his journal after he saw the band play for the first time, behind the local Thriftway. I came to the promised land of a grocery store.
And who are these people?
A grocery store parking lot, and I found my special purpose. 20 years later, Donnie Collier, nephew of the Melvins drummer, takes a long hit off his pipe and proceeds to share his memories of Kurt, whom he met at the Melvins sessions.
Sure.
There was a bunch of us who'd go over after school while the band rehearsed and just hang out. Sometimes he'd jam with the band, but he still wasn't very good. They didn't pay very much attention to him, I don't think. But they were the coolest guys in town. Yeah. And anybody who hung around with them was automatically considered cool. At least we thought so.
Yeah. Hey, wait, let me get my trench coat. Go all mod.
I think it's about the only place where Kurt really fitted in. Fitted in?
Oh, I
guess
you realize that.
That's what he says. It's not me. You always read that Kurt was... I can do a voice like once and then I lose it. Really quiet, but I never really noticed that. There was this nerdy guy, Scotty Karate, who would come over and hang out all the time.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Scotty Karate.
Yeah, that's awesome. You never thought of that?
That's my new name, Scotty Karate.
Original.
God, this movie is...
It's good. I like this movie. It's a lot of...
You can buy it.
I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure I like it that much. Kurt would sort of pick on him, just rag on him constantly. He could be a bit of a bully. He was pretty nice to me, though. Maybe because my uncle was in the band. He used to sell me pot. Kurt wasn't a big-time dealer or anything, but he'd always have a little extra that he'd sell to make some money. Collier has run out of the homegrown he has been using to fill the pipe that has been going around the room for the past 20 minutes. He offers to take the lot of us to Kurt Cobain Bridge, so nicknamed because Kurt immortalized it in the heartbreaking song Something in the Way,
Yes.
and would later claim to have slept under it when his mother... This is an overrated bridge.
Which is bogus, by the way.
Later claimed to have slept under it when his mother threw him out of the house.
Yeah.
Recent accounts, fueled by the denials of Kurt's sister Kim, have suggested the stories are a myth.
See?
Ah.
Yes.
That Kurt never really slept under the bridge at all, but that he had embellished the stories to make his youth seem more unhappy. Nah, the only myth is that it was the Wishkar Bridge he was sleeping under, explains Collier, or Collier, I don't know, referring to the massive bridge you have to cross to enter Aberdeen.
Yeah.
You can't sleep under that
No,
bridge.
because you'll drown.
The tide would wash you away.
Yeah, you drown.
Why? It's amazing.
I know, isn't it?
Instead,
I wrote this book.
yeah, Collier takes us to a much smaller structure known
Even though I
as
forgot what Tom's last name is, which is Grant, by the way.
North Aberdeen Bridge, and we climb down a path to the fetid, is it fetid? Fetid.
Thesis.
Wishkar River,
The
through
Wishkar.
thorny brambles and bushes, to
Oh
emerge
my.
on a spacious rocky slope sheltered by the span. Here's where he slept, says Collier, his words occasionally drowned out by the rumbling of the cars overhead. Just about every kid around Aberdeen ends up sleeping here at one time or another. Anybody who says Kurt didn't sleep here doesn't know what they're talking about.
No way, Jose.
It's dry. It's pretty warm.
Warm.
And you can pitch a tent.
Oh, I'm doing that right now.
I used to pitch a tent every morning. And I haven't done that for like a decade now. Kurt would sometimes spend a couple nights... You messed up my voice! Kurt would sometimes spend a couple of nights at a time under here whenever his mother threw him out. Then, if it got too damp or miserable, he'd this is so boring, end up sleeping on somebody's floor, but it's a good place to play guitar. The acoustics are perfect.
Let's get to the good
One
stuff.
of the girls, Angela, who's been with us all afternoon, tells us she slips under the bridge for 5 days in 1995 after her own parents banished her from the house. It was dry, but it wasn't very warm. She remembers I froze my ASS off. The remnants of the small cooking fire and abandoned sleeping bag suggest that
Whoa.
somebody has indeed been sleeping
Wait a minute.
here in the not-too-distant past, but it
Someone's
isn't
getting shot.
the only sign of human activity, judging by the graffiti adorning every available inch of the concrete columns, walls, and ceiling. We are the first to make the pilgrimage under this bridge, searching for Kurt's ghost by the banks of the Wishkar. Everything I ever knew, I learned from Nirvana. Thank you, Kurt. Scribbled one fan. Kurt
Insane.
lives. Another had spray painted among the hundreds of sentiments paying homage to their musical hero, who immediately knows the same 3-word graffito. Who killed
Is a
Kurt?
shit.
Sprayed, painted, and scrawled like a nagging whisper from at least 10 different locations. Donnie Collier, however, doesn't give much credence to the murder theories. When I knew him, he certainly didn't seem like the kind of guy who would end up killing himself.
Yeah, no way.
But who knows what happened after he left here, he shrugs.
Yeah, what are
Nothing
you gonna
surprised me about the world, but I doubt if he was murdered.
do? Yeah,
I guess he just couldn't take it anymore.
no way.
One of the kids weighs in.
Yeah.
Who'd want to kill themselves growing up here? It
Right.
rains all the time. There's nothing to do. He was a junkie, and junkies die here practically every day.
Yeah.
It's so common.
They die
The
hard.
paper doesn't even bother
Junkies
reporting it
die
anymore.
hard.
She's holding the baby in her arms so that he doesn't accidentally step on a dirty syringe. She says, "But we don't see any needles. Just a lot of cigarette butts." Wait a minute, that's and
You
a
should
few
be doing
people.
this. Drama.
Why do you stay here, we ask? Do you ever dream of escaping? Or escaping, as our darker brethren say.
Right. There's
She
an
looks,
X, sir.
she looks incredulous before responding meekly, "Where would I go?" As we emerge from under the bridge, the kids ask us if we want to meet Kurt's daughter.
What?
This is an odd question, since Kurt's daughter, Frances Bean, is 11 years old and is known to live in Los Angeles.
Wait,
No! He has an illegitimate daughter by a local girl that he slept with when he was still lived here, Angela claims. She looks just like him, and she used to say all the time that Kurt was her dad. Most people think it's true. Skeptical, we decline the
Wait, did you
invitation.
skip?
No. She says we know somebody who's Kurt's daughter, illegitimate daughter, not Courtney daughter.
Oh, okay.
But skeptical, we declined the invitation. After we dropped them off downtown, thankfully, I hate these kids in the story. After we dropped them off downtown and shell out some cash so the kids can get a 40-ounce ounce can of beer, the drink of choice in these parts, and Scott also. We head to a local bar. We head to a local bar where we had been told we could hook up. Why'd you cut off the sound? I like the sound.
All right, hold on.
I need sound effects.
Hold on.
I'm just getting in the group.
Look,
Look,
there's some sound effects coming out of my ass pretty soon.
well, you could turn on the TV so we can
All right.
cover that. Why? You just everything was going on. We were on a roll. Everything was good. What are you turning everything off for?
Calm down.
It's dead. It's too quiet. I gotta smoke.
Yeah.
Speak, come softly.
Oh.
Speak. How's that song go? I forget everything when I come here.
You need cooling.
No. Come softly. That 50s song.
What?
That's 50s song that's like, come softly to me. It's like a doo-wop song. The girl sings, lady sings.
Come softly to me.
Yeah, something like that.
Come softly on me. What?
Why did you turn everything off? Why? What is the reason? Just put on low volume.
There.
Speak soft. No, that's something. All right. If you know the name of that song, call in. We'll get you a T-shirt and a big. You know what's cool about your 7-Eleven? It had truckers hats. I never see those selling at 7-Eleven anymore.
I told them to do that.
They had truckers hats. They had like different sections of pastry. Do you ever go in there?
Kid, come on now.
No. I mean, so I go to a 7-Eleven by my place. It's nothing. It's like a regular 7-Eleven. This place was like a gourmet 7-Eleven. It's awesome.
Nice, yes.
It's got like a lot of different, like all different. I wanted to buy sunglasses. I don't even wear sunglasses. It was just great. All right. Yeah, I bought like chili gummies. I've never had them, but I had to buy them because I was like, why is this here? All right. It was good. It was good. That thing was good. It was good. It was Kurt Cobain singing in the choir. It was good. All right, fine. You don't want to? All right.
Was he singing a whole lot of love?
No, singing. Come softly to me. You know what I'm singing, right? It's like familiar, right?
No, I've never.
It's a 50s song. It's like famous 50s song. It's a
softly.
Come softly. I can't remember how it goes.
Persian? Is it Persian?
You never even listened to that. Like, why you mention you don't listen to that
I've
music?
heard Persian.
Stop talking about that band. You don't listen to the guy. It's
Satan.
I'm embarrassing my podcast. Keep the subjects.
We're the only ones that listen to the podcast.
We don't even listen to the podcast.
That's right, we don't.
All right. After I saw that nobody was listening, I was like, this thing must be garbage. I'm not going to listen to it if nobody else is listening to it. All right. Where are we now? All right. 6 nights a week, each evening in a different location, Dave Reed organizes what appears to be the chief source of entertainment in these parts. Karaoke. Or as the idiots say, karaoke. We arrive at Trio's Bar in downtown Aberdeen, where the night's program is already well underway. You know Michael Beardsley? He does karaoke.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Well, that's why he's not an actor anymore.
He's not. Why do you say that?
Michael Beardsley, the guy in your...
Yeah, he's still an actor. Why do you say that? Huh? You got a problem with Michael Beardsley?
Yeah, I do, bitch.
Why do you say he doesn't act? It's
See, I
randomly?
haven't seen him in anything.
Well, that doesn't mean he's not acting. He's out
To me, he's not an actor.
rehearsals every day. He's like
Hey.
he's still doing it. He's out there like struggling. He's a struggling actor. That's what it
He's
is.
no Brad Pitt.
No, but he does karaoke. And the other thing is he goes to goth bars and dances. He's got like a wild side, the boy. And he's interesting because like he never drank until his 40s. And all of a sudden
What?
one day he started drinking. Like he just started, I think a rum with Coke or something. And he started drinking. He's my hero. The guy's awesome. He goes to goth clubs and he wears like a choker.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes and he's like, he could be a goth. He's very pale. He's like ultra pale. And he's like,
No,
but
I
he's
don't
so
remember that.
gawky. He's so like, huh?
So what?
He's so like nerdy. Like he's like a perfect nerd. But then he's a really nice guy.
Nerds!
But yeah, he does karaoke.
What has Michael...
Anybody says karaoke is a complete moron. People say karaoke because they want to. It's like they want to say the Japanese like it's karaoke. It's like saying sushi is sushi or something. Like it's karaoke. All right. It's fun, say karaoke. That's why it's popular. Because of the way it's spelled. A lot of words are like that. Karaoke, Cobain. Okay, that was dumb.
Well, it's spelled with a K.
All right.
That's Ari Gross.
Okay, now
by the
it's
way.
too loud. Now the guys are like speaking all over me. The people are having fun. The first indication since we arrived that not everybody in this town considers it a redneck backwater. This is too much. This is too much. I'm sorry. I'm
What are you doing? Don't, because
you make the volume. This guy's louder than me right now.
loud, soft.
Devoid of culture, as an overweight middle-aged woman finishes screeching an out-of-tune version of Brown-Eyed Girl. The room erupts with cheers and encouragement. A 50-something man sporting a purple tie-dye t-shirt and a long beaded braid almost to his waist adjusts.
You think you're
the
listening
mic.
to like a Candlemass song?
What are these bands you don't even know? Why are you name dropping these
Have you
bands?
heard
you don't,
Candlemass?
I have heard Candlemass. I know you don't listen to them. I don't listen to them. I don't know why you
Yeah,
mention.
well, who's Candlemass?
Who are you trying to be cool for? Well, I listen to Birds and Candlemass, man. That's all I listen to.
Candlemass is...
It's a band. All the people that want to be into Doom name drop because they want to say they listen to Candlemass is awful Doom. That's what Candlemass is. It's not even Doom. It's like
You
rock.
don't know. You're not cool at all.
I am cool. That's
No,
the
you're not.
that's the
You
problem.
don't
Nobody
listen
knows
to
that I
Candlemass.
actually am cool. This is Dave Reed, the man who is said to have been like a father. Everybody's related to Kurt Cobain in this book, like in
I
this
am.
whole town.
Oh, actually, I got a story about him.
All right. Well,
Seriously.
feel free, my friend.
Really?
The
Okay.
mic is open. All right, that was great. This is Dave.
I have an uncle.
Linda Hamilton's getting crazy.
I know.
Oh,
Unbeknownst
I
to
heard.
me, I found out maybe 5 years ago or
It's time for
something.
me to go to sleep.
I have an Uncle Jimmy.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
Okay? Now, Uncle Jimmy
This is going to be longer than the book.
is...
You saw how I was speed reading through that. Why don't you speed tell this story?
I did. I'm done with
Okay,
it.
that's good.
See how fast
Uncle
that
Jim,
was?
what's... The kid's a Muslim.
I don't know. Anyways, I have an aunt.
Look
Let
at
me
that
see if I
little,
can
that little
find
kid is wearing some hot... All right, you know what?
And
You know what really
she
tides my
married
eye?
into... Oh, guess what Jimmy's last name is?
All right,
Cool.
you had your
Of course.
allotment of time, my
No,
friend.
no.
You had your... You're worse than this book
Jimmy's
going
last
into
name
family genealogies, right?
Jimmy's last name is Corson. Courson.
Which is close to Courtney, which is about the book we're reading.
No. Because Kurt Cobain's real last name is Corson.
Oh, no, you're not.
It is.
You're not saying that on
Yes,
there.
it is. Watch, I'll show you on my phone.
Okay, Scott.
Seriously.
Scott just said that Kurt Cobain's last
Scotty
name
Karates.
is really
Corson.
Kurt Corson.
They changed it.
You know,
to
I
Cobain.
know what the problem is. You got it mixed
Okay.
up with Corbin Burns.
That's it. Yes. And his sons
So far, we've named Night Court and Corbin
and
Burnson.
his sons were in that.
And Burzum
And his sons
is related to Corbin Burzum.
Yes, and his sons were in a band called the Nelsons.
Similar to the Melsons.
That's
the
it, the
Melvins.
The Melsons.
She's hot. She's not.
Linda Hamilton?
No, yeah, she's hot. That's
No,
she's more
that's
hottie.
just scary.
I like her.
I'm gonna.
That's the goth look. That's a good.
Look.
All right, can I read now?
Watch, hold on.
Let me
hold
just
on.
read. Yeah, you can go on the phone while I
Wait,
read.
you said to interrupt you. Now I'm
Yeah,
interrupting
yeah. You can interrupt. You can read.
Okay, how tall do you think Kurt Cobain
I didn't know the
was?
story was how tall. I don't know. He seems like he'd be. See, I seem taller than I am, because hypothetically I'm 5'8". I think he's about probably the same. He's probably 5'7" or something. Okay.
Kurt Corson is.
Kurt, we're calling him Kurt. It's official now. It's
It is.
There's a lot of things we
watch.
need to change. We now got to change a lot of album covers now.
Watch this.
Now that you've found this out for everybody,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to.
Through marriage, I might be related to Kurt Cobain.
Oh man, I didn't know.
Yes.
I knew there were twists in this story, but I didn't know we were going to go that far. You want some chips or something? I got some.
No, I'm fine. All right, let me see.
Whoa, man! This movie's no holds barred, man.
No, it's not. It's called Skull.
Jesus,
Wait, where's your boobs?
it's good enough. I've learned to lower my standards. Oh. Man, you guys are turning me into a criminal by making all this rape and stuff seem so sexy.
See? Kurt Corson.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Real name.
Can I move this so that this is not in the way of your mic? Because I'm afraid it's not picking up your audio.
What is?
It's just like the mic is right here, so I don't know.
You
I
can
was
buy
gonna-
that? Look at stuff you can buy on my table.
You show it to me. There's so much stuff here. I don't know. You can like do a show and tell and show
Alright,
me
I'll
stuff
show you.
while I'm reading.
But I might be related through marriage to Kurt Cobain's family.
Well, any sort of credibility this podcast had just
Okay, wait.
went down the tubes. Have I seen this? This looks good.
What is it?
Glamour Photography Magazine.
Yeah.
Pre-Meyer issue. Did you see this?
Premiere.
No, not according to this.
No.
This is like the Corson, Kurt Corson. They're like, no, this is the way it's really spelled.
No,
it's
hold
spelled
on.
Pre-Meyer. All right, this is the Pre-Meyer issue. All right, we can't hold on a podcast, dude.
Yeah, we're going to. Look.
Dead air. You tell me to look, but when I look, all I see is you looking on your phone. What is there to look at?
Oh, see? There's gunfire.
Why does that guy talk like a black man?
I don't know.
Oh, she's hot. Now I got a third guy confused with Telly Savalas and Ray. What's his name? Vic Tabak. All right. Eat my grits. All right.
No.
Eat my curds.
Kiss.
Can I please read? I mean, this is all the time I could have been reading. You look what you're looking for. I lost my place. All right. Living for months at a time in alleys, under bridges, and in friends' garages, his mother had taken up with a new boyfriend, a heavy-drinking, womanizing, hot-tempered longshoreman named Pat O'Connor, whom Kurt despised, and she didn't want anything to do with her son. He tried living with his father for a few months, but things were no better than before. He's got more accents than me. All right.
You, are we gross?
Kurt had recently made friends with a boy named Jesse Reed, the teenage son of evangelical Christians, and began a period of his life that he would not be anxious to discuss in later years. One would be hard-pressed to find any evidence in his soul-bearing lyrics or soon-to-be frequent interviews about his Aberdeen youth that Kurt Cobain had found Jesus, become a born-again Christian, and had even baptized at the age of 17. He had even been baptized at the age of 17. Among the chroniclers dissecting the evolution of his drug use, few noted that he spent a portion of his teenage years lecturing friends about the evils of drugs as an abomination against Christ. It was during this period that Dave Reed and his wife Ethel invited Kurt to live with their family at the Reed's large home in North River, a few miles outside of Aberdeen.
Sure.
Did you know that about Corson?
Yes, I did. In fact, I have an interview with Jimmy. Or Jesse.
No.
My bad. Jesse Reed.
Oh, Jimmy
I'll show-
Jesse. I thought you, just Jesse.
It's
Jimmy.
Jimmy Jesse.
Jimmy Jesse Reeds.
Yeah.
Jimmy Jesse was he a,
Yeah,
was he a
who-
outlaw? Was he an outlaw? Jesse.
No, he was
Jesse
in
James?
Cattle Mass.
Cattle Mass.
A Cattle Mass.
Cattle Massacre.
Cattle Massacre, that's it.
It's a good band. All right. His family life was a master, calls Reed, who was a Christian.
And they played
Catholic
with a band
band.
called Corson.
He had big
Who
problems with
changed the
his
name to Persian.
mother and his. Boy, you're gonna have a rough road with that one. Trying to convince people Kurt Cobain's name is Kurt Corson.
It's almost midnight. Give me a break.
It's gonna be a long,
Half
it's
asleep.
a long uphill. I'm not going with you on that uphill.
Okay. Look it up.
Evangelical quest to make people believe in Corson. He and my son were always together, so I asked him if he wanted to stay with us. He jumped at the
she's
chance.
naked.
I think Kurt saw me as a Ned Flanders type guy, although I don't think The Simpsons were even airing yet. I was with the South Aberdeen Baptist Church. Kurt became a born-again Christian through my son Jesse James and our family environment. He went to church almost every time the door was open. I was a youth group leader, and Kurt would always come to church with Jesse. For a while, he took Christian life very seriously, but mostly he was into art, horses, and music. By this time, Kurt had dropped out of high school and entered what he would later call his aimless years. For hours on end, he would sit in the local library reading voraciously or writing the poems that would eventually form the lyrics to many familiar Nirvana songs. Hilary Richrod, the reference librarian at Aberdeen's Timberland Library, recalls Kurt coming every day and reading for hours at a time. It's hard to miss him. He usually had multicolored hair, and that kind of struck out in a town like Aberdeen. The most significant byproduct of his church-going period was Kurt's burgeoning friendship with the gawky teenage giant named Chris Novoselic.
I'll get rid of
Now, is it Novoselic or Novoselic? Outside of that.
Novoselic.
Selic, okay. Novoselica,
Like as in Tom Selleck.
who attended the same church as the Reeds. Kurt and Chris had met in high school, but it was while attending the same church, which Chris joined because he was dating a Christian girl at the time, that they actually bonded, says Reed. Jesse Reed, who was also a musician, invited Kurt over one day to jam with him and Kurt. You could say that the roots of Nirvana began in our house, says Reed, himself a former musician who had played in a group called the Beachcombers with Kurt's uncle Chuck. Kurt was really into his music. He practiced all the time, and he was writing a lot of songs. He wanted to be a star. He said it all the time. A former member of the Beachcombers had gone on to become a promo man for Capitol Records in Seattle, and after Kurt learned of Reed's connection, he became obsessed with meeting the executive and launching a music career. Before long, Kurt's flirtation with Christianity waned. He resumed smoking pot, and an indignant Dave Reed eventually threw him out when Kurt broke a window one night after he had lost his key. But a small miracle had happened while he was there. Kurt began to believe that he could get out of Aberdeen and that his escape route might be rock and roll. Before long, he and Chris had formed a band with a drummer friend named Aaron Burkhard, rehearsing constantly in a room. This is like Mad Libs above the downtown beauty salon operated by Chris's mother.
Mom.
No, mother.
Okay.
By the end of our weekend in Kurt's hometown, we had come no closer in determining whether the rejection and alienation of his dysfunctional youth had led inexorably to his self-demise. To each person we talked to who had known him when he was young, we posed the question. Each in turn said they saw no real signs of self-destruction, but blamed whatever happened after he left, perhaps unwilling or unable to indict the community to which they still clung. With the exception of Kurt's first guitar teacher, Warren Mason, who said he just couldn't see him doing that at that point in his life. None doubted that he had killed himself. Dave Reed tells us to look elsewhere if we ever hope to make sense of Kurt's death, saying, "It was his fame that killed him." Kurt Cobain had always wanted to be famous. That was the one thing virtually everybody we talked to in his hometown agreed on. Hey, me too. When he finally got his wish in 1991, it was, and wasn't, what he expected. He finally escaped Aberdeen for good in 1987, shortly after his 20th birthday. He had moved to the state capital, Olympia, 30 miles up the road, to live with his first serious girlfriend, Tracy
Miranda.
Good. And discover... It's amazing how you can hear me in your sleep. You're just like my aunt. She can hear stuff in what would later be described as a spiritual mecca. The ultra-hip college town where the bohemians... You know that song? You don't have to be a bohemian. I can't sing anything here. You know that song, right? The 50s.
No.
The novelty song. It don't matter if you're a bohemian. Look these songs up. You're always on your phone when I'm here. Except when I'm doing... Look it up. Look. You don't have to be a bohemian. I don't care if you're a bohemian. It's a novelty song.
I have no
It's
idea
a
what you're
50s
talking.
song. You don't know that song?
No.
It doesn't matter if you're a bohemian. It doesn't matter if you wear a sweater or something.
That's it. That's
You don't... Look it up. Please look it up. Please look that one up. Look,
All
up,
right.
look up Bohemian novelty song from the 50s.
okay.
Actually, it's very important. Important to this story.
Alright.
It's probably the key to this story, if I may say. Outnumbered the rednecks. By the time he moved to Olympia,
Sure.
went on to scale. The band he and Chris had formed in Aberdeen had already played a few gigs.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I yawn. The first part of your song is like the halt. That part is kind of
Okay, Bohemian, what?
like a novelty song, 50s. But yeah, it should be fine with copyright. It's like 600 years old. And a number of incantations. It's in the lyrics.
Okay.
All right.
Ah, here it is. Okay, well, that's weird, dude. I swear to God.
Don't swear.
It says Bohemian Novelty Song.
Yeah.
Kurt Corson.
Shut your... I can't see from here.
Let's look. Well, what does it say underneath?
It's because you searched
No, I didn't. No, because look at the other stuff
Song
underneath.
Kurt Cobain.
But look at the other stuff underneath.
I can't see. You're holding it like you're... What are you doing to me?
Nothing here.
What do you want me to see? I can't see it. I can't see what you're saying. Should you just read it to me?
Okay. It says... Song The Streak. I never typed that in. Because you... Right? So I don't understand what's going on.
Well, play the Bohemian song. I hope that's not copyright. It might be. I don't know. I have no idea. All right.
Here we go.
Now we're getting meaty now. He's already starting a band, so we're deep into this, folks. No! Don't play that! Don't play that! Stop it!
I did.
Okay, it's like the most copyright, like the trouble song.
Oh,
Not that Bohemian song.
Oh.
50s, Jesus Christ! There goes my whole podcast right
No,
there.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Relax.
No, they take stuff down. I've had stuff taken down. There was a copyright struck on one of our whole podcasts where we watched the Aubrey Plaza movie. We played it and like they took it down, and that's like the most
Wait,
like
who took it down?
YouTube. They like blocked. They said
Well, then someone must have complained.
it's like random.
No, it's not. No.
It's random. People get away with stuff and then other stuff they don't. All right. Now we're deep into this. By the time we moved to Olympia, the band he and Chris had formed in Aberdeen had already played a few gigs under a number of incarnations, including
Ted, Ed, Fred.
Good. Next.
Couldn't catch you.
Okay, but they didn't write that here.
Brown towel.
Didn't write that one.
Brown cow.
No. Give me two other ones.
What are they?
Two other band names. Come on, you can get this. Come on, it's easy. Come on. What's the name of their demo?
Wit mattress.
Name of their demo. I'm talking about your lifestyle. I'm saying the demo. What's the name of their demo?
Bleach.
You say it all the time. It's
You're
not
an idiot.
fetal. It's not fetal. It's fee.
Bohemian.
It's not fee. It's not your femur. It's
The Corson tape.
fecal matter.
Fecal matter.
How do you know? You know that.
What happened to your voice there?
All right. And
You said-
the funny thing is they call
You
themselves.
know that. What was
I
that?
don't know. That was
What
me.
was
That wasn't your voice there.
What was that?
Scan Skid Row, which is funny because
Skid Row, yeah.
1987. I think Skid Row wasn't it? Weren't they out?
I
already?
have that demo.
Just don't even.
I'll show you.
Just don't even waste my time if you don't really have it.
I do. I'll
It's another band, Skid Row. You don't have the actual
Squid Row.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. When he wasn't practicing his music, Kurt continued to dabble in art, creating surreal landscapes covered with fetuses. I don't know why they spelled fetus F-O-E-T-U-S here.
No.
Yeah, they spelled it with like F-O-E, like the band.
Like the band.
And mangled animals are memorably a collage of photos of diseased vaginas that he found in medical textbooks.
Nice one.
With money Kurt saved from a part-time janitorial job, the band was able to record a demo at the studio of a former Navy engineer. This is just great. I'm glad you're deciding to play this, whatever you're playing there, instead of going like complete,
Well,
like
I'm getting
blocking
to it.
my audio. Thank you for completely,
Where you got
completely.
audio?
What is it? Not masking. You're not deciphering. What's the opposite of deciphering?
but
You're scrambling my podcast with your audio from your phone. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We don't know what
It's not like I
sound
just.
It's an experiment.
All right. My leg. Who designed this? There's no. The table is too far. I can't sit down. I can't sit here.
Well, yeah, you can. You can't move the
I was in
couch.
a life-threatening accident. You saw that
Oh.
accident. My back hurts right now, and my back usually hurts anyway.
Let me kiss it.
You got photos here.
Yeah.
Is that Kurt Cobain there? Kurt
Yeah.
Corson?
Okay, I get the course.
Corbin Burnson?
Yes, all that.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so reading about the murder of Corbin Burnson. the alleged murder of Corbin Burnson.
I'm still looking for Bohemian.
Great. Engineer named. I searched. You know what?
Jack and
If we were
Dino.
like lost in a
Jack
forest,
and Dino. What?
if we were lost in a forest, like in a snowy forest, and like we had
I'll kill you.
no supplies, and I sent you out to get supplies, I'd be like, just go straight to the cabin. Just go to the cabin and get the water and the food. And like I'd like be like 3 hours later. The cabin's like only 10 minutes away. I'd be like, where is this idiot? And I like come looking for you, and you're like off into the side of the cabin, like looking at some branches or something. That's what.
No, you watch People's Court.
That's what it is when I tell you to go look for something online. Like it's like just that's how it is.
Bohemian novelty.
Not Rhapsody.
No. Novelty.
Okay, Jack and Dino.
Song. That's what it said.
With money, Kurt. Now this is the stuff I'm interested. I love this stuff. With money, Kurt saved from a part-time janitorial
Menopause
job.
Rhapsody?
Huh? It's not Rhapsody. It's Bohemian. It's nothing to do with Rhapsodies.
Bohemian Like You?
It's a 50s song, so it's got to be like 1957 or something. It's got to have its year.
There's nothing here.
Oh Jesus! All right.
You
You don't have to. And I know all these songs. And when I come here, my brain
Obviously,
turns to
you
mush.
don't.
I can sing along with the song perfectly. It's a great song. You don't have to be. I can't.
you don't have to be
A
rich
bohemian.
to be mine.
No, it's even better than that song. You got to find it. It's really good. But maybe it's a blessing in disguise that we don't find it because it could be copyright issue or something. All right. Band was able to record a demo at the studio of a former Navy engineer named Jack Endino, who was impressed by Kurt's distinctive vocals and the band's hard-edged sound. Endino passed the demo to a friend named Jonathan Poneman, the head of a new Seattle indie label called Sub Pop. Around this time, the band finally settled on a permanent name. The story goes that Kurt had discovered Buddhism after watching a TV show about the Eastern religion and was enchanted by the idea of transcending the cycle of human suffering. He especially liked the name Buddhists gave to the concept of ultimate enlightenment.
Or Nirvana. Who?
By this time, he had also discovered a new drug. Since he was a teenager, Kurt had experienced intermittent stomach pains that would send him into paroxysms of agony without any warning. He saw an endless series of medical specialists.
That sounds like me.
But doctors were at a loss to explain. That's why, like, all geniuses have that problem, you know. But doctors were at a loss to explain what was causing the problem, which he later described to Details magazine. Imagine the worst stomach flu you ever had every single day. It was worse when I ate, because once the meal would touch that red area, I would hyperventilate, my arms would turn numb, and I would vomit. He had been offered heroin on a number of occasions, but he had always refused, in part because he was afraid of needles. For the most part, he still confined his drug use to pot, Percodan, and magic mushrooms.
There you go.
By the time he moved to Olympia, the stomach pain was unbearable.
Yep.
A local heroin dealer named Grunt told him that opiates were the ultimate painkiller. Chris Novoselic, who was himself battling alcoholism at the time, later recalled telling Kurt he was playing with dynamite.
You're playing with dynamite, Corson.
After Kurt called him to tell him he had just done heroin for the first time. Yay! Yeah, he did it a few times back then because he said it was the only thing that could get rid of the pain, confirms Kurt's best friend, Dylan Carlson, whom he first met in Olympia and was himself a junkie. But it wasn't a habit or anything, at least not back then. Things were looking up when Kurt heard that Sub Pop had agreed to record the band's first single, Love Buzz. I hate that song, by the way. What do you think of that song? What do you think of that song? Love Buzz.
I like it.
Awful.
Okay.
You have awful taste in that song, anyway. The first thing he did was to run into the streets yelling, "I'm gonna be a rock star! Nirvana rules!" An album followed titled Bleach, after the substance junkies employ to clean their needles
Frisco.
so they can be reused.
Yes,
Bleach Each was recorded for a grand total of
$606 and like 17 cents. Or
You
something.
got it! You got it! You're the grand winner! At Endino Studio. By this time, the struggling Sub Pop founders, Jonathan Poneman and
Bruce Pavitt,
already deep in debt, had decided that if the Seattle sound, or grunge, as it would soon be known, was going to find a wider audience, it would be necessary to first create a buzz in the UK, or UC, as we like to call it. That's how Seattle's most famous rock and roll descendant, Jimi Hendrix, first made a name for himself 2 decades earlier. In the United States, we're at the two-hour mark, folks. In the United States, alternative music was still a fringe movement, not sure why that matters, but confined to college stations and seedy clubs. The Sub Pop founders were determined to change that, borrowing money to fly in Everett True of the influential London music magazine Melody Maker to discuss their label's talent. They couldn't possibly have imagined how much this gambit would pay off. True would later become known as the godfather of grunge for a series of articles profiling Sub Pop and the burgeoning Seattle music scene. It may even have been True's seal of approval that started the train rolling for Nirvana, which he described in an article as the real thing. No rock star contrivance, no intellectual perspective, no master plan for world domination. Kurt Cobain is a great tunesmith, although still a relatively young songwriter. He wields a riff with passion. The music press descended on the city to see what all the fuss was about, and grunge, as the local music paper The Rocket described it, had soon surpassed the status of a happening regional scene to become a worldwide fashion craze. The mainstream music industry began to pay attention. A&R reps swept through town, cash and contracts in hand, looking to capitalize on what everyone was sure the next wave in music. Although a number of critics were decidedly unimpressed with Bleach, Rolling Stone describing it as undistinguished, relying on warmed-over 70s riffs, others declared Cobain a genius. Kurt was loving every second of it, recalls his best friend Dylan, himself a struggling musician. He kept saying they were going to be bigger than the Beatles. Everybody knew they were getting signed, and believe me, they were getting off on it. When you dream of being a rock star and it finally happens, I guess nothing really beats it. When Nevermind, Nirvana's second release, vaulted past Michael Jackson's Dangerous in December 1991 to occupy #1 on the Billboard charts, music journalists scrambled for an explanation. How could a supposedly alternative band sell 3 million albums in 4 months? A year earlier, the band had signed an unprecedented deal with Geffen Records that gave Nirvana a complete control. It wasn't the $1 million advance that other labels were offering, but Kurt and his bandmates were ecstatic. They had been spared the noose of corporate rock they all feared when the majors came courting following the explosion of the Seattle music scene during the late 80s. They would be able to make the kind of album they wanted to make, not the overproduced commercial CRAP they had so often scorned, at least in the company of their indie rock friends. They could hand in a 60-minute tape of the band defecating, and Geffen would have to release it, Kurt joked. What they actually did instead was go into the studio and record an inspired punk ode to the band's pop roots, an album that would soon be recognized as a masterpiece. It still sounded like noise to most people over 30, the feedback and hard-driving guitar drowning out the catchy musical bridges unless you listened closely enough. I'm not sure about that. I think it's pretty clean sounding. First song I remember hearing from Nirvana was probably Come As You Are or Lithium. I think I saw the video for it and didn't really notice it because I wasn't into rock. And I remember walking by Rhino and they had like this huge display of a Baby, which was the Nirvana Nevermind album cover, and I didn't know at all what it was about because I was in a garbage LA school. What about you, Scott? What was the first you heard of Nirvana, or your first memory of Nirvana? What was your first memory of Nirvana?
I think it was April 7th, 1994. But
Why? Why?
that was like
Is that your wedding day?
memory.
Is that your wedding day?
No.
Oh, okay. What was your first memory? Do you have any memories before that?
Yes.
What?
Actually, it was the first time I heard Nirvana. It was at a party. And I was taking a whiz. And
Seriously?
left the door open. I heard this. And I said, who the fuck are these guys?
What year was this?
Must have been 91, maybe?
91.
Okay, it was...
And who? What? So it was Nevermind. Do you remember the song?
No, it was Bleach. I couldn't tell you. That's all I
But it impressed you. But you say that about everything you hear. It's like, who's this? Every time we play something that's pretty good, you're like, who's that? All right. And did you find? And somebody tell you who it was? And do you remember?
Yeah.
So what did you say when you heard the name, or what did you think?
What's that?
What did you think of the band when you?
I thought they were great.
So they were playing it pretty loudly, and you just like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, where were we? We got more attention than other alternative bands because their songs have. Let me try to do Kurt Cobain voice. I don't think I can.
Okay.
We got more attention. Okay, no.
What?
I'm trying to do a Kurt Cobain voice. All right. We got more attention. You got to give me time to practice. We got more attention than no. We got more attention.
We got more attention.
We got more. That sounds like Dylan Carlson.
Who?
we got. How do you? He speaks like with. We got more attention than other alternative bands because our songs have hooks, and they kind of stick in people's minds. That's good, said Kurt.
Okay.
Attempting to explain the album's success. Indeed, each member of Nirvana claimed the Beatles as his favorite group, and it showed. But it was the lyrics, on topics as daring and diverse as rape and religious zealotry, that tapped into the angst of an American youth alienated by a decade of Republicans in the White House, and the recently fought Gulf War, which some theorize readied a generation for the rebellion of alternative music. The angry, culture-shifting single Smells Like Teen Spirit played ad nauseum on rock radio and MTV and was instantly hailed as the anthem of Generation X, and Cobain its voice. This was music by, for, and about a whole new group of young people who had been overlooked, ignored, or condescended to. That's a weird way of using the word condescended. Wrote Michael Azerrad of Rolling Stone. Now, I am not Generation X. Generation X was before me. I'm a little younger than that. That's the one thing I can say I'm younger than. I think Generation X were the people who were probably like 19 or 20 in 1991, and I was in high school. So, yeah, I'm like between Generation X and whatever nonsense came after it. I'm right after Generation X. A little too young. Like when Kurt Cobain died, I didn't know who he was. I just remember, my friend was into rock, and I was not into rock. He knew, and like his sister knew, and I had no idea what was going on. I didn't know at all about Kurt Cobain when it was happening. You want to go, huh? You want to go? Still, this kind of success wasn't supposed to happen. Had Nirvana sold out? It was a question being asked by many of Kurt's old punk rock friends, and he was acutely sensitive to it. He had a simple explanation. We didn't go to the main... okay, I had it. We didn't go to the mainstream. The mainstream came to us. Later, he would tell interviewers that he hated the album, that it was the kind of album he himself would never listen to, and that it was too slick sounding. But the poppy hooks were no accident. Nirvana had unstinting creative control over Nevermind. Kurt's entourage, who knew he listened to his favorite album, ABBA's greatest hits, almost constantly while why do so many people like ABBA? What's the big deal about ABBA? ABBA Costello. Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
He said one of his favorite albums is ABBA. ABBA's. Ooh,
ABBA Gold.
What's the big deal about ABBA?
They're great.
Well, what's so great about them?
They
I hate
sound
that
good.
song, Mamma Mia. I hate that movie.
Mamma Mia,
I hate that so much.
Bohemian.
That's how it goes. It's like Bohemian. It's like you don't have to. It doesn't matter if you're a Bohemian. Look it up. It's great. It's a great song.
Which song now?
Bohemian.
Okay.
Like we're dying in the snowy forest. If I sent you out to get anything, it's over. I asked you to get one thing. Get the supplies.
What would I be doing over there?
You know what we're trying to keep warm by huddling together closely. The most ironic byproduct of the album's success was the acquisition of a brand new fan base largely consisting of what Kurt would describe as the stumped up rednecks that we thought we had left behind in Aberdeen. Indeed, the crowd at the band's sold-out concerts were almost indistinguishable from the fans at a Guns N' Roses concert. Who's better, Nirvana or Guns N' Roses?
Oh, hands down,
Seriously.
Bush.
Thanks. So embarrassing was this turn of events that Kurt would use the liner notes of his next album to warn the homophobes, the racists, and the misogynists in Nirvana's audience to leave us the F alone. As if to underscore Leland's claim that his mother didn't have any use for Kurt until he became famous, Wendy wrote a letter to the local Aberdeen newspaper shortly after Nevermind hit the charts, sounding like a doting mother whose son had just left the nest for the first time. Kurt, if you happen to read this, we are so proud of you. You are truly one of the nicest sons a mother could have. Please don't forget to eat your vegetables and brush your teeth. And now that you have your maid, make your bed. The irony wasn't lost on Kurt, who was struck by the hypocrisy of the sudden attention from Wendy and his other relatives, most of whom had wanted nothing to do with him only a few months earlier. He had left Aberdeen and his family behind for good, and no amount of sucking up would make him forget 2 decades of rejection. At the height of his band's success, Kurt clearly identified with his favorite Beatle, John Lennon, who knew as well as anybody the price of fame. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Kurt talked about this bond with Lennon. I don't know who wrote what parts of what Beatles songs, but Paul McCartney embarrasses me. Lennon was obviously disturbed. I just felt really sorry for him. His life was a prison. He was imprisoned. It's not fair. That's the crux of the problem that I've had with becoming a celebrity. The way people deal with celebrities. The next chapter in Cobain's short life was to invite new comparisons between himself and his musical idol. When George Harrison was asked how he first met Yoko Ono, he replied, "I'm not sure. All of a sudden she was just there." Sorry for that. That was really bad. Dave Grohl and Chris Novoselic would tell similar stories in later years about the bleached blonde who started to appear at Kurt's side shortly after Nevermind was released. 3 women. Yoko Ono, Nancy Spungen, and Courtney Love. These 3 need to form a band. The Band Killers, man.
Yeah,
Yoko...
it's going to be called Joko Ono.
Close. Yoko, Nancy Love. Yoko, Nancy Love. Those 3, man, they killed the biggest bands in rock. No joke. They really did. Thank you for that. It's good. This is my co-host, folks. Okay. Chapter 2. That was chapter 1? I felt like I literally went through his whole life right there. When we set out to interview those who might offer us the best insight into the real Courtney Love, we encountered an unusual obstacle. The first 2 people we contacted said they were in hiding. Each gave us the same explanation. They were, quote, afraid of her. What made this even more unusual was the fact that the 2 people who were her father and her first husband. Wait, what made this even more unusual was the fact that the two people were her father and her first husband. Now, in the summer of 2003, we are sitting on the outdoor terrace of the Seattle Art Museum with an old friend of Kurt's who witnessed his relationship with Courtney unfold from its beginnings. After about a half an hour of candid memories about her old friend, captured by our video camera for a potential documentary, the subject turns to Courtney Love. "Tell us about her," we ask. She immediately turns pale. "You expect me to talk about Courtney with the camera running? Do you think I have a death wish?" Scott, wake up. It's going to get good.
I know, that's why I'm falling asleep.
The first time Kurt Cobain spotted Courtney Love, he thought she looked like Nancy Spungen. Courtney liked that. For several years, she had been obsessed with the infamous bleached blonde. Jesus H. Christ! Give me a break here. Are we quite done? Are we done? Any more explosions? How about one more? One more explosion. Okay. Thank you. All right. Nancy was an upper-middle-class girl turned groupie, stripper, and heroin addict whose tempestuous relationship with the notorious Sex Pistols bassist Sid Vicious, a tortured, working-class youth turned punk legend, culminated in both their deaths. One mysteriously murdered, the other dead from an overdose. To friends, Courtney liked to claim that she had modeled her life after the so-called punk rock Juliet. A few years before she met Kurt, she had even auditioned to play the lead in Alex Cox's film biopic, Sid and Nancy, although failing to land the role, ended up playing the smaller part of Nancy's best friend, Gretchen. For her part, Courtney thought Kurt looked like Dave Pirner, the frontman for Soul Asylum. At their initial encounter in the Portland club where Nirvana had just opened for the Dharma Bums, she flirted with the boyish blonde musician for a while, and later kept tabs on the progress of Kurt and his band, even sending him a little heart-shaped box. I hate that song. As a gift after the Nirvana... You like that song? Scott? You like that song? Scott?
Yes.
You know what you are? Can I tell you what you are?
Huh.
You are Sid Vicious when they're interviewing him for the documentary DOA, and he's wearing the Nazi shirt, and he's like, what? You know what I'm talking about?
Vaguely.
Yeah, oh, great. Even yeah, he's like sitting with Nancy, and Nancy's like, "Stop spilling orange! You're spilling orange juice all over me!" And he's like, "Well, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. You're Sid Vicious, dude. You're Sid Vicious." All right. For her part, all right. Oh yeah, do you like the song "Heart-Shaped Box"?
A little bit, yeah.
I'll take that as a no.
Okay. Yeah.
As a gift for after the Nirvana buzz started to grow louder. But like Nancy, Courtney was a self-proclaimed groupie, and Kurt was still a relatively unknown musician. By the time they met again a year later, shortly before the release of Nevermind, that had changed. The band had signed a major record deal and were obviously on the verge of something big. The two were attending a concert in LA when Courtney spotted... By the way, you know the night that... the day that Henry Rollins' friend died? Scott, Sid.
Yeah.
You know the night that music is pretty good. I want that song. I like it. It didn't sound like this. What?
Wait,
What's
stop
going on?
it.
No, just stop. You recording that? What are you selling? You selling the tape? You selling the disc?
I the movie tape, yeah.
How much?
Well, probably about $20.
$20? Boy, get out my face with that $20. You crazy? You got the mind, boy.
Is that Kurt Cobain?
That's Kurt Cobain. That's how he talks. You never mind, man. You never mind. You never mind. Pay me no never mind. I'll give you some never mind, boy. Tell you what.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you buy more things, the price gets lower. You see,
$20. I just want the soundtrack. I just want that song. How much for the MP3?
movie's right there.
That's how Kurt Cobain talks when he's. Most people don't know. That's how Kurt Corson talks.
What's that?
Hey man, come here, man. Give me some heroin, man. Give me some heroin. Give me some of that heroin, man. I got stomach problems, man. Hey
I
man.
know what that's like.
All right. Oh yeah. Well. Oh. Jesus. All right. The two were attending a concert in L.A. when Courtney spotted Kurt downing a vial of cough medicine. She chided, "You're a pussy. You're a puss. Why? You shouldn't drink that syrup because it's bad for your stomach," and offered him one of her prescription painkillers. "We bonded over pharmaceuticals," she later recalled. They went home that night and had sex for the first time. She had a completely planned way of seducing me. She had a completely planned way of seducing me, and it worked, said Kurt, telling friends it was the best sex he had ever had. I mean, what is the best sex you ever had? I mean, I don't know. But Courtney's boyfriend at the time was Billy Corgan. Hey.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say to you. What was I going to say? You know the date? You know Henry Rollins' friend that he's never gotten over that was killed and stuff, right? Henry Rollins' friend. That guy.
Joe Cole.
Yeah. You know where they were coming from when that happened?
I used to, but not anymore.
A concert. Do you know who was playing at the concert?
Nirvana.
Close. Oh.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Another death. Not only is Courtney Love a suspect for this. Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that. We don't know about that yet. We haven't gotten to that yet.
Yes, we do.
We don't know anything about that yet. But Joe Cole was also murdered the night that Hole was playing in L.A. Coincidence? I think not.
I think so.
All right.
I do. I really,
okay.
really do.
But Courtney's boyfriend at the time, I don't know if she knew Billy Corgan that long ago.
Oh yeah, Bill. Yeah.
But Courtney.
Well, we
Oh yeah, we call him Bill, huh?
Yeah.
Call him Bill. Bill Corgan.
Yeah, Billy.
But Courtney's boyfriend at the time was Billy Corgan.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I have a whole thing about like girls will be with guys they'll take them seriously if their names match. Beautiful. That was amazing. It's over here. With their names, their match. Like girls like the names to match. This chick, Courtney Love, is so self-involved. They're so self. They just want like a person that will go good with them. So
yeah, she went out with Roz Rosbeck.
Okay, why do you have to destroy my theory right there? Okay, you destroyed it right there.
Good.
Yeah, but it didn't work out. See, it didn't work out. But she likes Kurt and Courtney. See, they work together. Courtney Corgan has a good ring to it. See, she likes that. She likes the ring. Girls like that. Girls like to go out with guys that are darker than them to make their skin lighter, and they just like complimentary stuff, make them look good. See, I'm an expert on girl-boy relationships.
Oh, yeah,
you see, that's why I'm here right now.
Let's see if this is going to break.
All right, but Courtney's boyfriend at the time was Billy Corgan, whose band, The Smashing Pumpkins, had opened for Guns N' Roses the same week that she slept with Kurt for the first time. For now, Corgan was still more famous than Kurt Cobain. I didn't know that all this.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was more famous before him.
Oh, definitely.
You didn't know that. You
Yes,
didn't even
I
know
did.
this. You thought it was the Smashing Melons.
That's nice. I
Nirvana
want to
and
smash your melon.
Nirvana and the Pumpkins both had albums scheduled for imminent release. Nevermind and Gish
Gish.
both shared the same producer.
Jack and Dino.
Wrong.
Butch Vig.
Right.
Shut up.
When the albums were released, they both exceeded expectations, making Cobain and Corgan It's weird that he doesn't do cocaine. It's like his life, he was meant to do cocaine. His name is literally Kurt Cocaine.
Sure.
Why did he do cocaine? He should have done cocaine. His name isn't Kurt Carowin. His name is Kurt Cobain. He should do cocaine. Okay, when the album's released, they both exceeded expectations. By the way, if I ever get famous, I'm coming here first for the cocaine batch.
Okay. You got it.
But right now, it's pointless to
Tough
do
guy.
cocaine after eating Carl's Jr. Like, with no job, no money, and nowhere to go. So,
Well, just you're Kurt Cobain now.
you know what? I hate to be Kurt Cobain's son. Jesus Christ, that would be hard. Of course, no, wait. You get so much,
What?
so much chick sauce. The thing is, like, as far as like sex, yeah, but as far as like living up to like your dad, like you just might as well just kill yourself. Oops.
Read the book.
All right, sorry. Let's edit that all out.
Yes.
When the albums were released, they both exceeded expectations, making Cobain and Corgan instant rock stars. On the Billboard charts, however, there was no contest. By the time
You have a cold?
Nevermind hit #1 in late December 1991,
That's right.
Kurt and Courtney were inseparable.
Insufferable.
She came from a broken home and had a mother
Oh, boy.
who had rejected her, but that's where the similarities ended between Kurt Cobain and the woman who would soon turn his world upside down. If we were going to obtain the clues to make sense of Courtney Love's early years and discover whether she was really
Look at
capable...
this. See this? Infamous photo, right?
Yeah, I saw the movie about that.
The back.
Signed by Nixon?
Nope.
Roll 5. Cool. What is it?
That might be an original or one of the first copies of the original.
Yeah, there's a movie based on this whole movie.
I know.
Yeah, I saw it.
But this indicates
Yeah, there's a movie. I saw it.
that this
What does that mean?
you can.
It's pretty cool. It looks old.
It is. It's
Probably,
one of the original
it probably
ones.
hung in Nixon's office.
Yeah.
Scott Weinstein is now showing me an official photograph of Norm Nixon. I'm sorry.
Norman Nixon.
What's his name?
Person.
Mr. Nixon, Corson Nixon, and Elvis Presley shaking hands.
That's
It's pretty legit. I gotta say, it's not digitally printed or anything. Nobody now cares about Nixon to digitally print this,
I
but
know.
all right. Now, where were we? Discover whether she was really capable of committing the heinous act of which she had been accused.
Act?
We would have to head as far afield as California, Oregon. People who say Oregon need to just be shot. That's just ridiculous. It's not a chemical, folks. Australia, Japan, and New Zealand. We decided to confine our quest to the U.S. Pacific
Yada,
Northwest.
yada, yada.
Courtney Love Michelle Harrison
Yes.
was born in San Francisco on July 9th, 1965.
Five.
O.J. Simpson.
Four. No, she was born 4.
O.J. Simpson. Oh yeah, I'm sure they got that wrong. This book would go down the drain and be
This book
burnt.
was wrong from the beginning.
O.J. Simpson's 18th birthday. What?
See?
Oh, they share the same birthday. He's just 18 years older
Yeah,
than her.
and they're both killers. Go ahead.
I didn't say that.
I did.
I'm
I
not saying
said
anything. I'm just reading. I'm just
I
a
know.
documentarian. All right. A little while after she made her appearance, Courtney's father, Hank Harrison, headed over to share the good news with the members. All right. Speed reading time. Courtney's father, Hank Harrison, headed over to share the good news with the members of the small San Francisco band he managed. They were still known... Good dubbing. Her mouth isn't even open.
I'm the one who's actually...
Were still known as the Warlocks, but within a few months they would take on their more familiar name, the
Goo Goo Dolls.
Grateful Dead.
Other Grateful Dead.
Harrison couldn't do you like the Grateful Dead?
I'm grateful that Jerry's dead.
I haven't listened to too much of them. It's quite interesting. It looks like a sitcom almost, like the way the colors look.
Yep.
What is that? Is that his penis?
That's what the... Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's, this is 8 inches is enough. To
Yeah.
fill my hole with love.
Now, they're doing a porn... Well, I guess it wasn't sync sound. Alright. Okay. Harrison couldn't decide which of his friends he would ask to be the godfather. Jerry Garcia was good with kids, but Hank's roommate, the bassist Phil Lesh, was the only one home. So, see, Daryl needs to be here. He'd be commenting all over this thing right now. So, Lesh received the honor instead of passing out cigars. This is really a waste for him not to be here. Harrison broke out a couple of tabs. I have to just imagine he's dead just to deal with it.
God!
Because, like, it hurts me so much that he's not here. Like, I have to just think there's nothing we have.
Nazareth said it best. Love hurts. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Love hurts.
They actually, that's a song that's a bad song.
Yeah, fat ass.
They're a pretty good band. It's unfortunate that that's the song they're known for. That's not
Is that Aunt Pig?
That's the Peg, right?
Hey,
So let's receive the honor instead of passing us.
That's what my balls look like.
A couple of tabs of acid, and they celebrated the birth of the little rock and roll princess. Meanwhile, her mother's adoptive family heirs to the Bausch and Lomb. Her mother's adoptive family heirs to the Bausch and Lomb eyeglass fortune.
Yes.
Marked the occasion by setting up a trust fund for the new baby. Mm-hmm. Courtney is not the rags to riches rock and roll story, says her father when we finally persuade him to meet with us at his horse ranch in Northern California.
Yeah, he just died this year.
Yeah?
Harrison. He was 80 years old.
Another death having to do with Courtney. Mm-hmm. He had insisted we meet in the center of town so he could size us up and ensure we weren't working for Courtney before he would escort us to his home. This is a man who for years has been publicly vilified by his own daughter as a grotesque, anti-Semitic, drug-crazed, pathological liar. But Courtney's accusations pale beside his own oft-repeated and publicly leveled charge.
Wait a minute, that sounds a lot like her.
That Courtney was somehow involved in the death of her husband, Kurt.
Yeah.
What kind of father would say these things about his own child? We wanted to know the first time we met him, convinced that, no matter what the truth of his charges, we must be in the presence of an unpleasant opportunist. However, that was apparently the least of his sins. In 1995, before a TV audience of 25 million Americans, Courtney had told Barbara Walters that this man had given her LSD when she was 3 as part of a bizarre eugenics experiment.
But that would explain a lot about Courtney.
He was anti-Semitic. His father was anti-Semitic, she claimed. 3 people tell us, what's wrong with being anti-Semitic? I'm not anti-Semitic. I like the Jews. I think they're great.
No, you are anti-Semitic.
I'm not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you are, because you're not Jewish.
That doesn't mean anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
it just means you're not Jewish.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-Semitic.
Hey, I'm anti.
I like Sina.
I'm Jewish. Right. I'm not anti.
3 people.
I'm just Semitic.
3 people testified that he gave me acid. He wanted to make a superior race, and by giving children acid, you could do that. Wow. So when we arrive for our first encounter with...
Ooh.
So when we arrive with our first encounter with... Hank Harrison. We are a little spooked, expecting to meet some kind of bizarre rock.
They called him a spook?
Bizarre rock and roll Hitler.
No.
He hardly disabused us of this notion. I don't know what that means. Disabused?
Disabused.
I'd never heard that word. As he begins burrowing into his boxes of old papers, photos, and Grateful Dead memorabilia.
Yeah.
Check this out, he says, handing over a yellowing envelope with a letter inside. At the bottom of the letter, just under the signature, is a large hand-drawn swastika. The sender's name is unmistakable. Charles Manson. Case closed, we think.
Wait, Superman's in this.
The heck?
Oh, it's Super Rod.
Why is it so dark? This the way it's supposed to be? It's probably just like a bad... I remember the scene in Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, kill that COVID paranoid
That's
schizophrenic freak. Alright.
Oh, there you go.
He sort of stalked us for a while, explains Harrison, but that was long before the murders and stuff, so nobody paid much attention. As he continued to forage, we take in our surroundings. On the living room wall is a framed letter on White House stationery bearing the seal of the President of the United States. Sent a few months after Kurt's death. It is a personal note from Bill Clinton commending Harrison for his work on promoting suicide awareness and offering his best wishes to you, Courtney, and Francis Bean during this difficult time. That's a one take, folks. One take Bill Clinton impression. Give me some credit. On another wall hangs a Chagall. Okay, I gotta do Marc Chagall now. I gotta do painters from the 1800s.
Yeah.
On another wall hangs a Chagall oil painting that Harrison bought from the proceeds of his 1971 biography, The Dead, the first book ever written about the band. Although it is still considered by many as the definitive account, the book caused a permanent estrangement between Harrison and the group after he revealed that they had dealt heroin to finance their early tours. Today, thanks to Courtney's public statements, Harrison is more likely to be falsely described as dead hanger-on or roadie than as the band's first manager. Eventually, Harrison apparently finds that what he's looking for. Hundreds of pages of transcripts from the divorce proceedings initiated by his wife, Linda Carroll, when Courtney was 5 years old. Nowhere in the transcripts is there a single suggestion Harrison ever gave his baby daughter LSD, as Courtney later charged. What is revealed, however, is that Linda feared that he would abduct Courtney and take her to live with him in another country after she threatened divorce.
Say.
The LSD story appears to be based on the suggestion that Courtney may have been given acid while she was left with the babysitter at a hippie commune, perhaps supplying a biological explanation for her erratic behavior later on.
Perhaps.
In 1995, asked about the allegation that her father had given her acid, Courtney admitted to the San Francisco Chronicle, "I don't know if it really actually happened." However, private detectives hired by Carroll's family dredged up a number of other
those areolas.
skeletons in her.
Wait, look.
I'm not into that.
You're not?
I don't like that style.
They look like Tracy Lord's boobs.
I don't like that at all. I do not like that at all, sir. My good man.
Wait, we'll see how Harry
I'm not into
is.
that pointy stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, well, that's awful. That's
Dude, she
disgusting.
smells.
I smell skeletons in Harrison's
Oh, is
closet,
that you?
including
I thought it was
Harrison's for pot possession and petty theft whilst she was.
Damn, look at that thing.
I'm trying to read here. All right. They tried to portray me as a bad influence, but I just didn't have enough money to fight it. So Linda got full custody. He recalls, admitting that his father was indeed somewhat anti-Semitic, but he says that's the only true thing about her Barbara Walters story. Courtney has frequently claimed she has only seen her father a few times since her parents divorced. But he pulls out a trove of letters and photos of them together during various phases of her life to prove that father and daughter have at times been very close. Clearly, we couldn't trust anything Courtney said about her father, and we had already resolved to take most of what Harrison said with a grain of salt. But as he continued to pull scrapbooks and folders out of the boxes, including hundreds of letters and poems written by Courtney, as well as photos and documentation pinpointing the facts about various chapters of her life, we realized that we had discovered valuable insight into her turbulent early years. I'm not into vaginas, you know that. This is the scene where I go back to doing something else and then wait till it's over. I don't like close-ups. About it, we realized that we had discovered a valuable insight into her turbulent early years and a clue to the supposedly imminent train wreck that millions would later watch with voyeuristic fascination. Courtney Love may have been too young when her parents split to blame her troubled childhood on the trauma of her parents' divorce, as Kurt's family did, to explain his own downward spiral. But by the time she was 7, Courtney's mother had already divorced her second husband, Frank Rodriguez, and married husband number 3, David Mealy. They moved to a mansion in Oregon where Linda and her new husband ran a free-spirited commune. Linda followed a strange assortment of gurus during those years, and depending on the spiritual flavor of the moment, she and Mealy might be chanting, meditating, or screaming at the top of their lungs, while little Courtney was left to her own devices. Too good.
Are we still on air?
I'm still reading the same book.
Oh my god.
Alright. She would later recall an assortment of hairy, wangly ASS hippies. You know what?
Wait, who's Harry Wang?
She's saying that, running around doing gestalt therapy. On the back of her album, Live Through This, is a photo of a waif-like little Courtney from this period. We were... Here we go. Courtney Love, folks. We were living in the teepee, and I always smelled like PISS. Should I cuss? Should I just say it?
Yes.
I should. You know what? I'm really 50% on this. Maybe I should. It really sounds dumb with me not saying bad words. I gotta think about it. I don't know.
You can.
I'll think about it while I'm watching this. I don't know. Should I go in? Should I not? Go in or not? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I go in.
When Courtney was 7, Linda and her new husband suddenly decided that they were going to move to New Zealand and raise sheep. She told friends it was easier than raising a daughter. Consequently, Courtney was left behind. In therapy for a pattern of misbehavior since she was 3, Courtney was sent to live with one of her therapists, an old friend of Linda's in Eugene. It was all done behind my back, recalls Harrison. I would have been very glad to have her come live with me, but I was never consulted and there was nothing I could do. Courtney would always say in later years that she had never felt so abandoned. It was during this period that Courtney became, in her own words, a demon child. The brash young delinquent proved unmanageable for her surrogate mother, therapist or not, and she was soon shipped off to rejoin Linda in New Zealand. She didn't last long there. Linda quickly sent Courtney off to test the compassion of another friend in the region, who in turn ended up banishing her to a Catholic boarding school in Australia.
Nice.
It was the first of a series of schools over the next few years that would expel her with dizzying alacrity. Courtney then headed back to Oregon, where she was shuttled from one of her mother's friends to another, each time outstaying her welcome when she was caught shoplifting, stealing money, or smoking pot.
Oh no.
By 1977, Linda and her husband had tired of sheep ranching and had returned to Oregon, where Courtney went to live with them, mainly because Linda could no longer find anybody willing to take her in. But when she was caught shoplifting from a local Tokyo Music... What?
What? Really?
From a local Woolworths, at the age of 12, stealing a 49-cent lipstick or a Kiss t-shirt, depending on Courtney's mood when she tells the story, her mother told the police to teach Courtney a lesson. Instead of the usual warning, she was brought before a judge and placed on probation. When she ran away from home a few days later, Linda instructed the authorities not to bring her home, but to a reform school called Hillcrest, where she met the Chipettes.
What?
In an interview with her biographer, Melissa Rossi, Courtney described arriving at the school in handcuffs, leg shackles, and a David Bowie haircut. I like that cut that she has, that David Bowie. Years later, she would describe the dissolute period of freedom leading up to this stint in juvenile hall. I'm still working on my Courtney, folks. I was a runt, no... Oh, you know what?
What?
Should I just read it? I don't know.
Just read it.
I feel weird. I feel
Because you're wearing my underwear.
Oh. I was a runt. No period, no puberty. So I get picked on, and I realize that I can fight really well if I just pretend I'm going to murder the person. I started hanging around the mall and running with this crowd of teen whores. Still working on it, folks. Give me a chance. She fitted right in among the bad girls at Hillcrest. In a letter she sent to her father at 14, full of chatty references to the crush she had on Kurt Russell. Interesting. She had a chat on another guy named Kurt. And the fact that Lord of the Flies was her favorite book, she brags that she has read her personal file and found herself described as the most shrewd, cunning, devious person her caseworker had ever seen. In another letter written the same year, she writes, I went out and knifed a girl because I didn't like her looks. It was at Hillcrest that Courtney claims she discovered punk rock for the first time, after an intern working at the school returned from England and noticed her resemblance to British punk musicians. After he lent her a copy of the Sex Pistols' Never Mind the Bollocks, Courtney claims she decided she wanted to be a rock star. This account is dubious because her friends would later claim she always despised punk music, But there is no doubt that it was during this period that Courtney began writing poetry, some of which would form the lyrics of her later music. Harrison still has a stack of herring poems Courtney wrote between the ages of 14 and 16. One of the most revealing is called Future Date, which includes the lines, I'll destroy anyone in my way. I'll kill every lousy lay. 'Cause I got my eye on a future day. By
You sound like Jessica Simpson.
That's awesome. By 1980, Harrison hadn't seen his daughter for several years. They corresponded frequently, however, and in each of her letters, Courtney begs him to get me out of here.
Yeah.
Finally, when she was 15, he successfully convinced the state of Oregon to release her into his custody. She moved in with her father for more than a year, the first period of relative stability that she had probably ever experienced. His second book, The Dead, Volume 2, chronicling the Haight-Ashbury scene from anthropological perspective, had been released to great acclaim. One academic reviewer described him as the Jane Goodall of rock and roll. Now Harrison was planning to embark on a 2-year study of the monuments of ancient Ireland. For Courtney, the British music scene beckoned. She desperately wanted to go overseas with him, but had settled for her father's promise to send for her once he was established in Dublin. After completing a 6-month research odyssey, she was to spend the interval in a Portland foster home. Harrison takes out a letter Courtney writes him while he was in Ireland, in which she writes, "You're the only person who ever understood me." As bizarre as it seems, Courtney's version of what happened next appears to be fairly close to the truth. Only 16, she was approached by a representative of the Japanese underworld who promised her a lot of money to come to the Far East and strip. For more than 6 months, she disappeared. When she was deported back to the States, she told friends lurid stories about working in the white slave trade. Using her newly acquired skills, she soon landed a job stripping at a Portland club until the establishment was raided by police a few weeks later, and Courtney was carted off to yet another reform school. This time she happened to mention to a school social worker she had befriended that she was an heiress. When her confidant suggested she sue for legal and financial emancipation from her mother, Courtney gleefully took action. By the age of 16, the child who had been passed from hand to hand so many times finally took matters into her own. Just as importantly, she gained access to her trust fund. She now had the freedom and the money to pursue the life she had only read about in the fanzines. Her first stop was Dublin, where she hooked up with her father. But Ireland didn't really appeal to Courtney, who saw bigger fish just a ferry ride away. She headed for Liverpool, a city undergoing a musical renaissance 20 years after the Beatles left town. In her backpack were 1,000 hits of acid that she had brought with her from the States, intending to use the drugs as her entree into the local music scene. Before long, she was a fixture in the entourage of the neo-psychedelic Liverpool band The Teardrop Explodes, and was soon known as the band's most loyal groupie, latching onto the notoriously eccentric frontman, Julian Cope. Later, Courtney would claim that Cope took her virginity, but she has made similar claims about at least 3 other rock stars, so it is difficult to know if this is just another one of her wild tales. Water break. The heck? This chick talking to me? I don't want to see a lesbian scene. It must not be talking to me. You know, one of us should break the fourth wall more often. Alright, where are we? Okay. She has also claimed that during her stay in England, she took photos for the British music magazine Hot Press, shooting the Pretenders, U2, oh, it's your favorite band,
Oh god.
and other big-time rock. She's been around, man. Courtney Love is like all over, like
Did you see the Faith No More?
the Who?
Faith No More with Courtney Love, and she's singing for them.
No, but she's
Pretty
like,
good.
she did a good job getting herself all over the place. I've seen like that crazy video when she's really young and she's like modeling.
I haven't seen that.
It's like some sort of weird rock video. It's on YouTube. It's like her face changes a lot too. Like it's like weird. But Hot Press editor Neal Stokes claims that, like much of Courtney's storied past, this is pure fiction. Well, a lot of her past is real. It's not fiction. She's done a lot of crazy things. It's fairly typical Courtney behavior to lie or exaggerate anyway. Yeah, but she doesn't need to exaggerate. The magazine wrote in a 1995 profile. I like her, by the way. I'm not. I
I
like.
know.
Oh,
Yeah. You said.
What?
What?
What's that?
What's that?
You got a problem with Courtney Love?
Yeah,
Huh?
I do.
All right. Well, you die tomorrow. She's the Hillary Clinton of the grunge. Throughout her career, she has continually proffered. I don't like that word. I don't like that word at all. Colorful stories, often with several conflicting versions about her past life, to the media, in order to increase her mystique and punk rock credibility. Hey, I hear that.
Yes, sir.
One story that she simply chose not to address is what suddenly happened to force Courtney's abrupt departure back to Oregon in 1982. It was clear that she was no longer welcome in Liverpool, but the details are sketchy.
Sketch.
I took a lot of acid in Liverpool, and basically I never recovered. She later explained cryptically, whatever the case, Cope's band had harsh words for her in the years to come, claiming her time with them was just... Do you know the band, The Teardrop Explodes?
Yeah, sure.
Do you like them?
Yeah,
You like everything.
I do.
But then was a destructive one. Years later, after Courtney took up with Kurt Cobain, Julian Cope took out a large ad in the music press stating, "Free..." I have no idea how Julian Cope, so whatever. "Free us from Nancy Spungen fixated heroin a-holes who cling to our greatest rock groups and suck out their brains." He also told an interviewer, "She needs shooting, and I'll shoot her."
There you go, buddy.
Courtney's next stop was Portland. He probably does not sound that cool, by the way.
Who?
Julian Cope. He's probably like this. Let me. "Free us from Nancy Spungen fixated heroin a-holes who cling to our greatest rock groups and suck out their brains." He also told an interviewer, "She needs shooting, and I'll shoot her." That's really not that clever. Courtney's next stop was Portland. It's like a lot of flesh on the screen. It's just like this dimness and flesh.
This is a Disney film.
I thought so.
This is
It's very relaxing. It's very beautiful.
Snow White and
Very
the 7 inches.
Erotic. You know what's not? Oh, it's two women, huh? Yeah. It was. Have you seen this?
No.
The previous scene, the chick having sex looked to the camera and broke the fourth wall. You missed it. And
I've
she
never
started
seen that.
talking to the viewer, and she said, "I bet you want to see a lesbian scene with two chicks, don't you?"
Oh.
And it went to this. Yeah, it was weird. It was like for a film. It was really weird. It was like off. It was like almost freaking me out. I was like, "Are you talking to me?" By the way, when I was a kid, here's a little side story.
Uh-oh.
I would watch TV, and I wasn't sure if they could also see me.
Oh, I know.
Have I told this story?
No, that happened to me when I used to watch Romper Room.
Yeah, when I was watching Sesame Street and Spider-Man, and then one time I was like, I drew Spider on my shirt, and I was like, "Could you see me?" And it's the same thing now with sex cams. The same thing happened. I was watching all these sex cams, and I thought they could see me, but they couldn't, because you can't do that until you can film yourself, you can show yourself, but you can't do it at the same time unless you have like a computer. So it's funny. Like the whole time I thought they were seeing me, and "You see me? Oh, you see me?" And I was like, "Man, this girl's getting horny off of me." And no, she wasn't. Sir, please, can we ask you to remove your pen? Yeah. It's so dark. I can't tell. Something's going on there.
I'm confused.
I don't know. Liberace's playing in the back.
Is she a proctologist or something?
It must be. I wouldn't do that. It doesn't seem very safe. I know girls are nasty, man. Girls do nasty things, and every single one of these cams I see, the girls are like saying nasty things, like they're like be my daddy and all this. Like there's like 75% of them are like talking about their dads. I'm like, where does this come from? You guys are like perverts. Like relax with the daddy stuff. Like, yeah, Speck's like that, likes that. Like these girls are so craving some penis that they would do this, but then you hey, you want some penis, and they get upset. I don't get it. They're literally making fake penises. I don't get it. I don't understand lesbians.
Whoa.
Oh, I don't like penis, but I'll make a fake one. What's that all about? That's on Seinfeld.
That chick looks really familiar.
She looks hot. She looks beautiful. Liberace's like writing his most famous his most famous work here. All right, back to Courtney. All right, Courtney's next. Years ago, in a certain town, my reputation had gotten so bad that every time I went to a party, I was expecting to burn the place down and knock out every window. Although it's been more than a decade since she left town, there are people who are clearly still afraid of her. Portland scenester Todd Curran remembers Courtney from the city's notorious gay dance club, the Metropolis, where drag queens mixed with new wave bohos. Bohemian, look up the song, Bohemian. She was totally outrageous, he recalls. She was always causing a scene. The Metropolis wasn't exactly a likely setting for barroom brawls, but when Courtney was around, it was chaos.
Oh, yeah.
He said she popped pills like candy. Barbiturates, speed, tranquilizers,
And like.
lizers, painkillers. See? But she's talking to him now.
Oh, that's, what's her name? She's, it's Carolot, I think.
That guy's a centaur from the waist down. Or no, he's Pan. That's Pan. He's gonna play his flute.
Well, she's playing the Pan flute.
That's there you go. I left that open for you. Thank you very much. Virtually,
She's from Huntington Beach.
virtually everybody we talked to is this Perrier? Is that what this is?
No.
Where's the box?
Snow Honeys.
Oh, you don't have a cover?
There's no cover.
Where's the snow? It says Snow Honeys, but I don't see any snow. Where's the snow?
I don't know.
Seinfeld watching a porno.
See, it's this. Wait.
I don't know if we're walking in a mall or
What's going on
next
there?
to a fountain.
Wait, is that a black dude?
No, they wouldn't allow that in this world, in a sane world.
Wait, I don't remember this scene.
Interracial sex.
Oh.
Should it be allowed or should it be outlawed? I say it should be outlawed.
This is a rental.
Nice. I have the same box. All right. Interviewer asked for the names to be changed. All right.
Oh, dude,
Check it out.
that's not a black dude. That's what's his name?
Yeah, I wouldn't allow this in this household. It's a sin.
That's John Leslie.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I'll bet you. Yes. That's John Leslie.
What proof did it say his name on the all of a
No, I
sudden?
can tell by the
Did
balls.
he squirt his name on the? All right.
That's just, oh wait, here we go. Watch. Right about now.
Oh, it's gonna squirt his name.
See?
Oh yeah, you're right. It does say John Leslie.
Exactly.
Virtually everybody we talked to in Portland refused to be interviewed or asked that their names be changed.
Speck made it funny.
Good job, girls. Keep it up. Interviewer asked that their names be changed. Clean that mess up, please. Thank you very much. Wipe it
Clean up
down.
on aisle 7.
Oh.
No.
Sneaking of snow.
Snow honeys.
Didn't they take place in the back of a mall? And the music is like...
You know, what mountain is this?
Well, it's not. It's not Brokeback.
It's not-
Why did have you ever seen that movie?
No.
You know, it's weird. My parents saw that movie.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
No, he's using Vaseline.
Oh, that's gross. Interviewer asked that their name. Oh, listen. All right. Virtually everybody we talked to in Portland refused to be interviewed or asked that their names be changed, even though many said they actually liked her style and admitted and admired her take no prisoners attitude. She was fun to watch as long as you didn't get in her way,
No,
said
please.
one former doyenne of the club scene who, although she hadn't really dissed Courtney at all, begged us not to use the video. The word dissed hasn't been used in about 20 years, I think. Hadn't really dissed Courtney at all, begged us not to use the video of her interview, lest it awake the beast.
Can't have
But Razabek.
Razabek. From Theater
I
of
think
Sheep?
he's Persian because Reza is a Persian.
No, he's not. He's not.
But that doesn't make sense. Nobody has a Reza is like I'm a Reza. That's a Persian. What is he then?
I don't know. He's
I
not
think
Persian.
I think he's Persian.
Well,
Look it up. Look it up, buddy. You're the information guy
I
here.
know. Theater of
That's
Sheep.
what you're supposed to do. You're
Theater of Sheep.
you're the Ministry of Information.
Theater of Sheep.
Has no such compunctions talking about Courtney for the record.
Oh, he doesn't like it.
All right. I have no idea what this guy sounds like. You want to give me a hint?
Yeah, man, I sound like this.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't believe that. I don't think so. I can't
Well,
imagine.
hold on. Where's the story in this?
Okay, well, see, there's undercover spy ring,
Okay.
and then there's an international conspiracy to lower the rate of Ritalin on pharmaceutical counters.
Well, then this makes perfect sense.
And then 300,000 Cambodians were sent to a small village in China. And then 30 people got a noose around their necks. And then now we're here. This is what's
Well,
going on.
thanks. That simplifies it.
It syphilicizes it, actually.
Yes.
I think that's the first time this word's ever been used. Syphilicize. You know
there
what?
go.
You know what? My philosophilus. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just at the 3 hour mark, we've given birth to a new word. Philosophilus. 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 Hey, could you keep it down over there? We're trying to read a book here. Hey, you losing oxygen or something there? You need oxygen therapy. All right.
There we go. Rosbeck.
What is he?
It is.
Because from the first time I read his name, I was like, this guy has to be Persian. Nobody has the name Rezabek. I mean, I don't know about the back part.
Wow. There's really not much.
You know why? Because Courtney's killing his information. Couldn't kill him, killing his information. At this point, if you know Courtney and she doesn't kill you, I'd be kind of disappointed because it's like you weren't worth it. It's like you're nobody. All right.
It's Russian.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
I think everything's Russian. Don't believe I'm not even doing a voice for this guy. This guy's. Don't believe the hype. A kinder, gentler Charles Manson is still Charles Manson. This is the first thing he says about the woman who he claims stole his career. Rezabek was the frontman for an up-and-coming Portland
Theater
new
of
wave
Sheep.
band called Theater of Sheep.
Yeah.
When Courtney swept back into town in the early 80s,
He was playing in Theater of Sheep, and Nirvana was playing with. And
I've seen this place before. This place is kind of famous.
with the Oily Blood Men.
This place is like with the balcony and stuff. I have a picture of it, like in some porno book, with Ron J in it. You saw the thing, right? He's like acting crazy, like the oldest trick in the book.
Who?
Ron Jeremy. He's like acting crazy, and Courtney's like, "Oh, I don't know what's going on around here." It's Christmas. Oh, I love those little things. Get out of the way. I'm trying to look at the little cute stockings. All right. Is that Roz resident?
Yes.
You have to wait till they squirt to see who it is. It's their name because their name comes out on their.
I know.
Okay.
All right.
She latched onto me right away, he recalls. She claimed she was going to make me a star. At the time, she was always saying she thought the world was dominated by men, and the only way she would make it was through a man, and I guess she chose me. She had just got back from England, where she was supposedly effing all these rock stars. I don't know. Again, that sounds really bad. Should I say it? Should I start saying the bad words?
Might as well. Oh, I've seen this before. This is a really famous
All right.
scene.
If I feel like saying it, I say it. If I don't feel like saying it, I don't want it. She, all these rock stars. She was fricking all these rock stars.
Damn.
She would talk with this really phony British accent all the time. Well, I don't know what that's like.
Chip chip cheerio and all that nonsense.
Then she started dressing me in Julian
Hey man,
Cope's
I'm gonna throw
clothes.
these out, okay?
That was mine.
Yes.
Then she was starting dressing me in Julian Cope's clothes.
I'm gonna dress you up
And was trying to make me into some kind of British rock god. Eventually, Rejk says, he quit music because of what he calls... See, this doesn't make any sense to me.
The whole book doesn't make it.
What he calls Courtney's incessant attempts to mold him into her image of a rock star.
Yes, he doesn't.
Just like, don't do it. Like, okay, like, I don't want to wear that shirt tonight. If I hadn't, he says, I would have ended up just like Kurt, except not famous. With a gun down my throat. Come on. Man, I can identify with what he must have gone through. The last time he spoke to Courtney, he claims, she had just called him to tell him how she had bamboozled Barbara Walters. Well, that's a mouthful. Bamboozled Barbara Walters.
Yes.
During her they're getting a mouthful. During her TV interview, at some point during these Portland years, Courtney apparently decided that being a groupie would only take her so far. She would later state, I finally said, I'm not on this earth to fuck a rock star. I'm here to be a rock star.
Watch your mouth.
I would create myself.
Look at this. This is the real deal.
That's not a real deal. What was that? A dental?
No, this is a dishonorable
diploma?
discharge.
Where do you get this stuff?
And look, it's
for who? Hey, watch my stuff, all right?
That's my stuff.
Nah, it's like saying, because you always say that to me.
See?
Are you retarded? Why are you bringing this to me right now?
Well, look, trust me, no one has this.
Number one, I can't see because the light is like you like a dark god, like a dark demon in front of me. You're standing.
This is from a drummer.
You're literally like a retarded kid. Right now.
Shut up. Alright.
You're literally like a retarded kid showing me that right now. This is a drum. This is a drum. Okay. Like, look at this. It's from a drummer. What do you... Who... An unknown drummer? Like...
No. He was affiliated with Frank Zappa.
He filleted with...
Yes.
He filleted.
Affiliated.
Oh. He inflated.
Yes, he inflated. And he was in a band. This band.
Everybody played with Frank Zappa at one time or another.
Wrist.
Huh?
He was in surf bands. He's one of the founders of Rhino Records.
Good job.
He played with Sack and Trust.
Okay, all this taken into account, the honorable discharge. Who on earth is going to buy that?
Well, it's just weird, dude.
Was he the famous the height of his fame? What's his highest point of fame?
I don't know. I mean,
you don't even know his name.
Tom Brown, I said.
Oh, now you're just making Tom Grant.
Oh, his name's Tom Brown.
All right, I'm going back to my book. All right, that was a good first time to cuss.
Well, then, if
Rejk.
check this out.
Oh, now here we go again. Dental records of the third triangle player from Zappa's band in '62.
I have this. This is from
Roz
it's a
Rejk.
Zappa award.
Oh, you got a lot of Zappa stuff, huh?
Tom Brown goes down.
Again, a reason why what's his name should be here. Daryl. Huh? What is,
Tom Brown goes down.
you got a gold record? What is
yes,
that?
it is. I have two of these.
For what?
The other one is
What was it for?
for 2 decades.
What?
Decades. 2 decades of service. It was classic hits like "Stinkin'," "We're Doomed," "I Ain't Doing It," "Whipping Myself into a Frenzy," "It's Fucked Up," "I Know," "Feet on Fire," "Hey Hey Hey,"
I'm sorry, sir. I gotta
"Jimmy
go back
Crack,
to
the
reading
Fucking
this.
Corn," "Shame on Them," "Arf," and "She's So Cute."
There's sex going on there. You're reading plaques over there about a gold record. I don't know this person. Who is this? I don't know.
He's a famous
He's kind of
dude.
no. That's not. You see. That's the thing. That's the word. It's not a porn star. It's a porn actor. It's not a famous person. It's a musician.
Yes.
Famous means, oh, that's him? Not,
Yes.
what? Who?
He's famous, dude. Trust me. There's a lot of people that know him.
Look over here. If you want to see fame, you look into my face. This is fame right here, all right? Fame incarnate. Right here, baby. All right, now back to my book. All right. All right. Reza Beck, who ended up dating
you
Courtney
still here?
on and off for 9 years, still has a box of her old poetry. How much poetry did this chick write?
A lot.
Journals and more than 1,500 letters? 1,500 letters Courtney Love wrote to this guy.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you gotta read.
He's doing Froggy style.
What? Oh.
Hey, was that Pat Smear?
What?
Look, it's Pat Smear.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Hey, man, what happened with the Germs, man? They were pretty good. That guy, if that guy joins your band, you better watch out. Dave
What?
Grohl's been lucky so far.
Dave Grohl's lucky with everything.
Your main guy, you seen that new trailer for a Dave Grohl movie? The horror movie? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, that's
The comedy. What do you think?
Stupid.
Well, I mean, you know what I would have liked better? I would have liked it if they did it seriously and did not done a joke, like it's actual like a horror movie. Who's this chick? It's cute.
That's
Hey, Pat Smear, take it easy. You're not really
that's
in there.
Caroline.
That's a good name. Oh, she's got awesome.
Well,
name.
your name is Paige Turner.
It's a good one. I like it. That's my new name. Whoa. This is gay or not?
This is a weird movie.
Whoa. Nice
I mean,
calliope music.
there's no like story.
It's weird because she broke the fourth wall, like talking to us. What is he? What?
Wait, what is that?
I don't know, he's like a demon. He's like tattooed.
Wait,
or
what?
something.
Is those tats?
I don't think so. I think he's just marked that way or something.
Wait, that is weird. No. Oh,
It's just bad tattoos. It's like just put marks on me.
What?
Yeah, but what's coming out of his elbow? Is that his tattoos are? What is happening here?
Oh, I see.
It's oil.
I don't. It's weird.
It's like black. They're turning. It's gross.
And
Whatever.
it has circus music.
It can't. I know. Let me tell you something. That can't be sanitary.
Never taken you to a porno theater. Wait, is that the same girl? Look, now we're back in the mountains
I've
again.
never been so happy to see snow in my life than this scene right here. All right, back to our book. Whew, I gotta. Every time I come here, I'm scarred. My brain is scarred by the things I will see on
Oh,
this TV.
really?
It starts off very innocently.
Then I got something.
No,
for
no,
you.
no. Wait, what's going on? Wait,
No,
hold
no,
on there.
no, no,
Hold
no.
on there. I'm just barely getting over the scene I just saw right there.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, pal.
You're not allowed to do anything until you look up Bohemian song.
No. Okay. Nope. You ready for this? Yes, you are.
No, I don't know what you're going to show me. I'm very squeamish. I don't want to be scarred.
No.
Let me read my book, man. I don't want any of this stuff.
No.
I come here, I'm looking for a nice time. I'm not looking for, mental scarration. I'm driving back home, hating my life. I don't need this, all right? I'm
There
just
we
here to
go.
read a book, go home, eat some Carl's Jr. I don't need the mental scardation,
No, calm
No, seriously,
down,
please. What? Tell me honestly. I don't need this.
Wait, where's the
Sir, please. I'm just a simple man.
Let me see the remote.
I'm just doing my job here. I don't need.
Let me see
this.
the remote.
Please, we got neighbors. I just want to read my book. Can I please read just my book here? I just put some nice porn on, nice music.
Where, can I see the remote, please?
That's about as far as I go.
I'm gonna kill you. Okay.
If there's zebras involved, I don't need it. I don't want it.
Actually, there is a zebra.
Yeah,
Can I see the remote, please?
Pigs are as far as I'll go, sir.
I'm only gonna say this one more time.
I don't want you to change it. I'm good with this. This is good porn. I like this. This is quality stuff.
Give me that freaking remote.
Are you gonna change? You gonna put something
I'm
bad
gonna put on
I'm-
Bohemian Rhapsody if you don't give me that
I don't want you to
remote.
put on bulimic rhapsody. I don't
Bulimic
want
Rhapsody.
I don't want to watch bulimic rhapsodies. All right. This is fine. Just leave it, sir. I really don't want
This
to
movie
discard.
blows, dude.
Yes, it's good. It's very good. Well done.
It's over anyway. So
No, it's not. Just let it finish.
No, I
Let it
guess.
This is good porn. This is quality porn,
No, it's
sir.
not.
I implore you, please leave it on. I don't want to see whatever you've got up your
Yes,
sleeve.
read
Is it
your
bad? No,
book.
seriously, honestly, is it really bad?
No, it's not. Read your damn
Why don't you
book.
just leave it on? It's good porn. We're watching good porn. You're gonna change it on good porn. This is quality porn. Everything's good porn here. This is nice porn. Good porn.
What are you talking about?
This is all good porn. Very good porn.
And it's over.
It's not. No, he was over, but okay. No, let me read.
Uh-oh.
No. Whoa, what was that? Oh, I don't like that. Oh. You're getting me all worked up here. I'm trying to read my book. I'm trying to watch the porn.
Read your book.
You're scaring me. You're saying you want to
I'm not
shock me to death.
scaring
I don't
you.
want you to shock me to
You're
death.
scaring
crazy
yourself.
Stuff on. I don't want you to put on
You put
crazy stuff on. I don't want monkeys and rabbits
no
and all this stuff.
monkeys.
I don't want anything like that.
No.
Raisins falling.
No Mickey Dolans. You're gonna be
Guy.
fine.
Mickey Rourke's and all
Mickey
that.
Rourke and all
Now,
that.
that's a scary guy.
Mickey
Mickey
Rourke.
Rourke, older Mickey Rourke. Woo, woo.
Oh no, you broke my
Scary.
TV.
Good. I mean, TV isn't. He's like he's had enough. It's enough. He's becoming a born again TV. He doesn't want it anymore. He's had enough. Your TV is like, it has gone insane, way beyond like from the stuff that's been on that TV. All right. All right. Okay, this is very good now. All right, now let's listen to this.
Right.
One particularly revealing note written by Courtney to herself when she was about 19
Yep.
gives an early hint of an ambitious, driven woman who knows what she wants and knows what it takes to get it. The note is titled, "Here's How Courtney Will Make It." Here's the list.
I'm right here.
Gig locally, tons.
Yes.
Stop working at jobs. Get financed. This is a Toyota commercial. Get a deal using old connections and new connections. Movie comes out. Tour with Furs and REM. I'm sorry, that wasn't important at all. It was ridiculous.
Yes, it was.
A new breed of female rocker was just beginning to attract attention on the American punk scene, singing angry, feminist-laced, fiercely political lyrics to driving, hard-edged musical beats. This was music by and for Courtney's type of woman.
Yes.
Before long, she had sought out and befriended two women rockers who were already attracting considerable attention on the Foxcore scene.
Yeah, baby.
I like that, Foxcore. Kat Bjelland, that's how I always pronounce it. I don't know or care how it's actually pronounced. I do care how it's actually pronounced, but I've always said Bjelland. I actually bought Babes in Toyland before like any other, like, that was one of the first like things that CDs I bought. Before Hole and before Bikini Kill, probably. And I didn't like it. Actually, it's really harsh. Babes in Toyland is harsh, man. It's like all Babes in Toyland, all their first records are like the first Hole record. They're very harsh to listen to.
Oh, yeah.
The guitars, whew, buzzsaw. Like no melody, like just. I mean, they're talented. They're really talented. A brash young they're all strippers. LA stripper turned punk rocker, and Jennifer Finch, the lead singer of a band called Frightwig. Within a few years.
Watch.
Are you still doing that hand thing? I heard you're doing the hand thing today. God, what is that?
I told you not to scar me. What the heck is this?
What? You can do this 24/7. You've been doing the hand thing all day, for sure. Jordan told me you had been doing it on the sleeping bag earlier.
What is this?
It's called Hand Thing.
Yeah, but what is it, DVD? What is this?
No, it's on YouTube. It's only like 2 minutes.
My hands are hard to say. What is that?
By the way, if I hadn't spent
Oh God.
What is it?
spent an hour jacking off, I wouldn't have gotten into that accident, which is why I feel guilty.
Oh.
What?
If I just left an hour earlier and gotten Taco Bell like I should have,
Yeah.
then I wouldn't have gotten into an accident. It's crazy to think, but it's true. It's really true. Alright.
You don't like this?
What is it?
I mean, 10 seconds, I got it.
Oh God, it's
They should have stopped it after
so
that.
cringy. Cringe to watch. It's hot.
Okay. Can we go to sleep now? I'm gonna go. Got it.
Oh. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, this one's even weirder. I feel fantastic. Oh. Oh,
Gotta
here we
get
go.
From the outset of their,
Oh no. Don't look.
I'm trying. I hope this isn't gonna mess up my copyright thing.
No, it won't. It won't. Oh, look.
She's cute. All right.
It does creep you out.
It's actually no. It's actually losing. It's weird. Once I found out it was on
Whoa.
YouTube, it stopped freaking me out. From the outset of their disastrous musical partnership, however, that possibility seemed extremely unlikely. One day, apparently at Courtney's suggestion, the three decided to form a band, which was known as Sugar Babylon, and later renamed Sugar Baby Doll. Courtney had recently taken up the bass, but still couldn't play. So, I can't.
What?
That's too much dialogue. Oh, please. I appreciate it. And this is ultra copyright. Like, its whole 4 hours will go to waste. Oh. Huh? Can we go back to more porn? That's good. That's a good soundtrack.
Oh, the porn thing's over.
Yeah, but more like.
I'll find another one.
I
I want to hear you tell me some stories.
all right, here we go.
Please.
Courtney had recently taken up the bass, but still couldn't play. So she was designated the lead singer. From the start, it was a fiasco. According to Kat, I wonder if Kat's her real name. Like, parents named her Kat with a K? That's cool. Courtney hated punk and wanted a more melodic new wave sound, while her bandmates wanted to play strictly hardcore punk rock. Tantrums followed,
Yeah.
and within 5 months, the band had broken up. Yeah, I'd like to hear that down. Soon Courtney moved to Actually, probably not. Soon Courtney moved to Minneapolis.
Did she ever sleep?
No, this is like, she hasn't slept yet in this whole thing. Courtney moved to Minneapolis to join Kat's new group, Babes in Toyland. But it wasn't long before Courtney was thrown out of that band, reportedly for a lack of talent on the bass. Depressed at yet another bump in her sputtering musical career, and not having slept in 13 years, she decided she needed a change of scenery, and headed off to San Francisco to live with her father once again and take some college courses. If that's what entertains you, my Bohemian song won't do it, I guess. It was here that, I don't care if you wear. It was here that she would discover her magical elixir for the first time. In Portland, pills and acid have always been her preferred high. Now she appeared to take her drug use to a new level. Harrison's partner, Triona Watson, remembers Courtney during this period. She would live with us for a few weeks at a time and then spend extended periods hanging out at junkie pads and never coming home. She could be really sweet one moment and then turn into a monster. Once she started doing heroin, she was unbearable. I remember once she threatened to burn our house down. We just couldn't take it anymore.
Really?
For Courtney's father, the turning point came when he found syringes littering the floor of his house, remnants of a party Courtney had thrown in his absence. When I realized my daughter was a junkie, I was stunned, says Harrison, who claims his own drug use had never progressed further than LSD and pot.
Harrison Ford?
Yes.
God.
I had done a lot of drug intervention work during the 60s, and I tried to help her, but she told me to mind my own business and kept up her habit. She was stealing from me to buy more smack. So I finally threw her out.
Get out of here.
He takes out a letter Courtney wrote him during this period. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, boy.
Dear Hank,
Uh-huh.
thank you for the stay. I know it has been terribly difficult at times due to me.
Wait, did
the
she
company I keep.
Does she say,
Put something we could put for background sound.
does she say,
Hope to see you
anything?
fully recovered.
Anything?
Huh? That's not going to become a joke. I'm sorry.
You're gonna
Hope to see you fully. It's very dry, like sound wise in here. Can we get some echo? Can we get some background ambient noise there and some porn sounds?
You will wake like
Oh, you know the song? You know Hole? What a crazy guy. Thanks especially for all my voices sound like surfers. I'm sorry.
What the hell was that?
Pretty much all my voices are surfers, New Yorkers, or
New York surfers.
New Yorker surfers or English people. Yeah, or black people. That's it. That's all I got.
Black, English.
But I've got like a ton of them.
Surfers from New York.
Thanks especially for school support and letting me walk on the ice of thickness of my own choosing. Love, Courtney.
Ooh.
Heroin is an expensive habit. Although she was still receiving about $800 a month from her trust fund, it wasn't enough. And so, please put something on.
Yes, hold on.
Courtney headed up north to Alaska. She's lived a life, my friend. If you part of your story is you went up to Japan and Alaska, and you're not even like 30 yet, where she had been offered a job. Of course, it's all stripping. Wow. How do you get a job? Can I just ask, how does one get a job offering from Alaska for stripping? Like, there's not any strip clubs there, I guess, where you are? You can't go next to the airport?
Nope.
Where she had been offered a job stripping for the pipeline workers. So she's that well known as a stripper? How does she take off her clothes that is that overwhelming that they're calling her from Alaska? We need you to come strip for us right now. The pipeline workers are we need you. It's a weird story. I mean, I'm sure it's true. It's just
it's just
soon she was offered a more lucrative stripping gig at LA's notorious Star Strip Club. Thank you for that. The lure of Hollywood.
I left this cassette. I was supposed to take it to Germany.
I'm not listening to anything you say until you put something on.
Wow.
The lure of Hollywood was appealing, and for a while, Courtney thought, wait, did she go to Alaska or not?
Huh?
Did she go or not?
Yeah.
It doesn't say she went.
Dude, she went to Anchorage, man.
Hey, talk about Anchorage like that.
Yeah.
All right. Thought movies might offer a quicker route to stardom than rock and roll. After failing to win the coveted part of Nancy, she had finally landed a major role in another Alex Cox film,
Highway to Hell.
Straight to Hell. Have you ever seen that? I've wanted to see it. I still have not seen it.
I'll show it to you one day.
You have it? Why don't you put it on? Well, that might be copyright. Don't do that. But it would be good to play it along. I mean, I've already gotten like 3.5 hours, so even if they cut us off, it's fine. Well, speaking of strip clubs, there's strippers in the room.
What?
Yeah, there's strippers. There were strippers. Featuring the Pogues. Are the Pogues good? Do you like the Pogues?
Yeah.
I'll take that as a no.
Nah.
The movie bombed, going straight to video, and landing on many critics' lists as one of the worst films of all time. Okay, come on, man. Nothing is the worst film of all time. There's so many things that are the worst films of all time. However, she put part of her $20,000 acting fee to good use, getting a nose job to repair her most glaring physical flaw.
Her nose.
I think she's always looked interesting and good until her recent years, like now. I don't like the way she looks now. She looks too...
She's fake.
She looks weird. She just doesn't look good to me. But I liked her when she was weird looking and supposedly ugly looking. I think she looks cute like that. Like all her years when she was with Hole, before her nose job, after she was always looked good. I don't like her now. I don't like her. I don't like girls that dress glamorously. I don't like any of that. And all right. And transforming herself in preparation for the next chapter in life. It was time to return to her original plan.
Ooh.
Starting from scratch again.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney placed an ad in the popular LA music guide, The Recycler. I want to start a band. My influences are Big Black, Sonic Youth, and Fleetwood Mac. Her earliest failures, she said later, had only taught her the formula for success. Within 3 months.
Wait a minute.
No, 3 months.
What?
Her new band, Hole, was attracting a favorable buzz in indie circles. She had abandoned her old, softer-edged musical style in favor of hardcore screaming and screeching beats. But underneath the noise, you could still hear the melodic influences of the catchy pop music she loved. Not true. The first album, there isn't a single melody on that whole thing until she covers the last song, Clouds.
Clouds.
Yes. I've looked at life from both sides now, from then and then, still somehow.
I just heard
It's
that
like
today.
illusion. It's a ghost of Courtney Love.
No, it's by the Johnson. The Johnsons.
Johnson and Johnson's?
Yeah.
That's a shampoo company. They did that song?
Made by the Corson Company.
No, but yeah, that song is awesome. They do an awesome cover of I keep mixing up when send in the clowns and clouds. Those two songs I always get mixed up, but I got it right this time, I think.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, it's a cover of that,
Yeah,
but the
no,
rest
no.
of the album is unlistenable. It's insane, insanely hard edge. And by the way, I listen to death metal all the time as a soothing thing.
There
So
we go. Stories about your death metal
I've listened to black metal. I listen to all this stuff. I know, so it's not like, what the heck? Oh. It's really hard. Both Babes in Toyland and the first Hole album are just unlistenable.
Yeah, I'm with you on the whole record.
But you know the Cloud song, right?
The what
The
song?
very last song. How do you know the first Hole record has clouds? When the I've looked at Life from Both Sides now.
Yes, that's by.
Yeah, they cover it on it's the last song on the album.
That's by.
It's really great though. That's the one song I could latch onto when I was listening
wait
to
a
it.
minute. Is it on this one? Hold on.
The Pretty on the Inside.
Oh, Reach Out of the Darkness.
Yeah, that sounds exactly what I was talking about. Within 3 months, blah 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 blah. She had abandoned her.
Whoa.
Oh, she got rid of the David Bowie hairdo, which I liked. Bleached it blonde.
Yeah.
I like the David. Anybody who does that hair looks good if you can pull it off. Bleached it blonde and pioneered a new look that she would soon refer to as Kinderhore. Ripped little girl dresses and pink ribbons in her hair. With the contrived new image, fans and critics were starting to pay attention. Courtney was convinced stardom was just around the corner, but old habits are hard to break. She had forged a new sound, a new look, and a new personality on her own terms, but she couldn't quite shed her groupie ways. The old notion that it might just be a little easier to ride on the coattails of a man's success. In Portland, she had tried and failed to mold Roz Rezabek into her version of a rock star. In L.A., she was after something different.
Like what?
A shortcut to the top.
Sure.
Are you kidding me?
What?
At the volume like all the way down. I think I had to because it gets like I think it's okay. Should be okay, but hello, Speck.
Yes.
You know what I say? People say testing, but they shouldn't say that. When I
agree.
worked at a public access studio, I would tell everybody say space. You know why?
Why?
Because the S and the P sound are the loudest sounding sounds you could make. So
I usually just go testes 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's what everybody. It's like when people say when people are filming, they say action. I never did that. I would just say go. I don't like action because I'm cool. That's why.
Oh man, you're
No, because it's like action is 2 syllables. It's like action. Like you want to just like go like that. Like
Hey,
start.
don't point. Some point.
You.
Hey,
I'm talking to you, buddy. You get out of my way. All right, water break. Water break. Water break for me today.
Wow.
I know, that was pretty good. Should write that down.
I am. I'm gonna write this down.
All right. What are we watching now? What are we going? Going porn? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yes.
I like it. I like it when I see something like that. That's good. All right. Courtney was convinced stardom was just around the corner, but old habits are hard to break.
Yes.
She had forged a new sound, a new look. I read this already, but she couldn't quite shed her groupie ways. The old Courtney knew virtually nothing about punk rock. She had never liked the music, nor cared about its political message. She hadn't a clue about who was in or out. And more importantly, who
That's
knew
what
the
a hamburger was all
directions
about.
to the musical Holy Grail, a record deal? By the time Courtney set eyes on James Moreland for the first time,
Leaving Trains, yes.
he was already known as an LA punk rock survivor.
Leaving Trains.
Since the late 70s,
Hello?
he had paid his dues
Jeez.
and then some, gaining a larger following with every year
Because
he
he was
stuck
a
it out,
cross-dresser.
grinding out his high-octane,
Falling
obscenity-laced lyrics
and leaving
night
Trains.
after night.
How many times do I have to say this, man?
His music was not much different than the countless hardcore punk bands Courtney had scouted
What the hell is
while
this?
doing her homework in one dingy club after another.
This is weird, man.
Yeah. Anytime anybody uses a fisheye lens, it gets weird. It could be nothing, but it'll be weird. That was like 60 stuff. Man, that is some scratchy film. Jesus Christ. Alright. Often leaving with the frontman or
Is that Benny Hill?
backup musician.
Who's that?
I don't know. However, hey,
What?
is that our apartment? What the?
Dude,
Did you see the ghost of Courtney Love right now? What the
look,
heck is
but
wrong with you?
seriously, you didn't hear that?
Hear what? Somebody say Courtney Love?
No, someone said, hey, over here.
Don't freak me. You're freaking me out, man.
No, I swear to God, dude.
I mean, I'm reading
I'm not
books
having
about
a
deaf
break,
people.
and
Deaf
I can
people.
But I just heard, hey! I'm like, what did that come for?
We got ghosts in the house tonight, folks.
That was bizarre.
All right. You know what's funny? Like, it's like the most simplest thing, ghost stories. But when you start reading ghost stories in the middle of the night alone, you start thinking about ghosts. It is scary. Like,
I got a story about that.
well, now's the time to share with us, Scott.
Okay.
Is she doing what I think she's doing? That's the first time I've seen that in a movie.
But
Like, all these pornos, that's the first time they thought about doing that. Like, under a blanket hand job.
how do you know?
Well, if the stupid cameraman would stop zooming into their stupid little kiss and go back to what they were showing before. Soundtrack tonight by Liberace and his bubble airs.
We're getting funny Speck tonight, huh?
Hey.
I like that. I like that room.
So they decided to spend this like 30 minutes on this guy reading a magazine, but they showed 30 seconds of her giving him a hand job and then they zoomed out of it. What kind of a porno is this? Who's directing this? Wow, yeah, this is a lot better than
Yeah, this is
than
terrible.
the sex part. Let's just show the after parts of sex where he's just like reading a magazine. Is this experimental? Sci-fi. Boy, I tell you, this place, you do not disappoint, my friend. You always come up with the goods. Every time I think we don't have anything, it's dried up, the well is dried up, you pull it out. Pull it out in the nether regions. Alright, however, there was something different about Moreland the first time she saw his band. Do you like him?
Yeah.
His band performed something which set him apart from the typical cliche punk rocker, each sporting the same look: torn jeans, black t-shirt. It's not usually black, usually a white t-shirt. And a sneer as he jumped all over the stage. What do you think about the Dead Boys? Are they fake?
Yeah, they're great. Baiters?
As he jumped all over the stage, screaming out the typically indecipherable lyrics. Moreland happened to be wearing... What do you think about...
He was probably wearing a dress.
You know what I was going to bring? I have a tape of Gun Club that I wanted to... and I
Okay.
looked it up on YouTube,
Uh-huh.
and it didn't seem to be on there.
Is it by who?
By the Gun Club.
No, where?
Was it New Zealand? New Zealand?
I got something...
I'm not a big fan of Gun Club.
Neither am
They're
I,
a good
but
band. They're a good
I
band.
had their only show when they left L.A. They were playing in Boston.
Yeah, mine is better. It's New Zealand.
No, I got it
Who
from...
wants to go to Boston?
Right, I got it from the guy who put the show together.
Well,
No one else has it.
What year? Yeah, they're a good band. I should like them, but I
It was their...
can't latch on to any of
And
their...
you know how we know this? Because we ended up talking to the drummer.
You get
That was
his,
the Gun Club. His name's Terry.
Okay.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it, my little bitches.
It's more like watching a couple's life.
This is really boring,
Drinking
dude.
coffee. No, it's good. It's definitely good. It's interesting. She's like a golden woman. It's very...
Wait, I thought the other chick was more...
No, it's more black. That's her.
No, I didn't think the other chick was black.
She's like, I don't know what she is. She's like... Alright, come on. Alright, Moreland happened to be wearing a cocktail dress, fishnet stockings, yeah, and ruby red lipstick with black mascara. His on-stage antics, a mixture of slapstick and acrobatics, had the crowd in a frenzy. Courtney was just beginning to pioneer her soon-to-be famous brand of showmanship with her own band, Hole. She was definitely intrigued when she was informed by a barmaid that Moreland, known to his fans as Falling James, was ever inch a heterosexual.
Did you like OMD?
Not really.
Okay, keep reading.
I've never really listened to them because I don't like the initials. She knew she would have to get to know him better. A few days later, they were married. The way Courtney tells it, the marriage only lasted 2 days.
2 weeks. It was 2 weeks.
Ah.
It was 2 weeks.
But according to her father, it was closer to 2 years.
It was 2 weeks.
When we first
Let me tell
contacted...
you how
Okay,
I know.
I'm not... This is not a point I care about at all.
No, I'm going to tell you.
No.
I got that from Greg Ginn.
I'm sorry, I cannot go with the Gin pronoun. It's Gin. It's Gin. It's stupid to call him Gin. All the guys, all those SST and discard, they have weird ways of pronouncing their names. Guy Picciotto and all these guys. You know that guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be Guy.
Yeah.
But you know what the pronunciation is? Guy. The pronunciation of his first name is Guy. It's idiotic. Like Ian McKay. It's not Ian McKay. It's Ian McKay. Give me a break, dude.
Ginn.
Like there's literally 99% of the English language is like mispronounced words. Like
This movie is crap.
no, it's crop.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's crap.
You like I just imagine like going up to Ian and saying, "Hey, what's up, McKay?" He's like, "It's McKay," or like Guy Picciotto, and be like, "By the way, I used to send tapes. This is like 10 years ago or something, maybe 20. No, it's probably like 20 years ago. Sent tapes to all record labels, awful music, and the only person that sent something back to me was Guy Picciotto from Discord Records, and he actually wrote a handwritten letter to me, and he said like, I really like the song, like, and thanks to...
Do you remember Guy
That's a great story. Can I get something back?
No. He worked at Amoeba.
Oh, now you're calling him Guy. Now you're calling him Guy too. Don't. What is it? Don't.
Patronize you.
Yeah. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. Everybody calling him Guy now. Spell your name. If your name is Guy, spell it like Ghee or don't give me no Guy. Everybody says Guy. It's stupid. His first name took me 10 years to figure out how. His Piccolo. I don't know how to say his name. All right.
Piccolo.
Piccolo.
It's
That's
Piccolo.
already hard enough. And then you're gonna throw in a Guy in there. I'm just gonna call it a day and call him gay.
Guy.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid. Like, and the Mackay thing is like a new thing I found out. Like Mackay. Like, okay, hi, Kite.
You didn't like him.
Kite Blanchard. It's like, okay, you're Irish. First of all, you're like Italian or something, dude. You're not Irish, okay? I don't know I don't even know what is he? He's Italian or what? He's got to be Italian.
Who's that?
I don't even know what to... Guy, Piccolo.
He's definitely Italian. But
Yeah. So where does the Guy come from?
His last name is Prosciutto.
Oh, now you're going to mix me completely...
No.
Now it's Bruschetta?
Yeah.
His name is Bruschetta.
Yes.
Wait, am I saying his last name wrong? Is that what you're telling me now?
Yes.
It's with a Pisciotto?
It's Prosciutto.
No, seriously.
Yes.
I just said seriously. Seriously.
It is.
Hey! There's sex. All right.
But
No, seriously. So it's not. So I'm saying that part. I'm still saying wrong. Nice. It's not Picciotto. It's Picciotto. Get out of here.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. All right. These are like commercials in the middle of reading. All right. You know what? I'm bored with any mad scientist. Like, it just turns me off. I don't care what they're doing. It's so boring to me, the whole mad scientist thing.
If this doesn't pick up, then I am gonna...
I mean, you know what the most...
And this is on Alpha Blue.
It's interesting, dude. I mean, it's very interesting looking.
Yeah.
Like, but it's not it's just what it's like the scratchy film, the fisheye lens,
That's the part I like.
Yeah, that's the part that's awesome about it. It's
But-
just like, wow, I finally found somebody who likes scratches. I can't believe it.
That's what makes a film.
That's what makes us
authentic.
friends. That we both like scratches and like Warren. His job is to remove every one of those scratches.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, I have to kill him now. No, for DVDs, that's what he does. He removes scratches and specks of dust from all film. That's his job, ruining films. The whole movie. Can I tell you, the 100% whole 50%. The reason I did Alice in Nevernalia was because I wanted to see scratches on film, I wanted to do that, and I realized and I did it. Like I achieved what I wanted.
You have a copy of it, don't you?
I have one DVD, but they don't sell it anymore anywhere. Like I have one DVD. I found it in the store. I was like, oh, I'm selling this, and I decided to keep it. Yeah. By the way, when you watch Satan VHS, did you watch the making of? Have you ever seen the making of? It's on the DVD. It's not on the DVD. They should have put that. That's more entertaining than the movie.
No.
Well, if you have a DVD, put it in. Even DVD-R, watch the making of.
Okay.
It's like 10 minutes long. It's more fun than the movie.
See, like that.
Do you have it anywhere? If you have it anywhere, pop it in.
That'd
It's
be
just
in
like
my
10 minutes.
storage unit.
Oh, no, you should have it like blazing fire like around it right
here.
here.
I burned it.
Oh, yeah. All right, back to this. This James guy, whoever this guy. I have no idea who this band is. I don't know. Oh, hi, James.
James Moreland?
Yeah, this is your former father-in-law, Hank. Long time no speak. They proceeded to reminisce training memories of Courtney, the way the old soldiers swapped their war stories. He asked if Moreland would mind talking to some Canadian writer friends of mine. Apparently, Fallen James had recently been spooked by Courtney's reaction to the only other detailed interview he had ever given about her. In that article, he had called her Conan the Barbarian when it comes to her career, and described her as a homophobic conservative, kind of like me, who believed that people only got into punk rock and homosexuality to pee off their parents. I never liked pee off. I don't get it. I don't understand it logically. What if you're urinating on something? How does that make you angry? I don't get it. I just, just
You're letting it out, man.
I just don't know. Yeah, but if you urinate on something, I just don't get it. If somebody understands that, please call in and let me know what that means, because it makes no logical sense to me. It makes no grammatical sense.
It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Nothing's gonna make sense.
This is when I'm waking up, baby. I'm ready to go.
So you'll be here till about what, 5?
I'm here for 24 hours. We're
All
finishing
right.
this book. No, I'm just kidding.
All
No.
right.
I got an hour and a half to get home.
What?
It gets so 4:30 is the latest. 4 o'clock. So 4 o'clock probably is what I'm aiming for.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Because okay. Oh, she would also say that me and other knee-jerk liberals don't know what we're talking about, because she had slept with generals at this army base in Alaska. So she did go. And they had a lot of secret information which proved that the wars they got us into were really for our own good. I agree with her there. I wouldn't have known what she was talking about. I agree with her, yeah. Like, before, not the generals now. I don't know what the hell they're doing now. Moreland recalled, I thought I was marrying the female Johnny Rotten. Instead, I got this right-wing Phyllis Diller. If I could do, yeah, that'd be a good voice. Moreland did it. You turned it off? That was not bad.
Well, I'm not.
That was good
I'm not
music,
making
too.
a copy of it.
Well, all right, man. You're just like, you have an embarrassment of riches. You can just turn off a good pornos and just like, you don't care.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's another completely rare porno nobody has. I don't care. I'll just throw it out the window.
There'll be more.
Along with all the couches. So Speck has to sit on the ground on pillows. Moreland did indeed agree to talk to us, but only after Harrison assured him we could be trusted. They were married in Las Vegas pretty well on the spur of the moment, he recalls, after he jokingly asked her if she wanted to tie the knot, and she said yes. At first, their relationship was very intense. He had never met anybody like her, and he was enthralled by her in-your-face personality, but they always seemed to clash, mostly about politics.
Ooh.
We would have these huge fights and split up for weeks at a time and then get back together. She was really effed up on drugs most of the time, and she could get uncontrollably violent. violent enough to have her next husband killed?
Dun, 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 dun.
I can't really answer that because I wasn't there, but when we were married, she certainly seemed to know a lot about hitmen.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
If somebody ticked her off a lot, she would pay this guy she knew $50 or $100 to beat them up.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It was pretty scary. From my own experience, she's dangerous. She definitely has an evil side. She once tried to burn my bed when I was sleeping. A fire started and I woke up in shock. It's impossible to figure out Courtney's motives. Her disdain was powerful, and she came off as a spoiled little SNOT. Yes, I'm very squeamish with bad words. I'm sorry. Moreland offered a slightly different version to New York Press magazine when the conspiracy theories started to surface. I can see Kurt getting into some ridiculous argument with her and getting so fed up that he ran into the house and blew his head off, rather spontaneously. Most people would want to kill themselves just waking up to her. The other scenario, which is scarier and more cold-blooded, is that there was a profit motive for knocking him off. I can also see that happening because Courtney is a violent person who, even in the midst of our anonymous, crummy, poverty-stricken little marriage, threatened to have me beaten up for $200 when I didn't do what she wanted. I was so scared of her, I caved in immediately. In those days, she was just this junkie stripper and prostitute. But give somebody like that a couple million, and you can't overestimate how dangerous they might be. Moreland recalled what for him was the last straw, why their relationship finally ended. Choking down tears, he said, Courtney had become pregnant with their child but refused to stop using heavy drugs, which eventually forced her to get an abortion. It was a nightmare, he said. I'll never forgive her for that. Shoot, that sounds great to me. Although their turbulent marriage temporarily put the brakes on Moreland's own music career, it appeared to have the opposite effect on Courtney, whose band released its first single a few months after they were married. It created enough buzz to attract the attention of the respected Caroline label, Caroline, which released Hole's first album, Pretty on the Inside, in 1991 to instant critical acclaim in alternative music circles, and earned her a reputation as the new queen of the that's not Riot Girl movement. Madonna and Sonic Youth's Kim Gordon were among a growing legion of new fans. For those who would later claim that Kurt Cobain wrote most of her music, Pretty on the Inside, recorded a year before she began to date him, proved that no matter what anybody said about her, Courtney was about more than just hype. True. Reviewing the album, The New Yorker wrote, Pretty on the Inside is a cacophony. True. Full of such grating, abrasive, true, and unpleasant sludges of noise, that very few people are likely to get through it once. True. Let alone give it the repeated listenings it needs for you to discover that it's probably the most compelling album to have been released in 1991. It's compelling, you can't listen to it. Somewhere in the midst of the ruthless ambition, the carefully crafted image, and the trail of bitter ex-lovers prepared to believe the worst of her, was an undeniable talent. But like Yoko Ono, who was already among the most important figures of the 60s avant-garde art scene before she ever met John Lennon, the talent was about to be overshadowed by a man who would be labeled the musical genius of his generation. Only about a quarter of what Courtney says is true, declares her on-again, off-again friend Kat Bjelland, the leader of Babes in Toyland. But nobody usually bothers to decipher which are the lies. She's all about image, and that's interesting. Irritating, but interesting. The way Courtney tells the story, she had only dabbled in heroin a couple of times before she met Kurt, who was already a full-fledged junkie when they met, but Kurt's friends scoffed at the suggestion, prominently repeated in a number of dubious biographies, that he turned her on to the habit. The truth appears to be somewhat more elusive. By 1992, the stomach pain that had once caused Kurt only occasional irritation was a near constant source of agony. Hold on there. Oh. was one of your pills.
Huh?
One of your pills.
What?
One of your pills fell.
Huh? And I heard it from here?
Yeah, it's because you're insane. You're paranoid schizophrenic.
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, you're paranoid. Oh, she's having her brain massaged.
If I was a paranoid schizophrenic...
Now, let's see, where were we? Most agree that his periodic heroin use became a full-fledged habit around the time Nevermind was released in autumn of 1991. The fact that it also coincided with the period when he and Courtney started dating may have been why there was a perception that she was responsible for his stepped-up drug use.
Sure.
The way Kurt publicly described it, he had decided to become a junkie in September 1991 to relieve the excruciating, burning, nauseous pain in his stomach he experienced every time he swallowed food. The only thing I found out that worked were heavy opiates. Wait a minute. The only thing that I found out that worked were heavy opiates. He later explained, there were many times that I found myself literally incapacitated in bed for weeks, vomiting and starving.
Pills? Phil?
Huh?
The pills?
What?
Were they?
They fell on the ground over there. Sorry.
Oh.
So I decided if I feel like a junkie as it is, I may as well be one. For months, however, a prescription of morphine had seemed to do the trick. Why he eventually substituted heroin, despite his needle phobia, is still a mystery. He had already tried heroin a few times before he met Courtney, says Kurt's old friend Alice Wheeler. You know her? No, you don't. Fine.
Yes, Alice.
Yes. What was that book? I forget. The unofficial photographer of Seattle's grunge scene, who had known him since his days in Olympia, when I went to school, but she definitely used it as, that's a whole song, who had known him, the Olympia, it's on their album, when I went to school in Olympia.
But she didn't go to school in Olympia.
Well, I mean, she apparently did, it's in her song,
No,
but she definitely used it as a lure to control him. She's very sophisticated that way.
Wait, is this the same scene?
I don't know. How am I supposed to tell what the scene is? I don't do. It's very sexy. It's a lot of sex. A beautiful woman sucking this man's penis like it's her source of oxygen. It's just great.
COVID, man.
It's just great sex. Great music, great sex, great company.
What, by Henry Mancini?
Yeah, I like it. It's good music. It's very calming. It's good. It's perfect for this.
Oh yeah.
She's very sophisticated that way. It was in her best interest for Kurt to form a habit.
It's like music by Mr. Rogers. No, we're done because look what he's doing, dude. Okay.
He's just helping him. Just let it go. It's not God. Let it give. See, they stopped it. They know. They knew they stopped it. They stopped it. What a homophobic porno watcher. I don't watch... It wasn't going to go that far, dude.
It went far enough for me.
He just helped her.
Far
It's going to
enough.
happen. He was assisting him.
Good. Like, maybe in doing taxes.
They stopped it, too. Like, you just let it go. It was
No, I'm going to watch something else.
Whatever. All right. I don't know. You're such a prude all of a sudden.
Prude?
They stopped the video. They knew
No.
it was... Even the director himself...
the video.
No, they stopped it, right? Did you see it?
There's another one I'm going to watch.
We didn't get to see the next one. Beautiful.
Is that on there too?
Kurt's best friend, Dylan Carlson, tells a similar story. She knew that...
Weird.
Thank you for tuning into the second part of this multi-layered trilogy. I don't know how many parts it's going to be, but I like saying trilogy. This is Overrated, Underrated podcast with your gallant host, Speck the Rejk. I like that better. Speck the Rejk. That's better.
Yes.
Don't mock me on my own show. Scott. Scotty the Body is my co-host. And we are now in his apartment in Irvine as we delve deeper into the saga that is Courtney Love's story. The book is Love and Death.
Love her.
The second of 2 books chronicling the possible, the mystery of the possible murder
Oh, boy.
of one Kurt Corson Cobain,
That's it.
otherwise known as Corbin Bernsen by his friends.
That's it. Alright, here we go.
I've read about 3 hours and a half worth, and we are now continuing as I eat my Tostitos and wish I had Coke. Do you have Coke? You don't have Coke. Of course.
I don't
I can't even ask. There's nothing in the fridge. There's nothing in the fridge here. Don't ask. Don't get your hopes up. Bring your own everything. This is what it is here. I should have brought another Coke. I was trying to be a good boy, and I said I'm not gonna have 2 Cokes tonight. Just have
That's right.
one. Good tip.
Whoa. Alright, we'll try this, huh?
I'm munching Tostitos salsa verde, and it was very good. I just wish I had a soda. Looks good so far. Oh, hello. I've noticed every time I see a hot girl, I say hello. Nice meeting. I like it. Nice slap bass. Ooh, that's a surprise. After that title. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Love and Death.
What year is this?
A new and explosive investigation into the murder of Kurt Cobain.
I think this is 86, right?
How the heck should I know? The date written on my face? What do you do? That's something in my nose? I think I do.
No.
Bathroom's too far. We're gonna go with it. Roll with it. Roll with it. Don't stop the tape. Film is expensive. Gas is $6.19, folks.
I know.
It's awesome. I don't know how people are driving around in beat up old cars. I don't get it. You don't have any money for your to fix your window. You got a blanket covering the window. Don't go.
Wait a minute.
Hello.
Hello, I'm
That's
Tracy
nice.
Lords.
She's
Let's
hot.
work out together.
Sure.
Just follow me
Oh man, this is gonna be a killer soundtrack. I already know.
Wait, is she old or young there?
Most of the systems
She's going legit here. She's like, I'm gonna be an
Is
actress.
this legit stuff?
Why are you asking me? I don't think this is a porno.
Wait, what is this?
This is a workout video, my friend. It's awesome though.
To improve your cardiovascular system.
My what?
Don't be concerned with following.
I'll show you. I'll show you my cardiovascular
Just
system.
work along at your own pace.
Okay.
Breathe evenly and don't overexert yourself. The more
I hate it when girls are do videos and they're telling you how to jerk it and they're like, first start off slow. I'm like, why?
No,
This
no,
is not
I
a
like
train.
It. See, I like that a lot.
No, I'd go fast. I go 1 speed, folks. It's 1 speed and then it's pause. That's the trick. You do a lot of pauses.
Boy, this is gonna be shit.
Might be worth something. Especially now, where can you sell it? There's no adult marketplace on eBay. Where do you sell this stuff?
Yeah, I know. I might just,
I can't tell if this is good. Is that Christy Canyon?
Huh?
No, not Christy Canyon.
I
Crystal
think,
Breeze.
wait,
Rejk?
I think she's of age. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, she's not like 18, man.
Is she like 22?
Well, she's in her prime. No, I think she's a little. This must have been after she's famous.
Yeah, like about 22, right?
I don't know. It's just funny, thinking of the producers who were telling her that we should do this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna make a totally legit movie. It's gonna be great. You're just gonna be working out. At least she should be saying, okay, now it's time for 3 reps. Let's see you do it.
Yeah, there's nothing. If she doesn't
If
talk,
she should talk, she should be like, that's good. You're getting bigger and better. I'll do the voice since I'm doing the voice. That's right. Just 4 more strokes. That's right. Work it out. Up and down. Up and
I
down.
think I'm gonna sell this too. I mean, come on, man.
I didn't know I was going to be doing adult porno dialogue tonight. All right, now.
1, 2, and 3.
Squat. Squat.
Open them up, open it up, open it up. Now bring it back. Now bring it back. Open it up again. There you go. Let the world know.
I kind of, even as a workout video, this is pretty bad. I don't know about a judge of workout videos.
No, this is shit.
Squat. But, you know, the music is pretty good, and the background is pretty good, and the outfits, but, could you say something? It's going to be awkward staring at you all night like this. All right. Just 24 strokes to go. There you go.
Whoa.
MC Tracy Lord's on the scene.
Man, she's kind of flexible, huh?
It's kind of flabby. I'm gonna work out a little bit.
You do that. Can you do that?
I'm doing it right now.
That's pretty good, bro.
I'm tired. You can die. Change what? My underwear? No way.
Yeah.
Move your ribs left to right.
What?
Keep it
Firm. Keep it tight.
Okay.
Hey, last time a woman told me to
Whoa,
remove
whoa,
my
whoa,
ribs.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's hip hop Tracy Lords.
I know.
Yo, DJ, break that song down.
Oh,
Bend your waist, turn round and round, burning.
I'm impressed now.
By what? This is off? This is like a joke.
No way, but look at her moves, dude.
Change.
Kind of awkward.
Stretch your neck, control
What
your
I would be
bounce.
interested if that was Crystal Breeze in the back.
Keep it smooth, now don't you strain. If you don't fight, you'll have no gain.
Okay, we weren't gonna rhyme. Okay, we just wanted you to say the, you know, do the 1, 2, 3 thing.
Change. Look this way and then that. Turn again. Now
Hey, lady, I didn't sign up for this. All right, leave me alone.
Is the key. Not too hard. Watch, you'll see.
Did you write this?
Breathe.
It's one of your poems.
Change.
That is one of your poems. Death surrounds me all the time.
Smooth.
Can't get low, can't get down.
Change.
Everywhere I try to climb, the leotards bring me down.
Actually,
Oh no, here we go. Oh,
no, man, I wrote.
Shakespeare's on the scene again.
Oh,
Right here.
Oh my god, this is not even a workout. You're just faking stuff now.
Credence Clearwater Recital. Did I read this?
You'll feel better all the
The microphone is all yours.
Wait, are we? Oh, we're on the air.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I'm not gonna read it.
in the air.
change.
Dang.
I do like the best songs I've ever done. Like I can't believe, and they get 0 views. Like people put like literally show a knob on a door and they get like 34 views at
I mean,
least.
come on, you gotta admit, dude, that's.
Change.
Sexy? No, it's not. I don't think it's sexy. It could be sexy, but they're not. They're playing it straight, and that's what I'm saying.
I know, but still, dude.
No, okay, that's good.
We'll rearrange.
If I was like 13 years old, yeah, I mean,
Stretch.
what was it that video? It was like anything on TV with like just a hint of a girl on it would drive me crazy.
Change. To your right.
Like Aerosmith videos, like Love in an Elevator, and
Pull your head to your
oh, you know what video of the first girl that
You know what her real name is, right?
stretch it.
Tracy Miranda?
Nora Kuzma.
Do the same
Huh?
to others.
Kuzma.
She's Mexican?
K-U-Z-M-A? No.
Oh, I think it's Guzman.
Kuzma.
That's a good name. She could have kept it.
That's your,
I don't know why that's any.
she's got a little fat going on right there.
Yeah, what a pig. You know, why don't you work out a bit before doing your video?
Change.
Your channel looks like it's professional.
And then right. Feel the beat. You gotta fight. Bend your left leg, then the other one.
Give it up, babe.
Stretch your waist. Have some fun. Change.
No, I don't want to have fun. I want to change. I want Coke. I would kill Kurt Cobain for a vending machine at this apartment complex.
Stretch your back. Steady head. Now travel forward.
Steady what?
Hands ahead.
Whoa, hello. That's nice. Hey, you're missing the best part, buddy.
Change.
Oh, Scott, you're missing it.
You don't want to hear no crack. Push your glute to the
Oh, you are missing the best part, you idiot. Change. Yo.
Leg shake.
What?
Arm thrust. Visual show. Leg shake. Arm thrust. Ready, set, go.
Exercise videos are funny.
Change.
Change, yo.
Reach down. Warrior pose. Come on, people. Exercise. Reach back. Bow down. Touch your hands to the ground. Change. Leg shake. Arm thrust. Do it hard. You won't rust.
How many? I don't know how they know
Torso roll.
what move's coming next. That's the crazy thing. It's not like there's a diagram there. Okay, I'm eating my chips. There's one more.
Change. Bend your head to your knee. Your thigh will burn. You'll agree. Stretch it. Yeah.
You know the 8th Earl of Oxford wrote this.
Change. Shake your thigh with rhythm. See, cellulite will no doubt flee. Change. Arms spread. Shake
She's
it
doing
forward.
complicated raps now. She has cellulite in lyrics.
Push real close.
You can't even see your nipples on this. This is pathetic.
Go.
I'm so thirsty. One more. One more.
You should dance with the steady breathing blend. Don't you bounce. Use control
Man,
with the
I
steady
tell you,
stretch
chips you
flow.
cannot stop eating, boy. Better than Doritos.
Change.
More addictive.
Snap your thigh, point your toe, flex your arms,
Oh,
muscles
she's actually
grow.
hot. The girl in the back is actually hotter than
Change.
Change. Yeah, they're just making up exercise now. This is totally fake.
Come on, baby, please don't poop.
What? What?
Change.
What? Why are you taking off?
Hold it. Point it. Flex.
Alright.
Flex.
I'm flexing. I'm flexing.
Burn it.
I'm burning. I'm burning. Oh,
No.
it's painful. Ooh.
Change.
Wow, she was really burning the fat there.
Leg shake, arm thrust, visual show. Leg shake, arm thrust, ready, set, go.
I lost my page. Okay, somewhere
Go.
where they talk about heroin.
Change.
Alright.
Reach back, bow down, touch your hands
Um,
to the ground.
Alright.
Push it.
And we're continuing on, ladies and gentlemen.
Leg shake, arm thrust, respirate. Is
Don't fret.
change.
The Speck
Here
is
again,
here.
torso roll. Watch my
Um,
move, smooth control.
How to approach the problem. Ever since Kurt had started spending time with Courtney a few months earlier, he had become increasingly distant from his old friends.
Bend your
They
head
no
to
longer
your
hung
knee,
out
your
together
thigh
the
will
way they
burn, you'll
used to,
agree.
lamenting and laughing at their unexpected success. After the rehearsal, Kurt returned to the dressing room where he vomited for almost an hour. He managed to get through the show, but afterwards, backstage, he nearly collapsed. Dave was heard to call him a junkie a-hole. Whether or not Courtney exercised a Rasputin-like control over Kurt, as many speculated, or whether he had just simply found somebody who understood him, as he told his friends, one thing is certain. The two were very much in love, at least in the beginning. My attitude has changed dramatically, he told Sassy Magazine in January 1992. And I can't believe how much happier I am and how even less career-oriented I am. At times, I even forget I'm in a band, but I'm so blinded by love. I know that sounds embarrassing, but it's true. In the same interview, he reveals for the first time that he and Courtney had recently become engaged. He may or may not have known at the time that Courtney was carrying his baby, conceived 2 months earlier. Some of his friends, Dylan Carlson among them, say it was the pregnancy that prompted Kurt to propose, and that the couple only delayed the news to avoid the stigma of a shotgun wedding. By the end of January, however, it was no longer a secret, and Kurt was ecstatic about impending fatherhood, telling everybody who would listen that he was going to be a punk rock daddy. By the time their baby was born on August 18, 1992, Kurt and Courtney had become the darlings of the music media, the rock and roll couple that everybody loved to watch. They had flown to Hawaii in February for a small wedding, attended by only a few Nirvana crew members, Dave Grohl and Kurt's best friend Dylan Carlson, who served as best man. Conspicuously missing from the ceremony was Chris Novoselic, possibly because he had been getting on Kurt's case about his increasing use of heroin. More probably because neither he nor his wife Shelley appeared to approve of his choice of mate, nor was a single member of either Kurt's or Courtney's family invited to attend. Whoa. I'm going. I'm changing. Don't push me. Before the wedding, Courtney insisted that Kurt sign a prenuptial agreement, in the apparent conviction that she would soon be more successful than her superstar husband. I didn't want Kurt running away with all my money, she told a reporter only half-jokingly. Within months, their faces adorned the covers of countless magazines. In an interview with Rolling Stone in April 1993, Kurt finally admitted that his success wasn't the drag that he had been complaining about for months in the media and to his punk rock friends. When Nevermind hit number 1, he revealed he was kind of excited, but I wouldn't admit that at the time. He also dismissed the media reports suggesting that he was uncomfortable with his newfound fame. It really isn't affecting me as much as it seems like it is in interviews and the way that a lot of journalists have portrayed my attitude. I'm pretty relaxed with it. It was a heady time for Courtney as well.
Oh. Really? You're still here?
Her band was attracting a lot of attention. After a recent UK tour...
Is this getting any better?
You missed the best 30 seconds.
What happened?
She was legs spread eagle and pouncing the ground.
Really?
Yeah, that was the best part.
Well,
Change! Sorry, loud. What the hell? I don't know, I'm learning to rap though. I don't even think that's Tracy Lords.
it is.
Oh, look at that flab. What a beast.
I know, right?
Change!
What's
Change!
Whoa.
Kick. I mean, yeah, she's hot, but she's fighting her hotness. Is that the video? Yeah, that's probably worth a bunch. What? I did till I was sore last night. That was my
Brett
mistake.
home video.
I know it's rare. I mean, it's ultra rare. But the thing is, you're the biggest fan of Tracy Lords right now. There's nobody that's a big so the biggest fan has it.
Yeah, but
you know, how do they? This is like a band. How do they know what's next? Everybody's synchronized. It's like we're in 30 minutes and they haven't missed a beat, like anything. How do they know what to do next? I never understood this. Like, change. This, from Henry Rollins' book.
what?
There's a lot of poetry in this. Can I just say that the idea to make the rap in this, on one hand, genius. On the other hand, bewildering and disappointing. Hello. You know, I'm not a Tracy Lords fan at all, but
You know they're playing
she's
Danger
beautiful.
Zone, right? By Kenny Loggins?
No, I don't think they are.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not. I mean, they might be playing it, covering it. It's not the actual song. I think the chick in the back is actually hotter. They should have at least. Jeez, if I was them, I'd be disappointed. Like, not even
Well,
one
now,
close up.
We just seem to disagree on everything.
Well, I'm not into tan chicks, but I'm not into blonde chicks either. Oh, the girl in the back is like she's struggling. What a fatty. Should do something besides eating Tostitos all day. Eating bonbons.
watching your soaps.
Wait, is that Tracy Lord? Yeah, it is.
I
Right?
think this Tracy Lord's sister. Tracy Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Tracy with a Y. It's Tracy Miranda
Change.
Lords. Tracy Miranda Lords. That's a name. That's a good name.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's like
the
these
age.
complicated raps into the stratosphere. Who wrote? Did she write this herself?
It's a Tanya Everett.
Oh.
This is from Tanya.
Somehow I
Everett.
think that if you and Tanya Everett met, it would be good because like you guys could both like exchange your poetry and write poems for each other. All right. Back to the book. Magazine.
See, I don't know if I should keep this or not. Even though this does belong to the Tanya Everett estate.
I don't know who's buying porn nowadays. I don't know where you would buy porn nowadays.
For me.
And me, but I'm saying like, who's in the market for porn? Especially with like, it's just like I don't know. Who's buying CDs? I don't know. I'm trying to sell them though. Sure what? Go what? Go where? Change.
Oh,
Cool. That's more like it.
stretch, pull, same thing.
What? Hey, watch your mouth.
I'm probably gonna sell this for $50. I mean, that's a
Sounds-
good price.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's an awesome video for its.
Is this just audio?
Yeah.
There's no visual on this?
No, I have to put it onto a visual thing, but it's just gonna be a picture or something. I don't. This is just audio recording.
What site is this gonna be on? So
YouTube.
I know. I mean, under what?
Jedi Nerf.
Jedi Nerf.
You follow me. Yeah. What?
What? Now you doing The Godfather, or should I say?
No, that was me. I don't know.
Are you doing The Odd
I'm not
Father?
doing anything. That's me.
You're doing The Odd Father.
That's me and my. I like this is a workout watching this video. Like they're not taking a break of water or anything. It's just like there's no cuts. Change. Jesus Christ.
Look at that beef taco, dude.
Taco.
There's a lot
What
of,
does that mean?
there's a lot of meat in between those thighs. Pull.
Huh? I'm really not in the mood tonight. I'm kind of reading.
Okay.
All right. Can I? Please stop telling me to change. Just that one thing, please. What? Okay. Fine. Yeah, I'm ignoring you now.
Oh, I could do that.
You're not listening to me. Yeah, right.
No, it's seriously. Yeah, I can. Look, I can do that.
Congratulations, you can do 0.5 seconds of their whole workout. Change. What? Stop.
And she's gonna go over there and start smacking some
Audio.
skulls.
This is audio rap rape. Shake it out. They're just making stuff up, or like I'm being serious.
Whoa.
I mean, how do they know what to do?
Okay.
This would be sexy if it wasn't so tiring looking.
I know.
I'm getting sweaty. If I was that guy, I would have been blasted already. With this one.
Who knows? You probably did.
With this guy, I don't think so. I think he's into another genre of human.
She's pretty good, though. I mean, she knows what she's doing.
Okay. You say so.
Especially you fat, ugly Jew.
You couldn't have shown the chick in the back like one shot. Like that's pretty vain.
Well, it's called
dude.
Warm Up with Tracy Lords. Not
I
with
know,
the
but
chick in the back.
usually there's like a camera guy.
Nobody gets close
He
on
could
you.
give one close up of the chick. Like Jesus Christ, she's doing this whole workout. He's getting paid $20 for this. Like just give her something. Tracy Lords was like, no, I want all shots just of me. Don't do any close ups. Don't waste any time on her.
Because people are going to see it for her, not for...
I understand, but
Poodle do over there.
you get sick of it after a while. Anybody, the most beautiful girl in the world, you get sick of after 5 minutes. Like, that's the truth. I mean, that's how I feel about it.
Nobody gets sick of her.
I'm already saying. I mean,
Unless she cheats
you just
on
need a break. You need a break from her. Like, just
show the guy's knees for something. Like, just give me something. It's
Shame.
Yeah. All right. When I met her, when I was trying to sign her, she spent the whole time slagging off her husband, Madonna recalled. She was saying, Hole are so much better than Nirvana. After fierce bidding wars, Nirvana's label Geffen, offering $1 million advance
Whoa.
and unprecedented... See, folks, I'm trying to read here. I'm trying to do my job here. I'm getting paid to do a job. I'm trying to do it. She's trying to make me change. He's trying to tell me to exercise. I don't want to exercise. I don't want to exercise.
Dude, look at that.
Change. Oh, she's doing Bukowski.
Let's see that red herring. Pucker up, bitches.
She's doing beat poetry. She's like...
Yeah, much more like beat off poetry.
Touche. Do it. But I don't want to do it. After fierce... which finally signed Hole to its major record contract, while denying the lucrative deal had anything to do with keeping in Kurt's good graces. For years, Courtney would brag that she had landed a better record deal than her husband. Yeah.
She agrees.
Both Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love were living the dream that neither would admit to publicly for the sake of their punk rock cred. Success, money, glamour, and a new baby on the way.
Whoa, whoa. Look at that.
Oh, I don't care if that guy's gay or not. He must have blasted off by now. But this one's gonna do him in. This one's gonna be the straw that made the guy wet his pants. She might be wetting her pants too. Hey, lady in the back, I lobbied for you to get one close up. Tracy was like, no, we're just keep it on me. The video's called my name. It's by me. I don't care. And I'm even taking credit for the poems.
This is
Okay, what did
brutal.
she even say there? Wait till it sheds? She's talking about snakes?
In your pants. The trouser snakes.
Alright. On August 20th, 1992, only 2 days... Okay,
Change.
now I'm doing, I forget, why does my brain go to mush here? This is what happens. This is what happened to you when you moved in here. You were like a brain scientist or something. Casey Kasem. On August 20th... Oh, wait. And then when I try to do it, I mess up. 1992, only days
I
after...
think there's something in the air.
Francis Bean Cobain was born at LA Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, as my dad works there. The September issue of Vanity Fair hit the newsstands. 3 months earlier, Courtney had allowed... I can't do that. My voice is... Courtney had allowed the respected celebrity scribe Lynn Hirschberg to follow her around for a feature. Oh, it's boring part again. All right, I gotta
with Lynn?
slog through this. Yeah.
I don't like the
Hold
Lynn
on.
part.
You know what? You know what? You don't tell. I won't tell.
No, let's skip that.
Let's skip that part. Yeah, exactly. Change the page. All right. For the first time in this book, I'm skipping because my voice is cracking. And I'm not talking about a dragon. Courtney, however, gives as good as she gets, slagging both Madonna and Chris Novoselic's wife, Shelley.
Chili.
And
Chili with an I.
impressive. And suggesting to Kurt that he start a new band without Dave Grohl, whom she had always despised. Wow. All in all, however, she presents herself as content with her new life. Things are really good. It's all coming true, she says, before acknowledging prophetically that it could all fuck up any time. You never know. All this would be perfect, Hirschberg concludes, except for the drugs. Here we go. She proceeds to cite no fewer than...
Hold on. Oh, yeah.
All right. 20 different music industry sources who maintain that the Cobains have been heavily into heroin. Though it wasn't the first time a journalist had confronted Kurt or Courtney about their rumored drug use, Kurt had usually been contentious to lie. Only a few months earlier, he had told Rolling Stone that all drugs are a waste of time, and that his body wouldn't allow him to take drugs even if he wanted to. Hey, that's your excuse. Are you blocking me out so you can watch the video? What are you doing?
Oh.
You're like this. Don't look at Speck. It's gonna ruin it for me.
Whoa. I'm looking at that.
Oh yeah. All right. That's a good move.
No, don't change.
Yeah, they do. They've got a good thing going.
Dude, I don't care if you're Jesse Owens. You're going to be dying after this. Like, there's no breaks, no water. I'm dying and I'm just sitting here. What are they doing? Are you bowing to me? Well, get me some grapes and some wine. All right, now.
I want to know whose house this is at.
I could have cut this video down to 2 minutes. Like, anytime her legs are spread, that's it. That's the
Well,
good part.
what's the time on there? 32?
600.
What?
29.
Oh, 29?
That's good stuff. It's quality stuff. You know what makes this video is
Sure.
it's the furniture and the background, like the
Look at
colors.
that.
It's beautiful. Like if they did this video now, it would be an awful background. The girls would have awful makeup. This is beautiful. This is true beauty. Music's good. The chick is like a 10. Like I'm not even into her, and I know she's a 10. Like I can't lie. Like she's a 10. I don't know how the heck that guy got this gig. Who's that guy? Like there's like a ton of like porno guys going. What happened here? To and fro. She's rapping all over the place. That girl in the back's like, I'm not gonna even work. I'm not gonna even do this. You're not showing me. I'm not gonna do it.
They would cut her head off.
They're cutting her. They're like no respect for the Mexican chick or whatever she is. Her legs are like an off ramp or something. Look at that. Hey, she's not grabbing her ankle. I just had a genius idea. Okay.
It's time to watch
Put this in a theater. Give everybody the script. And have everybody read it at the same time.
No,
It would be a cacophony. It would be beautiful.
No, you know what you do is you record this, and before your band goes on, this is the warm up act. You put it up on a big screen, and well.
I mean, there's literally any video you show in the back of your video. Just the fact that you're smart enough to put a video behind your any video show. You can show the worst video of like a news broadcast from earlier in the day. It'll be good. That's the way. It always looks good. But it would be so fun to recite this in like not even a theater, an auditorium. Don't do the workout. Just give everybody the full script, and every time she says change too. You know, every time she says change, like you turn on the lights or something, or like you flicker the lights or something. I'm telling you, that would be awesome.
Whoa.
Every time it says change, like you change the lights, like it goes from red to blue.
I mean, come on, you gotta admit that.
Feet together, hands on floor, bounce up now, make muscles sore. Go. Stretch them. Good.
That doesn't look fun. That doesn't look fun. I gotta say, stretching doesn't look fun.
Watch me, I'll show you how. Shoulders back, chest protrude. You'll feel better.
The guy's like lost 30 pounds in the middle of this video. Like he's becoming like
Rocket.
Rocket. All right, let me read my book. Just you do what you're gonna do over there.
Bend forward, then go back. Don't give yourself.
She's doing Buddhist prayers now. I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
All right, this whole heroin business. This
is
thing's
like
Boresville. All right, I'm skipping this. I don't care.
I think
I'm reading
gonna
this.
sell this.
Well, I saw that. I mean, I can't buy it for $50. I mean,
I know. I'm only charging you $45.
oh, done deal.
All right.
Just kidding.
No, you're not.
The day that, I'm skipping the
Whoa,
Vanity
what's
Fair.
going on here?
She's doing jumping jacks without standing. That's what a lame-o.
She's talking to herself.
She's losing her mind.
What? I'm only 14.
I don't even think they're playing music for
I'm only
that.
14. I'm only 14.
Honestly, tell me, how do they know what's next? How do they know? This has been a 30-minute video. No, there's no stops, no nothing. I wish you would stop saying change. It's really getting on my nerves.
Oh, I tried doing that.
Clapping?
No, it's
Good job. Can I say something? I've got a little story about this. There's a movie, there's like a comedy that there's a guy and he's telling this woman how to exercise, and she's got big bazooms, big breasts, and he's like, yeah, you do go like this, right? And I was a kid and I thought it was a real exercise. So for years I was doing this and I thought it was a real, but it was just a joke to like show off her breasts. I don't know what movie it was though. And then one day I realized, oh, That wasn't exercise. That was just like a sex joke. Boy, man, sex
Oh, wait.
sex on TV as a kid messed me up, man. That's why I'm here right now.
Yeah.
Tell you what. Tell you. All right, we've read like about 3 minutes in the midst of a 35-minute broadcast.
Nice.
Yeah, so get moving fast. Glaring. I'm losing my place. I'm reading from glaring contradiction to both the story she told Hirschberg and the account of Kurtzberg. I'm skipping this.
Oh,
one.
okay,
I'm
that's
skipping
great.
Vanity Fair.
Why don't you skip the book if you're going to skip the whole thing?
It's boring. This part's just like there's nothing on it. I've read this is my third time through this. I don't know. Actually, I'm scared of Courtney Love, so that's why I'm skipping this part.
No way.
She wasn't only a few minutes before the article was ran. Kurt had given the go-ahead to two Ciela. Nils revered McGowan. Rose McGowan? So for months. Alright. You want to read a part that's filled with F words?
No, that's cool.
Oh, great. We got two prudes in here. Alright, this will sound stupid if I read
She's
it
smiling at me.
without cussing, but I don't feel like cussing right now. Quick with the down and deny that. Alright, but this is good. Okay. So, I'm reading without the cuss words. Story and possibly obtain the tape of the original interview. Why do you start yawning the moment I start? You haven't yawned the whole time. The moment I start reading.
I don't know.
No, how that makes me feel like every time. It's like
man,
I feel like Mozart and like you're yawning. Like, okay, just watch the video. Watch the video. They set off a chain of events that.
Sorry.
Oh, we got a comedian in the house. Alright, that he left both Collins and Clark terrified ever since. One day in late autumn 1992, Victoria Clark returned to a Seattle apartment to find an hysterical... Okay, I've got a problem here with this. If you're going to say hysterical, don't say an hysterical. It doesn't work. It's a hysterical. An hysterical is... find a hysterical message rather than...
Asymmetric.
Thank you for that input.
Whoa.
Oh, you like that one? I don't like that one. It's like the Sphinx. And it stinks.
No, it's more like the Spanx.
And that's better. That's more like it.
Whoa.
It's too dancey. Oh yeah, I can do that. It's not hard at all. I can do that right now. If I wanted to.
Alright there, sexy beast.
Her stomach is the size of my thumb. I swear, I'm gonna hit you if you say that one more time.
What? Shanks?
Yes. It's just... Who decided that would not get on people's nerves? Like, they knew it must have get... How could you repeat that word and not get on people's nerves?
Shame. Oh, go.
It's funny for the first 30 times.
Stick your nose in her butt. You know she likes it because she's a slut.
Very good. Very good. We'll definitely put that in. That's definitely that kid's caliber. High caliber rap. Alright,
Damn, dude, almost 40 minutes.
here's okay, a message from Courtney. The tone of the tape is chilling. I will never effing forgive you. I will hunt you two effing cunts for the rest of your life. Going and interviewing Lynn Hirschberg is called rape. Effing B-I-T-C-H. You're going to pay and pay and pay up your ASS, and that's a fact. You're going to wish you're never born. The next day, with Courtney's voice egging him on in the background, Kurt himself left a series of messages that sounded even more threatening. If anything comes out of this book that hurts my wife, I'll effing hurt you. I'll cut out your effing eyes, you sluts, whores, parasitic little cunts. I don't give a flying F if I have this recorded that I'm threatening you. I suppose I could throw out a few $1,000 to have you snuffed out, but maybe I'll try it the legal way first. Quick with the damage control, Danny Goldberg denied that it was Kurt's voice on the answering machine tape, but Kurt himself later confirmed to his biographer, Michael Azerrad, that he had made the threatening calls. Obviously, I have a lot to lose right now, so I won't be able to do it, Kurt said, but I have all the rest of my life. I've tried killing people before in a fit of rage. When people unnecessarily F with me, I just can't help
but want to beat them to death. Wow, Kurt. Kurt's longtime friend Alice Wheeler says she isn't surprised by this aspect of his personality. Everybody always tries to portray Kurt as some kind of saint, and Courtney as this bitch, she says. But Kurt definitely had a dark side. He could be very twisted and real mean at times. Most of the time, though, he was real sweet, a quiet, gentle guy. It just didn't compute. Wheeler says that after the incident, she and about 70 other friends of Kurt's were visited by a private detective working for Kurt and Courtney, attempting to find out whether they had changed.
Still doing that?
Talked to the two British writers. It was very intimidating, she recalls. I think they were trying to send us a message that we better. SHUTUP. It seemed like a veiled threat. Meanwhile, Clark, who had relocated to Los Angeles within hours after she heard the message on her answering machine, had the misfortune to run into Courtney some months later at an LA bar, where she claims she was attacked. She hit me with a glass and then tried to drag me outside by my hair, she recalls Clark, who was subsequently returned to the UK, still fearful of Courtney's wrath. Soon after, in a further attempt to damage control, Nirvana's management company Gold Mountain approached veteran Rolling Stone writer Michael Azerrad to write the authorized biography of the band. Mindful of his journalistic credibility, Azerrad was uncomfortable with the idea that the biography would be called Authorized, but agreed to the project as long as he retained full editorial control. Officially, the book would be written with the band's cooperation. Kurt and Courtney were using Azerrad for one purpose, reveals Alice Wheeler. They needed to convince people that their drug use had been exaggerated and that they had put all that behind them. Change! Kurt especially was terrified of losing the baby, so he did what he had to. I don't know why people care about the baby so much. I'm not joking. Like, I really don't know. Like, if somebody wants to take my baby, just take my baby. I don't need it.
They're gonna take my baby away.
Stevie. That's your Stevie voice.
Yeah, they're gonna take my baby
Oh,
away.
that was a fun night. That was when Daryl was still here, man.
No,
Still
your
alive in this
boyfriend?
world. Yeah, I miss that boy. This whole thing would have been like 1/3 better. He's the third.
I know, if you weren't here,
He's
it'd
the
be
third
1/3
wheel.
better.
He's the third wheel. You need to drop that friend who calls you and get back to that friend, who's a good guy.
With the friend behind me,
Yeah,
the ghost.
ghost.
That's
Knew
ghost.
what was going on. Kurt even admitted what was
I
happening.
said the ghost. You don't listen to where I said.
At one point, I received a letter from their people instructing me to speak only to Michael Azerrad and not to those British writers. That's why I can't really trust a lot of the information in that book. Indeed, Come As You Are, released in October 1993, is filled with passages that downplay the couple's drug use.
Yes.
The book takes special pains to sanitize Courtney's drug habit,
Special pain.
implying that she had once used heroin casually, but had put all that behind her. The book also appears to settle a number of the couple's personal scores, excoriating Hirschberg and other writers who had portrayed Courtney in a negative light. His boring time, Azerrad details a number of relatively minor factual errors in the Vanity Fair piece and suggests that Hirschberg had failed to understand Courtney's sardonic sense of humor. He goes on to blame Courtney's treatment by the media on a considerable sexist force. In 2001, long after it became obvious that his book had painted a less than accurate portrait, Azerrad appeared to acknowledge the fact in a statement to the Nirvana fan club. It's true, I didn't realize the full extent of Kurt's drug addiction while I was writing the book. I haven't talked this much in literally all my life. I just want everybody to know that. But even Chris and Dave didn't know how much Kurt was using. Despite, my mouth is like, what's happening right now? I don't know. You've never spoken this much. Despite its flaws, Come As You Are remains a valuable behind-the-scenes portrait of Nirvana at the peak of their career. I've read it. Have you read it?
Yes.
Wow. Sometimes I think you're lying about everything because it's so weird. Like, I never see you doing any of these things. You really stripped in Alaska?
Huh?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
I have
Because
a
of
cool
Kurt
life.
and Courtney's almost obsessive attempts to control the information disseminated about them after the controversy involving the birth of Francis Bean, it's sometimes
Yes,
difficult
Bill Cosby.
to... Is that what I was going for? Southern Sheriff. Sometimes difficult to...
Important pop.
Following 2 years can be trusted, in which she'll be dismissed as spam. Both checked themselves into rehab and made genuine attempts to kick their
Genuine?
heads and both apparently more or less failed. I knew that when I had a child, I'm not going to blackface. I'd be overwhelmed, and it's true. Kurt told the LA Times after the couple had finally, that's actually talked, won back custody of their baby. Custody is so boring, and move on. My attitude has changed since we've got Francis. Holding my baby is the best drug in the world. Well, just say no. You should drop that baby.
No, heroin is the best drug in the world.
I think cocaine is the best drug in the world. What are they? They're not even...
I don't know.
You ran out of raps?
Asleep watching this.
All right. He adored that little girl, says Alice Wheeler. You'd see him with the baby carrier and the diapers, the whole setup. Yeah, it's so boring. His mood wasn't quite so morose anymore. I think he really got off on being a baby daddy. Well, he's a pervert. Each of his friends echo this description, calling Kurt a perverted, changed man. I was invited to Francis's first birthday party, and I noticed how different he was. When he was with his daughter, he just lit up. I don't understand that. I don't understand, like, parents loving their kids. It's just, I'm not being funny. I just totally don't get it. I don't understand. It's like somebody liking a certain type of food. I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
It's part of our DNA.
Courtney was going out to a club or a bar or something, and she wanted Kurt to come with her, recalls Leland, but he just wanted to stay home and play with the baby. He just thought the world of Francis.
Oh, God, it's over.
That's what they're saying. That's what that guy, they're like falling back. But the music's not over, so it's not over.
It's over.
Around the fall of 1993, something else happened to lift Kurt's mood. Over the years, a succession of stomach specialists... I really like this. Over the years, a succession of stomach specialists had failed to determine what was causing the unbearable agony in his lower abdomen. So mysterious was its source that some doctors even believed it was a psychosomatic. Finally, one specialist decided to look a little further into his early medical history and discovered that when Kurt was a child, he had been diagnosed with a mild case of scoliosis.
Yeah, I had that.
We're doing stereo sound now.
No, because I had that in 7th grade.
He consulted. Nobody cares about your scoliosis. We only care about Kurt's scoliosis. Your scoliosis is unimportant.
It's very important.
Cause scoliosis can
I
sometimes cause pinched abdominal nerves. And this is what it had been. Maybe this was causing your pain right now. What had been causing Kurt's pain all these years. Once the problem was diagnosed, it took a simple prescription to erase the pain. Isn't that amazing?
What's that?
His whole life, he suffered because of this little thing.
Yeah.
Caused him to become a heroin addict. Caused him to become a heroin addict. And the whole thing was a misdiagnosis. And all it took was one little prescription to take the pain out, to take the pain away. Isn't that amazing? And stupid at the same time. Like, it's just like so stupid. Like, all these doctors should be like blamed for this or something. Like, it's ridiculous.
It is. I agree. I agree.
In more than one interview over the years, Kurt had described his stomach pain as so agonizing that it made him want to blow his brains out. A phrase that would soon prove uncomfortably prescient. So those who knew him couldn't help take notice when they read the first interview where he announced that the pain was gone.
The pain was gone.
In the January 27th, 1994 issue of Rolling Stone, 2 months before his death.
Yes, sir.
It's just that my stomach isn't bothering me anymore, he exults. I'm eating. I ate a huge pizza last night. It was so nice to be able to do that, and it just raises my spirits. To the average fan, these words are innocuous and would hardly register in the months to come. More than one reader, however, remembered another of Kurt's quotes. Come on, it's hard enough to read. Now you're saying Kurt's quotes to me? Kurt's quotes near the beginning of the same interview. The writer, David Frick, revealed that when he caught up with the subject in the middle of Nirvana's U.S. tour, he had expected to find what he describes as the Cobain press myth. A prissy, complaining, freaked-out schizophrenic. Instead, he writes, he was surprised to find Kurt in a thoughtful mood, taking great pains to explain that success doesn't really suck.
Wait a minute.
Not as much as it used to, anyway. And that his life is pretty good and getting better. In the years since his death, the public has been fed a steady stream of assertions about the supposed despair that led to Kurt's suicide. Even many of those who have never heard a Nirvana song can practically recite the factors by rote. The pop success induced desolation, the alienation, and misery that came with his fame. Oh, Lord. Good Lord. All the more surprising, then, to read what he told Frick in this interview just a few months before he allegedly killed himself.
Yes.
I can't tell if I'm black or white.
I don't know what you are right now.
I think I'm a black slave owner right now. I'm a black plantation owner right now. I'm a black minister, sheriff, plantation owner. So whipping my slave right now. All right. I've never been happier in my life. All right. So his stomach pains have been solved.
All right.
This is very important in 1994. So the thing that's been bothering him his whole life, which there was no cure to, which caused him to take heroin, which caused him all this pain, is gone. So he's happy. He's got his baby. He doesn't have to do heroin. His stomach pain is gone. I feel good for him. Every time I read about this, I feel good for him. All right. Let's continue on the plantation.
Okay.
You like the plantation?
Yes.
What are you watching now? Is this copyright? Is this
The
thing?
secret cinema was made.
Hey, why are you stealing my thunder, buddy?
When I was
Paul
working
Bartel.
and made television commercials in New York. I've been out of the army for about a year and was hoping to get to direct films.
Oh, you think you're a better narrator than me, huh? I'll
Where's
I'll
the
take you on.
remote?
Manager and would never let me direct.
Nah, I got the remote.
So a bunch of my friends said, look, why don't you borrow a camera? Why don't you steal some film from the TV commercial?
Wait a minute, is this my video?
Which is what
No.
I did. The script
is
for
mine.
Secret Cinema, which comes, God knows, out of my darkest...
Can't read with this guy talking. He's good. He's a good talker. I'm not going to go up against this guy. This guy looks like a Shakespearean actor.
Hey, don't worry, it's not long.
I'm an 8th Earl of Oxford actor.
Huh?
That's a. You know, I don't want to get into it right now. It's a whole other podcast. But Shakespeare, not Shakespeare. Shakespeare's not Shakespeare, my friend. The whole thing is a conspiracy. There's a whole other guy that wrote all the poems. But that's another story. Tune in next time.
Is it Todd?
Why'd you win all? Yeah, that's it. I'm dead. I'm done. I'm finished. I told you not to mention that name again to me. You keep.
I said Todd.
Oh, that's great. Not gonna see. What is this? Come on, could you hurry it up? I'm trying to read. I was getting in the mood.
I couldn't even afford a professional looping studio, so the looping was done in my
Dude.
apartment, and some of it's a little bit...
You don't know who he is.
Is he reading
yet.
a book too?
Compensates on a dramatic level for whatever...
Can you do black plantation owner accents? Huh, buddy?
After
This is me talking right now. It's me. Yeah, I'm gonna read like this.
I
And Kurt Cobain liked his heroin so much.
which was a lot of fun.
He's like, put him pop. Give me some of that heroin, put him pop. Give me some of that heroin, put him pop. Give us some.
That's it.
Producing and directing feature films, which is...
Oh, no, here. It's okay.
I don't do new black acts. I don't do
While I was still working
'cause they're not
for a
funny.
company that
I
had
do
cameras and
I do
film
70s comedian black accents.
I decided to make another short as
I
a
do-
audition piece, and that short was Naughty Nurse.
Okay, could you hurry it? All right,
I'm trying.
I'm
I've never seen
reading. I'm reading. Chapter 3. I'm going over this guy.
That would be more interesting if you did.
I'm not going to go over this. I can't. You can't talk. You need. This is not good for talking over.
To run with other features. So when I made
Dude,
Naughty Nurse, I was...
You ruined the party, man. This guy like brought the party. He's like took out. He took out an acoustic guitar in the middle of my party, man.
Watch.
Anyway, these are...
This is the longest introduction. What is this?
You will see.
This movie better be like
It's
the
good.
greatest like Star Wars epic for this introduction.
it's-
My first feature, which was called Private Parts.
Oh Jesus Christ!
And I hope they are still as entertaining as they were to me.
Please end it. Please.
See?
All right. Finally, is this a porno?
No.
Who's Paul Bartel?
You ever heard of Mary Warren?
Yeah,
Mary Warren?
I don't know what the big deal is about her. All right. As the rumor spread through the ranks of the Seattle Police Department, its impact was the same on everyone. From the lowliest beat cop to the 30-year veteran, on March 23, 1999, to the stunned disbelief of his colleagues, Sergeant Donald Cameron was suspended by the chief of police in connection with a 2-year-old theft case. The stench of corruption had long hung over the SPD, which was rocked time and again over the years by the revelations of malfeasance, kickbacks, police brutality, and close ties to organized crime. But Cameron, one of the department's longest-service homicide detectives, had always appeared above reproach. Now his conduct threatened to put the department under the microscope of public scrutiny again. He was affectionately known among his colleagues as Mr. Homicide. During his 38-year career with the force, Cameron had investigated hundreds of murders and earned the respect of many, if not all, his fellow officers for his no-nonsense approach to criminal investigation. When he pronounced a suicide verdict in the highest-profile case of his career, the investigation into the death of Kurt Cobain, Cameron's sterling reputation was reputedly cited to back up his claim.
And I told him off. He had the nerve to ask me to go to the raided premise with him tomorrow night. Can you beat that?
Now he was being accused of helping one of his detectives. Bring down a little bit.
What?
Bring down a little bit. It's hard to compete against that.
Okay, alright.
Now he was being accused of helping one of his detectives cover up the theft of $10,000 from a crime scene 2 years earlier. At first, the story went that Cameron had merely gently suggested to a subordinate officer, 30-year veteran. That's what you call lowering the volume? It's like louder.
It sounds lowered.
I think you switched the remote control around and made it louder.
Yeah.
I can't compete with these like all dialogue things.
Oh, again?
No. Give me the remote before you go. Oh no. Good. Now I can lower the volume.
I've put together a little packet of things which you've given me. I want you to take them with you.
Please tell me what I've done to upset you.
It's not what you've done, Jack.
All right.
It's what you are.
What I am. For heaven's sake, what does that mean? I think I deserve an explanation.
Now he was being accused of helping one of his detectives cover up the theft of $10,000 from a crime scene 2 years earlier. At first, the story went that Cameron had merely gently suggested to a subordinate officer, 30-year veteran Sonny Davis, that he avoid a career-ending mistake and return the money he had stolen from the crime scene before it was discovered missing. But at Davis's subsequent trial, his partner Cloyd Steiger told the jury that he believed Cameron himself had conspired to steal money. The accusation further rocked a department already reeling from the scandal. After further investigation, the prosecutor publicly stated that Cameron could have been charged with a number of offenses, including rendering criminal assistance, but by then the 2-year statute of limitations had expired. Cameron quietly retired from the force before he could face an SPD internal affairs investigation and disciplinary action. In the end, after 2 hung juries, the last of which voted 11-1 to convict, the prosecutors decided not to retry the case and Davis was released. But the affair left a dark cloud over the department and, more importantly, over the reputation and career of Sergeant Donald Cameron. The news that Cameron's integrity was being openly questioned may have come as a shock to his many friends and supporters, but it came as no real surprise to us. A few years earlier, we had a revealing encounter with Detective Cameron, and it left us with our own lingering doubts. When Cameron closed the Cobain case in 1994, he publicly declared that he would be very willing to reopen the dossier if he were presented with new evidence pointing to homicide. 3 years later, we decided to take him up on his offer. We arrived at the offices of the SPD Homicide Division in 1997, followed by a BBC camera crew.
Right.
Our compendium of new evidence, compiled over the 3 years since Kurt's death, included the polygraph of a man who said he was offered $50,000
El Duce.
to kill Cobain. After telling a receptionist we had important new information about the Cobain case for Sergeant Cameron, she went to deliver our message. We could see Cameron at a desk, seemingly unoccupied. Soon, another detective came out to tell us Cameron was busy. We told him that we had come 3,000 miles from Montreal to Seattle, and that we would be willing to wait. The detective was implacable. "That case is closed," he said. "Now leave." We informed him that Cameron had promised to consider reopening the case if he was presented with credible new evidence. We said we just wanted to give him what we had. We'd even be willing to leave our file for him at the front desk. He threatened to arrest us if we didn't leave immediately. We beat a hasty retreat. On the BBC's film footage, Cameron can be clearly seen peeking out from behind his cubicle. In the years since, he has consistently refused to comment on the case. On August 6th, 2002, 3 years after Cameron retired from the SPD, his old friend Dr. Nicholas Hartshorn climbed to the top of a steep cliff in the Lauterbrunnen Valley of central Switzerland and prepared to plummet to the ground 1,300 feet below.
What?
A few years before, Hartshorn had taken up base jumping, an extreme sport version of skydiving in which participants parachute off buildings, bridges, and cliffs. Oddly enough, his interest in this dangerous sport had been sparked a few years earlier when, as deputy medical examiner for Seattle's King County, he was called to the scene of a base jumping death. Fascinated, he soon tried it out himself and was immediately hooked by its walking off a ledge thrill. Since then, he had recorded more than 500 jumps and won the U.S. Base Jumping National Championship. However, he was probably better known as the doctor who conducted the 1994 autopsy on the body of Kurt Cobain and ruled that the rock icon had committed suicide. His fellow base jumping participants refer to Hartshorn as Dr. Death, partly because of his job, partly because of his penchant for investigating the deaths of his fellow jumpers. His motive was to learn exactly what went wrong, so as to reduce the risks which had cost some 40 lives in 20 years. Now, as he hurtled off the menacing Swiss cliff, known locally as the Nose, his scientific prowess proved futile. His body turned 180 degrees, facing the cliff as he fell. He struck 3 ledges on his descent as his chute, which had opened normally, collapsed around him. He died instantly. We didn't know if the abrupt retirement of Cameron and the sudden death of Hartshorn, the 2 men most responsible for convincing the world that Kurt Cobain committed suicide, represented an obstacle to getting at the truth or an opportunity to find it. The series of events which would inextricably link Detective Cameron and Dr. Hartshorn took place a few years earlier, when both men were still at the peaks of their professional careers. On Friday, April 8, 1994, each received a call shortly before 10 a.m. Earlier that morning, Gary Smith, an electrician, had arrived at the Lake Washington estate of Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love to install an alarm system. He and his crew had been working at the estate for several days. Smith had arrived early Friday morning to finish wiring the garage, located in a separate structure close to the main house. As he climbed to the balcony that jutted from a room above the garage, he spotted what he first thought was a mannequin through the glass of the French doors. Excuse me. Then he noticed there was blood in the right ear. When he saw a gun, he immediately called his supervisor at Vecca Electric to report the gruesome discovery. Instead of calling the police, the company dispatcher placed a call to the local radio station, KXRX-FM, and told DJ Marty Raymer, "You're gonna owe me some pretty good Pink Floyd tickets for this one." At first, Raymer thought the call was a hoax, but 20 minutes later, the the news was flashed around the world. A body had been found at the residence of Kurt Cobain. This week's broadcast has been brought to you by Pamps. Pamps for your washing pleasure. A bubble a day is a bubble away. A week earlier, on Friday, April 1, Kurt had climbed over the wall of an LA drug rehab center and disappeared. Although the stomach ailment he claimed had prompted his heroin habit no longer bothered him, he was already a severe addict. By the end of 1993, Kurt no longer needed heroin to relieve the pain. He just needed it. During the final months of his life, one thing became very clear to most of Kurt's family, friends, and colleagues. His relationship with Courtney was in trouble. Whereas a year earlier, they were clearly very much in love, now it was obvious to just about everybody who came into contact with the couple that a vicious and largely one-sided pattern of abuse had set in. She was always hurling abuse at him, even in public, recalls Peter Cleary, one of Kurt's Seattle drug buddies. She would call him dumb F all the time. He would just stand there and take her abuse. He was like a baby. When Nirvana headed into the studio in 1993 to record the widely anticipated follow-up to Nevermind, reports began to circulate that Courtney was constantly meddling in the session. She demanded that Kurt follow her advice, screamed at him constantly, and nearly came to blows with both Dave Grohl and Steve Albini, the producer. Twice, Albini threatened to quit, citing Courtney's continual interference. Later, he went public with his complaints, telling reporters, "I don't feel like embarrassing Kurt by talking about what a psycho hose beast his wife is, especially because he knows it already." In January 1994, Tad Doyle, another old friend of Kurt's, also went public with complaints about Courtney, telling Melody Maker magazine, "She's out of control. Wherever trouble is, she'll find it or make it. She's disgusting. And you can quote me on that." Soon after, Doyle's band, Tad, was abruptly dropped as the opening act for Nirvana's January 8 Seattle Center gig. Even during their relationship's finest hour, in 1992, it would be a stretch to describe Kurt and Courtney's home life as domestic bliss. By the middle of 1993, however, the relationship had become what one observer called a pitched battle. Cobain biographer Christopher Sanford quotes a friend of Kurt's who arrived at their home during this period to find Courtney throwing everything that was loose against the wall and screaming at Kurt for being useless. His fault, as she saw it, was not being able to come up with a song. Their marital troubles hit the public's radar screen for the first time in June 1993, when Seattle police responded to a 9/11 domestic disturbance call from the couple's Lakeside Avenue home. When police arrived, Courtney told them that Kurt had shoved her after she threw a glass of juice in his face during an argument. Kurt was arrested for assault and spent 3 hours in the King County Jail before being released on $950 bail. One witness to the incident told police that Kurt had been provoked. Courtney declined to press charges and the case was dropped. Courtney would later claim that Kurt's drug use was the chief source of their domestic troubles, but those close to him say that Courtney was regularly shooting up herself. She had even hired a known junkie, an ex-boyfriend from California named Michael Callie DeWitt, as a full-time nanny for Frances Bean. Kurt's grandfather visited the house in January 1994 and was shocked by the scene. Courtney and the male nanny were obviously high as a kite, and Frances was right there in the room, Leland recalls. "I didn't know who the fellow was at first, but when I found out he was in charge of taking care of the baby, I was very upset. There was another nanny there too, and she was also on drugs. Later I told Wendy, Kurt's mother, that they'd better get rid of those nannies, or they're going to get Frances taken away again. She said, 'Why?' And I said, 'Because they're both full of dope.' She said, 'They ain't on dope.' And I said, 'The hell they ain't. You just have to take one look at them and you can see they're stoned to the eyeballs.' Then a couple of months later, I read a magazine article where Wendy was saying how nice Courtney was because she was paying for her nannies to go into drug rehab.
Well, what the hell is that?
I don't know, cool looking fat guy in a limo. It's a cool looking movie. When did they make this, in the 80s?
Yeah.
Good job. Dylan Carlson, one of the couple's prime drug sources, recalls the tragic comic interplay of Kurt and Courtney putting in their orders. One of them would be on the phone asking me to bring them something, he recalls. Then I'd get a call waiting beep, and it would be the other one asking for drugs. Each of them would tell me not to tell the other one. However, friends of the couple claimed that money, not drugs, appeared to be the chief source of conflict. The tension between Kurt and his bandmates had reached a boiling point in mid-1993 when he insisted on renegotiating the terms of their royalty agreement. When the band signed their first major contract with Geffen Records, they had agreed all royalties should be divided equally between them. But after Nevermind hit number 1, Courtney was said to have been furious that Chris and Dave would be receiving an equal share of the millions of dollars in royalties, despite the fact that Kurt had written most of the songs. She demanded that he do something to alter the arrangement. Anybody can do what they do, his friends say. She nagged him repeatedly. You're the one with all the talent! Reluctantly, he gave in and confronted his bandmates. From now on, he argued, 100% of the lyrics and 75% of the music royalties should go to him. Moreover, he demanded the changes be made retroactive to the first sales of Nevermind. Stunned at what they believed was a betrayal of their friendship, not to mention Kurt's punk rock ideals, Dave and Chris initially balked at the changes, arguing that the arrangement should only take effect with the next album. But Kurt stood his ground and threatened to quit the band unless they accepted his terms. Dave and Chris blamed Courtney for their old friend's decision to sell them out, but things were never the same again. They barely spoke, except about Nirvana-related issues. With the increased largesse, Courtney insisted that they live in a house that befitted Kurt's superstar status. She had set her sights on the exclusive neighborhood of Denny Blaine, where Seattle's old money elite resided. Socioeconomic light years from the seedy university district the couple had inhabited for almost 2 years, Kurt was more comfortable in the kind of dives he'd grown up in, and had no real desire to see how the other half lived. But at Courtney's insistence, he shelled out more than $1 million for a 7,800 square foot mansion up the hill from Lake Washington, next door to Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz, and directly across the lake from where another Seattle icon, Bill Gates, was constructing his own palatial estate. His new neighbors were more likely to call the police when they heard loud music, I'm with them with that, than to welcome the infamous grunge couple to their domain. Kurt regularly complained to friends that he was embarrassed by the opulent surroundings. To go with the new upscale digs, Courtney wanted a nice car to replace Kurt's beat-up old Valiant. Though she didn't have a license and had never learned to drive, she convinced Kurt to buy a luxury black Lexus. Mortified by the ostentatiousness of it all, however, he kept it for only 18 hours before returning it to the dealer. Shortly after they moved into the new house, Kurt gave the go-ahead to his management company to proceed with a 38-date European tour, scheduled to begin in early February 1994. He was exhausted from the band's recently completed American tour and considered canceling the European dates, but he was still exhilarated by the absence of his stomach problems. He told friends he enjoyed playing music again, without having to endure the constant pain he had experienced since he was a teenager. As his friend Peter clearly described it, Kurt loved to tour because it provided him with a long-craved for independence. The thing about touring, he explains, is that Kurt said it's the only time he gets to call the shots. At home, he was like an emotional cripple around his wife, but on tour was different. He was the center of attention, he was the boss. As an added bonus, Courtney would not be accompanying him on the European dates because she was in the studio mixing Hole's upcoming album. Nirvana kicked off their tour February 4 in Paris with an appearance on a lunchtime TV show. Afterwards, Kurt, jet-lagged but cheerful, posed for publicity shots with a French photographer named Uriel Lenquet, who had become a close friend during Nirvana's 1992 Australian tour. At one point, Lenquet asked Kurt to pose with a toy gun in his mouth, as he had once seen him do at Dave Grohl's house in Seattle. No one would have known how prophetic the pose would be. On March 1, 2 weeks after his 27th birthday, Kurt complained he was feeling ill shortly after the band arrived in Munich to play the first of 2 concerts at an abandoned air terminal. He had looked exhausted for weeks and was uncharacteristically listless on stage during recent concerts in Milan and Lisbon. At one point he even asked a member of his entourage what would happen if he cancelled the tour. The band, he was told, would be held liable for any missed shows, resulting in a bill for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shortly before the first scheduled Munich concert, Kurt phoned Courtney, who was in London doing advance promotion for her upcoming album. True to form, the conversation ended in a screaming match. After the show, Kurt asked his agent to cancel the upcoming gig, and the following morning he saw an Italian physician who diagnosed a severe case of bronchitis. The doctor signed a medical slip required for insurance purposes, and then recommended that Kurt take 2 months off to recover. The next day, March 3, Kurt flew to Rome to meet up with Courtney and Francis. He checked into the city's most luxurious hotel, the Excelsior, and waited for his wife and daughter, whom he hadn't seen for 26 days. Details of what transpired over the next 24 hours are still murky. Around 6:30 a.m. on the morning of March 4, the front desk received a frantic call from Courtney asking them to send an ambulance. She had just found her husband unconscious on the floor of their hotel room. Kurt was rushed to the Umberto I Polyclinic Hospital. Back in the United States, CNN interrupted its programming to announce that Kurt Cobain had died of a drug overdose in Rome. The report turned out to be premature. 20 hours after he arrived at the hospital, Kurt opened his eyes and asked for a strawberry milkshake. The next day, his doctor, Osvaldo Galletta, held a press conference to announce that Kurt was recovering from a pharmacological coma, due not to narcotics, but the combined effect of alcohol and tranquilizers, which had been medically prescribed by a doctor. Nirvana's management company Gold Mountain issued a statement that Kurt had suffered an accidental overdose. Not a word about suicide was ever mentioned, publicly or privately. Gold Mountain was well aware that this was not the first time Kurt had overdosed on drugs. A year earlier, on May 2, 1993, a Seattle Fire Department unit had been dispatched to Kurt and Courtney's Lakeside Avenue home, where they found Kurt shaking, flushed, delirious, and talking incoherently. He had apparently suffered an overdose after injecting $30 to $40 worth of heroin. He was taken to the hospital, where he was treated and released. Courtney claims that when the couple returned to Seattle a few days after the Rome overdose, the European tour abandoned, she banished drug dealers from the house, and went to extreme lengths to ensure Kurt kept away from drugs. This, she said, sparked renewed tension between them. But according to Dylan Carlson, it was again money, not drugs, that led to the conflict. Nirvana had been offered the headlining spot at the giant alternative music festival Lollapalooza, including a generous percentage of the gate's receipts, which would have brought the band millions of dollars. But when he returned from Rome, Kurt flatly declared that he wasn't going to participate in the summer tour. According to Carlson, who saw Kurt the day he returned from Rome, Courtney was furious that he was willing to turn down that kind of money. She went ballistic, he recalls. She kept on screaming at him about how much money he was giving up, and said if he didn't want to do it, she'd be glad to take his place. Courtney later took great pains to paint herself as a tender but firmly anti-drug maternal figure for Kurt at this time. "When he came home from Rome High, I flipped out," she told Rolling Stone in December 1994. She has claimed that, as a result, Kurt only did drugs behind her back, because he knew she would not have tolerated any drug use. Carlson, who was still supplying them both, finds this laughable. "That's interesting," he says. Indeed, the recollections of two Seattle car salesmen paint a very different picture. On March 22, only 2 weeks after they returned from Rome, Kurt and Courtney took a taxi to the American Dream used car lot, which specializes in vintage cars. When he had returned to the Lexus in January, Kurt decided he wanted a vehicle more in keeping with his image. He had spotted a classic '65 sky blue Dodge Dart at the lot, and he wanted to acquire it. The cab driver, Leon Hassan, remembers that the couple had quarreled viciously in the back seat on the way to American Dream. When they arrived, they were served by a salesman named Joe Kenny, who says they were talking about the Lexus, with Kurt trying to convince her that the Dart could do everything the luxury car could do. After a few minutes, Courtney said she had to use the bathroom. On the way, Kenny says, she dropped a handful of drugs and had to pick them up. Kenny claims he remarked to his colleague that he should get Kurt to autograph his CDs soon because it didn't look like they would be around much longer. They were so strung out. She was really tossing down the drugs, the other salesman recalled. Meanwhile, Geffen Records was terrified about the close call in Rome. Nirvana was the company's greatest asset, worth tens of millions of dollars in profits. They could not afford to lose Kurt. Equally concerned was the president of Nirvana's management company, Danny Goldberg, who also stood to lose millions in commissions. But Goldberg, who was Francis Bean's godfather, had also become very personally close to Kurt, and was genuinely concerned about his deteriorating state. Goldberg contacted Stephen Chadoff, head of a prominent drug rehab center, who recommended an intervention, a controversial course of action that had been used with limited success on several severe drug addicts. The idea was to gather friends and family members together to confront the addict about his drug use. On the morning of March 25, Kurt walked downstairs with Dylan after the two friends had shot up together shortly after waking up. Gathered in the living room were Courtney, Michael Callie DeWitt, Francis Bean's nanny, Nirvana's new guitarist, Pat Smear, and several executives from Kurt's management company and record label. Led by David Burr, a drug counselor, the participants took turns confronting Kurt about his drug use and demanding he seek treatment. Unless he did, the executives threatened they would no longer work with him and his career would be ruined. When it was Courtney's turn, she said, "This has got to end. You have to be a good daddy." Counting Dylan, who watched the intervention but did not participate, 3 of the people in the room, including Courtney, were junkies themselves. "Who the F are all of you to tell me this?" Kurt responded indignantly, calling them hypocrites. As biographer Charles Cross records, Kurt then proceeded to describe in explicit detail what he had witnessed of the heavy drug use by most of those present in the room, from the coke-filled music industry schmooze fests he had attended to the daily heroin habit of his wife. The irony was not lost on Kurt. According to Danny Goldberg, his big thing was that Courtney was more effed up than he was. Kurt stormed out, declaring that nobody in the room had any right to judge him. Courtney was terrified that Geffen and Gold Mountain would follow through on their threats to drop him. This would severely jeopardize the extravagant lifestyle to which she had become accustomed. She saved her ultimate pressure tactic for the next day. If Kurt refused to seek treatment, she would limit his access to Francis Bean. Knowing he could not risk losing her, he agreed to check into the Daniel X. Freeman Clinic, also known as the Exodus Recovery Center, a rehab clinic in Marina Del Rey, California, long favored by rock stars and other celebrities. In September 1992, at the height of the Vanity Fair controversy, Kurt had detoxed at Exodus once before, an experience he found disgusting. He described it to his biographer, Michael Ozerod. Right away, these 40-year-old hippie, long-term junkie-type counselors would come in and try to talk to me on a rock and roll level, like, I know where you're at, man. Drugs are real prevalent in rock and roll, and I've seen it all in the 70s. Do you mind if David Crosby came in and said hello, or Steven Tyler? Rattling off these rock star names, I was like, F that. I don't have any respect for these people at all. That time, he had left a few days before the treatment ended, exasperated by unremitting group therapy sessions and 12-step meetings. Seeking treatment back then had been all about convincing child welfare authorities that he was cleaning up his act. On March 29, Kurt flew to Los Angeles to begin his 28-day treatment at Exodus. He was assigned room 206 and went through an intake session with a nurse who attempted to determine the extent of his addiction. The next morning, Thursday, he attended an individual therapy session with a counselor, Niall Stimson, who later recalled that Kurt was totally in denial that he had a heroin problem. Stimson tried to make him understand the seriousness of the Rome incident, but Kurt told him, I understand, I just want to get cleaned up and out of here. Meanwhile, Courtney was attempting her own withdrawal a few miles away at the 5-star Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills, where a doctor was supervising a treatment plan called Hotel Detox, supposedly meant to shield celebrities from the media spotlight of a public rehab center. That morning, Jack Ferry, one of Francis's nannies, brought the baby to the center to visit Kurt, who played with his daughter for about 20 minutes. Kurt complained to Fari about his battles with Courtney over Lollapalooza. The next day, Jackie brought Francis to visit again, and this time Kurt played with the 19-month-old baby for almost an hour, tossing her in the air and making her giggle, Francis Bean's favorite game. After they left, Kurt went outside and smoked a cigarette with another rock star resident, his friend, Gibby Haynes of the Beehole Surfers. Haynes told him about a friend who had recently escaped Exodus by jumping over the wall in the backyard. They both laughed at the story because Exodus wasn't a lockdown facility and there was therefore no reason to escape. Anybody could just walk right out the front door any time they wanted. Later that evening at 7:25 p.m., Kurt told a nurse he was going outside to smoke a cigarette, this time alone. It wasn't until an hour later that the Exodus staff noticed him missing. He had scaled the same wall that he and Gibby Haynes had joked about earlier in the day. 7 days later, his body was found in the room above his garage. 7 days later, his body was found in the room above his garage. Much of what happened in the interval has remained a mystery for nearly a decade, but over time several missing pieces of the puzzle have materialized, offering the opportunity for a fairly accurate chronology. Ending it there for now.